Chapter 2074. Quick, faster, faster! Fairy Myrtle urged herself in her mind. She was the only Wisdom Path Great expert here. The responsibility of unraveling the battlefield killer move naturally fell on her. Fairy Myrtle's soul had been modified by Spectral Soul. She was extremely loyal to him. She put in all her effort to deduce and unravel the battlefield killer move. However, Lu Wei Yin's illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not ordinary. This Earth Path battlefield is stable, but it also has a layer of obscurity. I'm afraid it used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's battlefield as the foundation, and was modified by later generations. Fairy Myrtle's brows were tightly furrowed. Her mind was working hard. She had already made some progress in her deductions. But overall, there was not much progress. Firstly, once the battlefield killer move was set up, it could hide in the void and isolate itself from the outside world. Be it from the inside or the outside, it was very hard to break. Back then, when Fairy Myrtle fought in Langya Blessed Land and unraveled Fan Yuan's Yama battlefield, she had also relied on Feng Jioga's Fate Armor Immortal Gu to locate the battlefield inside Yama battlefield. Only by working together from the inside and outside could she make a sharp breakthrough in the battlefield killer move. Secondly, illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not ordinary. This was the work of an immortal venerable, and it was constantly being modified along with the times. Fairy Myrtle was able to quickly find the crucial location of the battlefield. It was already very impressive. She did not let down her Wisdom Path cultivation level. Fairy Myrtle used all sorts of methods. Sometimes she used Immortal Gu, sometimes she used Wisdom Path killer moves, sometimes she directly commanded Longevity Heaven or Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals to probe the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. This was truly an unimaginable scene. Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court were actually working together. At the outermost area, the Black Bat group was like a pitch-black tide, attacking continuously. Celestial Court's several Immortal Gu houses guarded it, forming a sturdy defensive line to kill the reckless Earth Abyss Black Bat groups that dared to invade. Inside the inner circle, Fairy Myrtle was hovering in the air, surrounded by Old Man Jingyuan, by Ningbing, Fairy Miaoying, and the others. At the center, two Immortal Gu houses were facing each other. They were Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck Altar and Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. Whenever Fairy Myrtle gave instructions, these two Immortal Gu houses would cooperate, and use their methods to move a corner of the battlefield killer move. Qin Dingling, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest did not doubt Fairy Myrtle's eagerness. They lacked Wisdom Path Great experts to begin with. They were willing to sell themselves. Everything was done with Fan Yuan as the goal. Originally, in the process of pursuing Fan Yuan, these three parties had interfered with each other, and were secretly on guard against each other. But now that the battlefield killer move had engulfed Fan Yuan, Spectral Soul, and the rest, the three parties immediately focused their attention and energy on unraveling the battlefield killer move. Fan Yuan's craftiness and viciousness were deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Since Fan Yuan could set up an ambush here, he definitely had ulterior motives. He was plotting something. The three Gu Immortals felt that something was amiss. They immediately cooperated and tried their best to destroy Fan Yuan's plan. This was indeed a wise move. But G.U.H. Fairy Myrtle's body suddenly shook. She coughed out a mouthful of blood. This change attracted the attention of the other Gu Immortals. Fairy Myrtle wiped the blood off her lips. Her face was pale, but she gritted her teeth and continued to deduce. Celestial Court's nurtured immortals are really going all out for their master. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's cold laughter resounded. His words dealt a huge blow to the two parties. Inside the Immortal Gu house, Qin Dingling snorted coldly as she frowned. Why is my luck suddenly wavering? At the next moment, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jingyuan attacked. Mystical lights danced and enveloped the Shadow Sect immortals as they shot out like a meteor. Bing Sai Chuan and Qin Dingling's hearts jumped. They did not have time to think. They subconsciously controlled the Immortal Gu house to chase after Fairy Myrtle. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly occurred. Calamity Luck Altar had just moved when it felt an incomparably strong force attacking its back. Bing Sai Chuan growled. Ziwei is harming us. Calamity Luck Altar was heavily injured, but its momentum increased. It continued to charge towards Fairy Myrtle. Meanwhile, Fangjing, who was inside Demon Judgment Board, lacked experience. He could not compare to Bing Sai Chuan and Qin Dingling. When the explosion occurred, Demon Judgment Board was still at the same spot. This way, Demon Judgment Board took much more damage than Calamity Luck Altar. In an instant, Fangjing seemed to have fallen into a raging wave. He was caught off guard and the entire Demon Judgment Board was swept away by the explosion. Rumble! This explosion came from Spectral Soul's self-detonation. After the explosion destroyed the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, the three Gu immortals who did not know what happened were in a terrible predicament. Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Judgment Board were both heavily injured. Even though Fairy Myrtle had deduced the explosion in advance, the time was too short. The explosion quickly spread to them and sent them flying, scattering everywhere. Many of the Celestial Court immortal Gu houses were also blown away like kites by the intense winds. The Black Bat group was in an even worse state. Hundreds of thousands of black bats, be they desolate beasts or immemorial desolate beasts, were instantly blown to pieces by the explosion. The ground shook. Heaven and earth collapsed, the scene became very chaotic. A tattered earth tower appeared in the sky. Qing Chou, who had turned into a giant, was blown into 3 pieces, falling to the ground. Shiland was in a terrible state. It was originally intact, but now only 30% was left. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was covered in blood. He barely managed to fly out of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. His gaze was like an eagle as he stared at the Earth Tower. The Earth Tower was peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. This rank 8 immortal Gu house had the best defense indeed. Even though it was damaged, it still blocked Spectral Soul's self-detonation. At the next moment, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress was kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. This immortal Gu house was too slow. He could not rely on it blindly. Fang Yuan appeared. In an instant, he attracted the attention of all the Gu immortals present. But Fang Yuan was not alone. He had Lu Wei-yin and Wu Shuai with him. Come and kill Fang Yuan! Calamity Luck Altar was in a terrible state. Bing Sai Chuan abandoned it and let others repair it, while he charged at Fang Yuan. This rank 8 great expert who had once fought alongside Fang Yuan did not conceal his killing intent towards Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan, what did you do to Master? Fairy Myrtle did not escape. Blood flowed out of her nose and mouth as she shouted. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had the appearance of a young boy. He had an old voice as he laughed coldly. Did you not feel the explosion earlier? Spectral Soul has already self-detonated. What? The immortals heard this and their bodies shook intensely. The great Spectral Soul Demon Venerable really died? That explosion earlier had terrifying power. It was clearly a soul path killer move. Was it Spectral Soul's final counterattack before his death? But how is that possible? The great Demon Venerable. No, Spectral Soul is no longer a Demon Venerable. Even so, he is still the strongest in the current world, but he actually died at the hands of Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan killed Spectral Soul? The immortals' expressions changed. Their pupils shrunk, their gazes were scattered for a moment before focusing on Fang Yuan. Even though Spectral Soul's death was a combination of the immortal's strength. But Fang Yuan was undoubtedly the mastermind. Fang Yuan cannot be underestimated, he is too sinister. He actually caused Spectral Soul's death. He was a former Demon Venerable. He could even destroy Fate Gu. It is not strange for him to do such a thing. Kill him. We cannot let him escape. If such a demon remains in the world, it will be a great misfortune for all living beings. That's right, even if he was acting earlier, after killing Spectral Soul, he must be in a bad state. If we don't kill him now, when will we? The immortals shouted madly. Fang Yuan, even if I die, I want you dead. Fairy Myrtle's expression was twisted. She gritted her teeth as she charged forward. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle was modified by Spectral Soul. She was extremely loyal. Spectral Soul's death made her extremely furious. On the other hand, she lost to Fan Yuan time and time again. In Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle lost many times, even in Shadow Sect, she still lost to Fan Yuan. Kill, if Fan Yuan does not die, the first to die will be those who are chasing him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju roared. He also attacked Fan Yuan. At the same time, he transmitted to Fan Yuan secretly. Fan Yuan, earlier, when Spectral Soul self-detonated, you did not let me hide in Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. I will let it go. If you want to escape now, you need my help. Take out more venerable true inheritances. Show me your sincerity. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's Shiland was heavily damaged, but he still retained most of his battle strength. Earlier, this old demon was working together with Fan Yuan to harm Spectral Soul, but now, he turned against them, using the 3 Gu Immortals to extort Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was not in a good state. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's myriad tribulation was still ongoing. Beside him, Lu Wei Yin's expression was pale, his body was shaking. Even if he fainted at the next moment, nobody would be surprised. Wu Shuai was in a pathetic state. His rank 8 aura was unstable, but he still had battle strength. Right now, he could only be sacrificed to stall for time. Even so, he could not guarantee how much time he could stall for. As for Qi Ancestor, he was already kept into Fan Yuan's Immortal Aperture. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Combat Beast King was still unconscious. Fan Yuan needed a Gu Immortal expert to control the situation. If not, Qi Ancestor would be forced to expose his identity in order to protect his main body. At the crucial moment, I can only give up on the Qi clone and Wu Shuai clone to stall for time and opportunity for me. Fan Yuan thought as he transmitted to Lu Weiyin. Fellow Immortal Lu, what exactly is the method of escape that you mentioned earlier? When Giant Spectral Soul self-detonated, Lu Weiyin made a move, using illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield to suppress the soul explosion miraculously. Even though it was only a few breaths of time, he managed to stall for the crucial time. During this crucial time, Fan Yuan's Qi clone and Wu Shuai clone managed to hide inside Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Lu Weiyin used this chance to transmit to Fan Yuan that he had an escape method to leave Central Continent safely. Precisely so, Fan Yuan let Lu Weiyin into Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress as well. Firstly, Lu Weiyin saved Fan Yuan's 2 clones. He was very sincere. Chapter 2075. Lu Weiyin immediately replied to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, please follow me. Fan Yuan, however, replied, no hurry. At the next moment, he smiled coldly. His hands were behind his back as he faced the 3 groups of Gu Immortals and Immortal Gu Houses. He smiled calmly. Very good, who wants to be the first to die? As he said that, his aura surged. His rank 8 aura was smooth and unobstructed. He did not show any signs of fatigue. The Immortals stared with wide eyes. Is he not at the end of his rope? The surging momentum from earlier immediately stopped. The Immortals were hesitant. Using this time, Fan Yuan laughed heartily as he activated an Immortal Killer move, bringing Lu Weiyin and the rest with him as they turned into a sword rainbow, flying far away. Different from before, Fan Yuan had already refined many Heaven Path Dao marks. He broke free from the restrictions of the Heaven Path Dao marks and obtained precious space. It was much easier for him to use Immortal Killer moves now. Even though he still needed to use human path formations and other methods to charge at the Heaven Path Dao marks, he still had space to use them. Fan Yuan escaped, chase him! He is toying with us. The Immortals seemed to have woken up from a dream. They chased relentlessly. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed, bombarding Fan Yuan and the rest. It was as if the scene had returned to before, except that Spectral Soul, Qi Ancestor, and Qing Chou were not here. But Lu Weiyin was here. However, we need to be careful. The counterattack of a demon like Fan Yuan cannot be underestimated. Let the other 2 sides deal with him. We need to conserve our strength. Fan Yuan is crafty, in my opinion. There might be a second battlefield killer move or immortal formation ahead. That's right, Fan Yuan used a time path formation to trap the Righteous Path Alliance in southern border. Lu Weiyin is also a sinister person. This time, He set up an Earth Path battlefield to ambush Spectral Soul. His method is the same as Fan Yuan's. I was truly wrong about him. The great southern border inheritor of Paradise Earth is actually colluding with Fan Yuan. The immortals were filled with righteousness and indignation. They secretly transmitted their voices and came up with a plan. As they chased and killed, their momentum was great, but at the same time, they felt a little guilty. The current situation seemed to be the same as before, but it had actually undergone an earth-shattering change. Fan Yuan's killing of Spectral Soul made the other three sides wary of him. And Fan Yuan had always done things sinisterly. He was despicable and cunning, he was ruthless and merciless. His battle achievements were deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The Gu immortals of the three sides were very wary of him. On one hand, even if Fan Yuan was really an arrow at the end of its flight, his dying counterattack would cause any side to bleed, and the situation would collapse. On the other hand, Fan Yuan wasn't the only opponent of the three sides, there were still the other two sides. Previously, Spectral Soul and Qi Ju were the main force. The three sides were happy to chase after them and take advantage of the situation. But now that Spectral Soul was gone, even though Demon Immortal Qi Ju looked aggressive, he was actually extorting Fan Yuan for benefits. How could he attack forcefully? Speaking of which, the three sides were wary of Fan Yuan, but was Demon Immortal Qi Ju not wary of him? This lad Fan Yuan did not even make a move during the ambush. How much has he recovered? Right now, he is clearly using killer moves more frequently. How much strength is he still hiding? Is there a fourth Immortal Gu house? Demon Immortal Qi Ju thought to himself. Earlier, Fan Yuan destroyed Dragon Palace and Myriad-Year Flying Warship. He immediately took out Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. These three Immortal Gu houses were all rank 8. They were peak creations of Enslavement Path, Time Path, and Earth Path. Fan Yuan's wealth truly shocked Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Even if Fan Yuan took out a fifth Immortal Gu house, Demon Immortal Qi Ju would not be surprised. How deep is Fan Yuan's foundation? The past venerables have invested too much in him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju gritted his teeth. Fan Yuan retreated while using true inheritances to make transactions. His attitude fluctuated. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was hesitant. Should I make a move now or not? How much strength does Fan Yuan have left? If I get rid of him, will I gain more? But right now, I can chase him while receiving true inheritances. It seems like a good idea. Among everyone, Demon Immortal Qi Ju enjoyed the process of being chased the most. We're here! It is one layer below this direction. Lu Weiyin suddenly transmitted. Fan Yuan controlled the rainbow light and made a sharp turn, instantly breaking through the thick soil and rocks, arriving at the next layer. Rumble! Fan Yuan's group's ears were immediately filled with loud noises. Boundless earth chi surged like a raging river, the tides were surging. Fan Yuan and the other two were like ants in a river, they could not be detected. This is the manifestation of the earth vein? Fan Yuan was stunned before recognizing it. Lu Wei nodded with a smile. That's right. The 5 regions merged into one, the earth vein will also become one, the earth vein will fuse and move, revealing its true form. Hurry up and land on that small island. Fan Yuan activated his killer move with difficulty. The sword rainbow shot down. The sword rainbow could not hold on any longer, it dissipated in the air. The 3 immortals landed on a brown-yellow island at the same time. They were in a sorry state. This island was very small, it was only a few acres in size. The island was desolate, there was not a trace of life on it. The island was flat, but there were 3 huge rocks at the periphery. They were like pillars that were rooted in the vast earth vein. Because of these 3 pillars, the island was able to remain unmoved even under the erosion of the earth vein. Fan Yuan, where are you running to? Chase! What is this place? At this time, the 3 pursuers also arrived at this layer. They chased after them. Someone activated a killer move, but found that the earth path Dao marks here were extremely dense, suppressing most of the variant paths. Gu immortals had to expend a lot of energy to activate killer moves. Other than earth path, only immortal Gu houses could move freely. Oh no, Fan Yuan came here on purpose. No matter what he wants to do, we need to stop him. Hurry up and destroy that island. The three Gu immortals had aggressive auras as they got closer. Fan Yuan, Wu Shuai, and Lu Weiyin attacked, destroying the three huge rock pillars around the island. Without the huge rock pillars, the island started to move along the flow of the earth vein. The three Gu immortals chased after it, but the island's speed was too fast. The difference between the two sides was huge. The island pulled away dangerously. In just a few breaths of time, it was far away from the three Gu immortals. The three Gu immortals were dumbfounded. What the hell was this? It was just an island, but its speed was so fast. We really got rid of them. What exactly was this island? And where are we going? Wu Shuai touched the hard ground of the island as he exclaimed in shock. Lu Weiyin coughed out blood continuously. The destruction of the rock pillars earlier had worsened his injuries. He did not answer Wu Shuai. He looked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, you should have recalled it already, right? Fan Yuan nodded. The moment he saw this island, he had a flash of inspiration. When he landed on the island, he had already recalled it. This isn't flying earth. Fan Yuan replied to Wu Shuai. Even though Wu Shuai was his clone, Fan Yuan did not copy all of his memories to him. This was a precaution. In the future, if Wu Shuai was defeated and captured, he would be subjected to soul searching or other methods, then these memories would be used to aid the enemy. In the 500 years of my previous life, the 5 regions were united, the 2 heavens merged into one, the earth veins of the 5 regions also fused together, forming many unique terrains. Since ancient times, people called them the 10 Earths. They are Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Earth Cave, Earth Prison, Production Ground, Flying Earth, Battlefield, Treasure Ground, and Graveyard. This island is one of the 10 Earths, Flying Earth. It is formed in the Earth vein. It can travel through the Earth vein continuously, moving as fast as flying. Its speed is extraordinary. Wu Shuai realized. So that's it. He continued to sigh. Heaven and earth have changed, but there are other interesting things in the depths of the earth. He knew the essence of this island, he asked. Then where can we go? Fan Yuan shook his head slightly. I have only heard of flying earth. I have never personally come into contact with it. I only know that it can move along the earth vein, but the direction is hard to control. I wonder what methods do you have? In this ambush battle, Lu Weiyin's performance was extremely outstanding. Fan Yuan placed a lot of importance on him. This current generation Paradise Earth inheritor of Southern Border was very strong. First, he set up the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. This battlefield was so outstanding that it trapped Spectral Soul and Qiju. It perfectly displayed the power of a battlefield. Next, Lu Weiyin controlled the battlefield, allowing the immortals attacking Spectral Soul to cooperate better. During the intense battle, Spectral Soul had tried to attack Qingqiu several times, but Lu Weiyin stopped him. Secondly, at the crucial moment, Lu Weiyin displayed a powerful defensive method to block Spectral Soul's frenzied attacks, giving Demon Immortal Qiju time to use Shishi Killer Move. This was the turning point of the ambush battle. Thirdly, Lu Weiyin used all life is bitter and suffering a loss as a blessing to restrain Spectral Soul, causing it to suffer a huge backlash. Finally, he held on in the battlefield, suppressing the terrifying power of Spectral Soul's self-detonation, helping Fan Yuan's 2 clones escape. After the battlefield collapsed, it was he who led Fan Yuan to this place and escaped with his life. Lu Weiyin's battle strength was definitely top tier in the current world. What made Fan Yuan admire him even more was his temperament. He was skilled in enduring. He purposely kept all life as bitter and suffering a loss as a blessing to use at the crucial moment, causing Spectral Soul to suffer a huge loss. With such a shrewd plan, Fan Yuan believed that Lu Weiyin definitely had a method to control flying Earth. After all, this involved Earth Path. It was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's specialty. As expected, Lu Weiyin did not disappoint Fan Yuan. He nodded with a smile. I am untalented, but Paradise Earth's inheritance has a corresponding method to control flying Earth's direction and stopping point. Wu Shuai heard this and his pupils shrunk. he could not help but be wary. Lu Weiyin continued to smile as if he did not sense it. Following this earth vein, we will pass through Western Desert, Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and finally Northern Plains. I wonder where Fan Yuan wants to stop. Fan Yuan smiled as well. Didn't you invite me to Southern Border's Mushroom Man Paradise as a guest? Lu Weiyin nodded. Fan Yuan, now that spectral soul has been killed by us, I believe you have already seen my sincerity. This is not just my sincerity, it is also Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's sincerity. Chapter 2076. What? Wu Shuai heard this for the first time. He was stunned. Who did not know of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's benevolence and kindness? He spent his entire life trying to eliminate spectral soul's death. He did not have a single offensive move. His actions and words were to guide people to do good. He took pleasure in helping others. The number of people he had helped numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Not just humans, but variant humans and legendary immemorial beasts as well. He had even taken action many times to repair mountains and rivers, managing resource points for the world. Southern Border's Mushroom Man Paradise, Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court, and the Blue Dragon Whale had all obtained Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help. Even Central Continent's reincarnation battlefield was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable because he could not bear to see Central Continent's Gu Immortals kill each other. He created this battlefield killer move to resolve conflicts. As for Fan Yuan killed people like flies. He was cold and emotionless. For his own benefits, he destroyed Fate Gu. He disregarded the great cause of humanity. For the sake of cultivation, he plundered resources everywhere. Extortion, ambushes, robberies, he did everything he could. Everywhere he went, there was blood and disaster. Now that spectral soul was dead, Fan Yuan was the true number one demon in the world. It was not strange that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had deduced Fan Yuan. The other 9 Venerables had also deduced Fan Yuan. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable actually wanted Fan Yuan to be his successor. He wanted Paradise Earth's forces to help Fan Yuan become a venerable. This was a little too inconceivable. Is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's brain damaged? Wu Shuai reacted and thought of this. Next, Wu Shuai thought, is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable trying to guide my main body to do good? This is in line with his style. That was right. Fan Yuan was a demon. The battle earlier would definitely shock the world if it spread. Fan Yuan's position as the number one demon in the world was confirmed. If such a demon could turn back to the path of righteousness, it would be a great thing for the world and all living beings. Wu Shuai was shocked, but Fan Yuan was expressionless. He did not show any surprise. The reason for that was because he had heard those words when he was communicating with Lu Weiyin earlier. At that time, Fan Yuan recalled the scene on the Red Lotus Stone Island. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable barged into the Stone Lotus Island and talked to Red Lotus Will. He did say that he wanted to snatch the inheritor, Fan Yuan. Thus, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took Regret Gu and placed it in the Blue Dragon Whale. It was because of this that Fan Yuan ventured into the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven Paradise, took away Regret Gu, and released Xinshang. At that time, the ultimate mission that appeared on the merit list seemed to be inviting Fan Yuan to stay in the Grotto Heaven and accept this mission to become the master of the Blue Dragon Whale. But Fan Yuan did not accept this temptation. He resolutely chose to go out and participate in the Fate War, destroying Fate Gu. After the Fate War, Lu Weiyin took the initiative to contact Fan Yuan and offered his assistance. These two matters were actually of the same origin. It was not that difficult for Fan Yuan to accept it. Since rebirth, I have obtained many venerable true inheritances. This is the help that the venerables gave me. They used me as a pawn to destroy Fate Gu. I thought that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had the same idea, but to think that he had other intentions. Thoughts flashed in Fan Yuan's mind as they collided. He was in such a huge predicament this time, he had a slim chance of survival. The most dangerous moment was when Giant Spectral Soul used Eat Hard on him. Fan Yuan could not resist it, he could only take a risk. At that time, he forced a smile and disguised himself perfectly. he successfully deceived demon immortal Qi Ju into betraying Spectral Soul. This interrupted Eat Heart Killer move and allowed him to survive. At that moment, most of Fan Yuan's body was already in the coffin. But what was the source of this danger? The external calamity was Spectral Soul chasing after him with all his might. He wanted to take back sovereign immortal fetus Gu and the dream realms. The internal calamity was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. He used over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks to make Fan Yuan unable to retaliate. Fate Gu was already destroyed. Fan Yuan no longer had any value. However much help he received earlier, he was going to suffer a huge backlash now. The Venerables who had helped Fan Yuan before had already abandoned Fan Yuan. They were determined to kill him. In such a situation, there was a Venerable who acted alone. At the crucial moment, he helped Fan Yuan. What was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intention? What did he see in Fan Yuan? Why was he so sure that Fan Yuan would become a Venerable? Why was he willing to pay any price to help Fan Yuan become a Venerable? The surroundings were brownish-brown, Earth Qi was surging. Flying Earth moved forward in the vast and majestic Earth vein. According to what I know, in the Three Venerables theory, the next Venerable is Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable think that I have the potential to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Fan Yuan's gaze flickered. He broke the silence and probed. Lu Wei-yin replied. The Three Venerables theory is deeply rooted in people's hearts. It is widely spread. But now that Fate Gu is destroyed, nothing is certain anymore. It is possible that the next Great Dream Immortal Venerable is still Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But it is also possible that it is not, right? Fan Yuan, there is no need to say much. When you go to Mushroom Man Paradise and receive Paradise Earth's true meaning, everything will be clear. At that time, I will definitely welcome you with open arms. Lu Wei-yin smiled lightly. He did not want to say much. After this battle, he was confident that Fan Yuan would definitely come to Mushroom Man Paradise. But not now. Lu Wei-yin knew Fan Yuan's nature. Fan Yuan was ruthless. But he was extremely cautious. Even if Lu Wei-yin contributed greatly in this battle, if there was a chance, Fan Yuan would definitely kill him. But Lu Wei-yin had always been on guard. He did not give Fan Yuan a chance. When Spectral Soul self-detonated, he saved Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor. While expressing his sincerity, he also told Fan Yuan that he had a way to escape, thus allowing Fan Yuan to bring him into peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. And in Enclave, he had the method to control Enclave. He was still useful. Fan Yuan did not want to kill him. If he fainted, Fan Yuan would definitely kill him and soul-search Lu Wei-yin's soul. He would find out everything. Eventually, Fan Yuan chose to leave halfway. He was entangled by the myriad tribulation. The most important thing now was to get rid of it. His battle strength was low now, otherwise he would have attacked the heavily injured Lu Wei-yin already. Before leaving, Lu Wei-yin instructed Fan Yuan with a sincere attitude. Fan Yuan, I am sure you have a deep understanding of the situation earlier. Many Venerables want to get rid of you. It is not just because of the previous situation. Our time is very tight. The true situation is far more dangerous than the Fate War. If you are slightly slower, you will die tragically. Thus, I hope you can fulfill your promise and come to Mushroom Man Paradise as soon as possible. Fan Yuan nodded and left with Wu Shuai. The two immortals left the earth vein and went up. An hour later they came out of the ground and appeared in a desert. The surrounding 1,000 li was desolate and uninhabited. Wu Shuai suddenly laughed. Lu Wei-yin seems to be in trouble. He helped us this time and is the leader of a variant human force. He will probably face the joint attack of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Fan Yuan nodded. There will indeed be trouble. Southern Border's Righteous Path is led by Wu Clan. Wu Clan's leader, Wu Yong, is an ambitious and ruthless person. He will not let go of such a good opportunity. But with Lu Wei-yin's ability, I believe that he has a solution. Wu Shuai asked again. Before leaving, did Lu Wei-yin say those words just to scare you? Fan Yuan had a solemn expression. He shook his head slightly. Wu Shuai's heart sank slightly. Let's go, Fan Yuan said. Let's find a place to rest. We need to make every second count. Earth Vein. That demon Fan Yuan really escaped! Inside the celestial court's immortal goo house, Qin Dingling stared with wide-opened eyes. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. This was the situation she did not want to see the most, but it happened anyway. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan also sighed. He did not expect such an outcome. Earlier, Spectral Soul was so powerful, but in the end, he died, while Fan Yuan, who was chased all over the place, was still on the run. The biggest surprise was Lu Wei-yin. This Paradise Earth's inheritor was simply cutting himself off from the righteous path. He was a disgrace to Paradise Earth, immortal venerable. Of course, there were also Earth veins and ascending lands. The 5 regions were unified, the regional walls disappeared, the goo immortals of the 5 regions were all focused on the Fate War. The aftermath of the battle had yet to subside. Qi tides swept the world again. The goo immortals had trouble dealing with them. Basically, no one had the leisure and elegance to go deep underground to investigate the anomaly. The Earth vein was vast and boundless. It was like a surging yellow river. It had a huge momentum. It was not easy to move in the fan surface of the Earth vein. The ascending lands that carried Fan Yuan had already disappeared. The immortals moved with difficulty on the ground. Their hopes of catching up to Fan Yuan dwindled. Everywhere the immortals looked, the Earth path resources around the Earth vein were as plentiful as the stars. And inside the Earth vein, there were even higher quality immortal materials. Heaven and Earth are changing. The Earth has become so unfamiliar. These Earth path resources are very plentiful, but it is very difficult to collect them from the Earth vein, unless one has outstanding Earth path attainment. Just looking at the Earth path resources we have seen along the way, if we use them fully, we can definitely change the situation. Ancient Soul Sect, which owns this Earth abyss, is really lucky. After absorbing these resources, their strength will definitely soar. These were the people at the top of the goo immortals. They had broad horizons and great foresight. The underground resources were so plentiful, they had a huge impact. How to efficiently excavate these resources and how to use them would affect the entire world. Quick, take out the backup goo worms. Another 300 goo worms have been destroyed. Who will work with me to replace the new goo? The immortal goo house moved in this Earth vein. The Earth Chi was constantly corroding the immortal goo house, causing more and more Earth path Tao marks to be carved on it. Unless it was an Earth path immortal goo house, immortal goo houses of other paths could not stay in the Earth vein for long. Fan Yuan has already disappeared for a long time. Unless we can find a flying island like theirs, otherwise, that Lu Wei-yin clearly has a method to control the flying island. He is Paradise Earth's inheritor. Paradise Earth immortal venerable mainly cultivated Earth path back then. Even though the Celestial Court's goo immortals did not say it explicitly, they were implying that they wanted to retreat. Qin Dingling maintained her silence. She was very unwilling, but in the end, she could only watch as Fan Yuan escaped. She knew that Fan Yuan had disappeared for so long, there was almost no hope of catching up to him. But she still subconsciously did so. After this battle, her wariness towards Fan Yuan increased by several times. Spectral Soul personally chased after him, but Fan Yuan actually survived. He even set up an ambush and killed Spectral Soul. Do you have Fan Yuan? I still underestimated you. No wonder back then, even Fairy Myrtle who cultivated Wisdom Path lost to you time and time again. Chapter 2077. Today is my birthday. I am very grateful for everyone's support and blessings. Thank you to Nightmare 12, the leader of the Alliance, for your reward. I will add a chapter for you in the near future. I've read all of your lengthy comments, and I'm very touched by them. I really feel that I have not written for 6 years in vain. I have been reported all the way. This kind of perseverance is not wrong. Thank you to the friends like Nightmare 12. Thank you to you Xian, thank you to Ancestor Shi and the others for their congratulations and activities. But I don't know why Qidian did not activate the birthday blessing function. It's okay, I am really happy. Ever since I went into seclusion, I have deeply felt how insignificant I am. Being able to write this book is like trying to light an oil lamp in the dark. From time to time, there will be wind coming from the dark. I have to do my best to protect it, and not let this small oil lamp be blown out. Sometimes I feel sad. Can't such a big world accommodate a small oil lamp? Can't the internet, where there is freedom of speech, accommodate a book called Venomous Person? Chapter 2078. Danger, danger! Lady White Rabbit's expression was pale. Dodge! Fairy Meow-een shouted. Demon Judgment Board enlarged rapidly in the three immortals' vision, soon filling their entire field of vision. Strong winds blew against her. Lady White Rabbit found it hard to breathe. Bam! At the next moment, the ground shook, rocks flew everywhere. The Demon Judgment Board fiercely smashed into the thick soil and rocks. Bai Ning Bing and the other immortals split up. At the crucial moment earlier, they managed to avoid it. Demon Judgment Board got up and charged again. This time, it targeted Bai Ning Bing. So fast! Bai Ning Bing's pupils shrunk, she concentrated. Demon Judgment Board was covered in a faint red light. It accelerated its charge. It did not use any killer moves, it only charged around and attacked quickly. Bai Ning Bing could only dodge, she was exhausted from dealing with it, she could not find any way to deal with it. What do we do? Lady White Rabbit asked anxiously. Fairy Meow Yin's expression was ashen, she said directly. Let's go! This is an old grudge between the two of them. Let them fight to the death. Lady White Rabbit was grabbed by Fairy Meow-een. They were about to leave the battlefield. Where are you going? Guyue Fanjing suddenly turned around. Even though he hated Bai Ning Bing, he had never forgotten Qin Dingling's mission. White Rabbit and Meow-een were crucial clues to finding Fan Yuan. How could he let them leave so easily? Demon Judgment Board let out an intense blood-red light. The blood-red light illuminated the battlefield. Bai Ning Bing and the other immortals were enveloped by the blood-red light. Their expressions changed. Under this blood-red light, they felt their blood being pulled by a strong force. It was as if all of their blood was being pulled into Demon Judgment Board. It was very uncomfortable. If we do not get rid of this light, our blood might really be sucked dry. Fairy Meow Yin's expression was ashen. Immortal Killer Move, Bai Xiang. On the other side, Bai Ning Bing successfully activated her killer move. She turned into a white ice giant. The blood-red light was ineffective against her. Bai Xiang was the trump card of a southern border rank 8 Gu Immortal. It could allow the Gu Immortal to temporarily abandon their body and transform into another life form. This move was very powerful. It had once brought white terror to southern border. It left a mark in history. When Bai Ning Bing used it, she immediately changed her situation. The white ice giant did not have a drop of blood on it. Demon Judgment Board's killer moves were all useless. Goddess Meow Yin's heart sank. With Bai Ning Bing's current state, it was time for her to retreat. But Bai Ning Bing didn't do that. Instead of retreating, she attacked back and roared excitedly. This man. Goddess Meow Yin mumbled, her expression was a little complicated. However, when Bai Ning Bing's killer moves landed on Demon Judgment Board, they were like waves crashing on a reef. The Demon Judgment Board was like a reef by the sea. No matter how strong the wind or the waves were, it remained unmoving. Goddess Meow-een furrowed her brows and shouted urgently. White Rabbit, use your move! Lady White Rabbit nodded and grunted. She quickly used a killer move to protect herself and Fairy Meow-een. Fairy Meow-een was willing to take the risk and let others protect her while she used this chance to unleash her killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. She grew 5 new arms, giving her a total of 7 hands. His 7 hands formed hand seals. Her slender, white fingers shone with a dazzling light. Clang, 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 thud, 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 thud. As he moved his fingers, every time his fingers collided, a melodious sound could be heard. The crisp sounds reverberated in the surroundings, creating translucent sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye. Waves of sound waves raged like a storm, creating waves of attacks that landed on Demon Judgment Board. Fairy Meow-een, rank 37th on Demon Judgment Board. Rank 7 cultivation level, Meow Yin's true inheritance. Her Wondrous Hand Profound Sound killer move can rise to rank 8 along with the core Immortal Gu. Guyue Fanjing muttered. Above his head, countless blood-red characters gathered into a huge red name list. Be it Fairy Miaoyin, Lady White Rabbit, or Bai Ningbing, they were all on the list. Fairy Miaoyin and Bai Ningbing worked together, but Guyue Fangjing still had a relaxed expression. Because he was inside Demon Judgment Board. The Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was extremely powerful. Normally speaking, a Rank 7 Immortal Gu House that could block a Rank 8 was already the foundation of a superforce. And a top Rank 8 Immortal Gu House could participate in the competition for pseudo-venerable positions. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan had used Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace to fight against Duke Long. And in the pursuit earlier, he had used 3 Immortal Gu Houses to deal with Spectral Soul. These 3 Immortal Gu Houses were all Rank 8. Demon Judgment Board was also at this level, it was more focused on investigative methods. Against Rank 7 Gu Immortals like Bai Ningbing, Demon Judgment Board's battle strength was far superior, it was unreachable. Rays of blood light shot out of Demon Judgment Board. These blood lights rained down on Bai Ningbing like a torrential rain. Bai Ningbing turned into a white ice giant. She looked tall and sturdy, but her movements were extremely agile. She dodged continuously, the blood lights did not hit her even once. But as long as I get hit, I will be heavily injured. Bai Ningbing knew this, she focused on resisting. The dangerous situation made her excited. Suddenly, Demon Judgment Board shook, restraining Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could not move, she was hit by dozens of blood lights. The white ice giant was pierced full of holes, it was unrecognizable, it turned into ice shards. Lady White Rabbit screamed, while Fairy Miaoyin's heart sank. The difference in battle strength was too huge, they could not make up for it with numbers. Suddenly, a strong, cold light shone from the ice shards that were falling to the ground. The cold light shined brightly, turning back into the white ice giant. Bai Ningbing recovered to her original state. This was the strongest aspect of Bai Xiang Killer Move. As long as there was a shard, it could recover rapidly. Fangjing was not surprised. He knew a lot of information about Bai Ningbing. Since a long time ago, the two were enemies. Bai Ningbing had attacked many times. How could the Celestial Court not have any information about her? Furthermore, Demon Judgment Board could investigate. The Demon Judgment Board did not only have blood path demonic cultivators, but because of blood relation Immortal Gu, blood path demonic cultivators could not escape from the board. Bai Ningbing turned around and fought Fangjing again. Miaoyin and Lady White Rabbit attacked together. A large portion of the blood light in the battlefield dissipated. The blood in their bodies was no longer restrained. Fairy Miaoyin and Lady White Rabbit had been waiting for a long time. They flew out and were about to break free. Fangjing smiled. It is still too early. The blood light that had dissipated condensed into a ball, floating in the sky of the battlefield. In an instant, the blood attraction force that had dissipated increased by several times. Bai Ningbing roared as she attacked. The Ice Path Killer Move hit the blood ball, only causing it to dissipate by half. Surrender! Fangjing's lips curled up, he activated Demon Judgment Board again. The formless pressure caused Fairy Miaoyin and Lady White Rabbit's expressions to change. At the crucial moment, Lady White Rabbit suddenly became ruthless. She shot out layers of dark shadows that covered her body. Almost at the same time, Lady Black Tigress appeared. Her eyes were pitch black, there were no pupils, only a cold light was moving around. She had deep eye bags and thick eyeshadow. Her aura changed from pure and innocent to sinister and ruthless. Black Tigress attacked. Her Dark Path Killer Move actually surpassed Bai Ningbing's earlier attack, causing the blood ball to dissipate by more than half. Black Tigress and Miaoyin were almost captured by Demon Judgment Board. They managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Fangjing was not arrogant or rash. He raised his hand as Demon Judgment Board's aura changed. His methods changed like flowing water. Blood energy surged. Countless grains of sand instantly filled the battlefield like stars. This is the killer move, Blood Star Spot. When did he set it up? I did not sense it at all. Even if it was Qin Dingling who saw this scene, she would have to applaud. After Fangjing became the Demon Judgment Board Lord, he had improved greatly. He had already grasped all of Demon Judgment Board's methods, he even used them in a unique style. This time, even Bai Xiang was not spared, he was hit. The three immortals were corroded by the blood sand, red spots appeared on their bodies, their movements were restricted and their thoughts became sluggish, their immortal essence also seemed to be stuck in a swamp, becoming slower and slower. The difference in strength between the two sides was too huge. Normally speaking, when two immortals fought, if one side wanted to escape, the other side could not stop them, unless they activated a battlefield killer move and trapped them inside. But Demon Judgment Board was a top-tier rank 8 immortal goo house. It was originally created to chase and kill demonic path goo immortals. Thus, other than investigative methods, even if Demon Judgment Board did not have the ability to set up a battlefield, it could make it hard for demonic path goo immortals to escape. Bai Ningbing and the other immortals were about to be captured by Fangjing. Suddenly, the ground shook, countless amounts of earth chi shot up from below, the air currents were so fast that they pierced through the sturdy ground. Then, with a loud rumble, the yellow earth vein rushed up like a mighty yellow river. What is this? Bai Ningbing and the rest had not seen it yet, they were shocked. Even though Fangjing knew about it, at this moment, he felt like he was looking at the evil dragon Di Zhengxing. Earth chi surged and engulfed this battlefield. Earth path Dao marks spread wildly, corroding everything in the surroundings. From the vast earth vein, Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi Ju suddenly emerged. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had Chi land above his head. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was extremely damaged now, but it was still very useful. This time, it was acting as a guide, attracting the boundless and vast earth chi upwards. And Calamity Luck Altar's complicated part was that on top of this foundation, the entire earth vein's direction was constantly deviated, finally creating this soaring earth vein. Longevity Heaven is actually cooperating with Demon Immortal Chi Ju? Fangung was shocked. It turned out that under Qin Dingling's command, Celestial Court's immortal goo houses surrounded Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Both sides were evenly matched. Celestial Court could not take them down, but Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi Ju could not escape either. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan contacted Demon Immortal Chi Ju, saying that the situation was not right. The two were extremely astute experts with rich experience. Qin Dingling's attitude made them suspicious and worried. Chapter 2079. To break through Celestial Court's encirclement, Longevity Heaven worked together with Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Using the earth vein, they completely broke Qin Dingling's encirclement. After Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi Ju came out of the earth vein, they split up and continued to ascend. Celestial Court's immortal goo houses also appeared later on. Qin Dingling transmitted to Fangjing. Stop them! Even without this order, Fangjing had already prepared his strength. Boom! Demon Judgment Board shook fiercely, a blood-red light pillar shot out, sweeping towards Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Both Sweet Sound and Black Tigress were greatly shaken by such a vast attack. In order to capture the three immortals alive, Fangjing had been restrained all along. This attack was the true power of Rank 8 Demon Judgment Board. The blood-red light pillar shot over, Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi Ju blocked it, but their speed was obstructed. Qin Dingling and the rest arrived soon after. Good job, Fangjing! After dealing with those three immortals, gather up and kill these people. Qin Dingling ordered again. At this moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju's battle strength fell greatly because of Spectral Soul's ambush, but as long as he worked together with Calamity Luck Altar, they were still on par with Celestial Court. Where did Qin Dingling get her confidence from? Yes. Fangjing had a solemn expression. He had just received the order when Bai Ningbing, who was nearby, attacked. In fact, Bai Ningbing's Ice Path killer move had been prepared for a long time, but Fangjing did not care about it. He had once controlled Demon Judgment Board to fight against Rank 8 Ice Path Goo Immortal Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He was hit by the Snowman Race's Immortal Suppression Coffin killer move. That battle was still fresh in Fangjing's memory. Compared to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Bai Ningbing was merely rank 7, she was far inferior. However, when Bai Ningbing used this move, Fang Jing's expression changed. Bai Ningbing did not attack the demon judgment board. Instead, she attacked Goddess Miao Yin and the Black Lotus Immortals. Guyue Fang Jing had no choice but to change his strategy. Blood mist enveloped Sweet Sound and Heiting's bodies, blocking Bai Ningbing's killer move at the last moment. Bai Ningbing, you're crazy! How dare you attack us? Goddess Miao Yin broke out in cold sweat and cursed. No! Perhaps this is the best way. Heiting's expression was shaken, but he soon understood. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned for a moment before realization struck her. Fairy Myrtle used to be the leader of the Celestial Court, so she knew everything about the Celestial Court. All sorts of methods related to immortal goo houses were told to Ying Wuxie and the rest. Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing, and White Rabbit were not left out. Because earlier, even with Spectral Soul as the leader, Fairy Myrtle and the rest did not have immortal goo houses. Compared to Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, they were the weaker side. Fairy Myrtle increased the amount of information she had, trying to make up for the difference. Guyue Fang Jing knew Bai Ningbing and the rest very well. Similarly, Bai Ningbing and the rest knew Fang Jing and Demon Judgment Board very well. Especially when it came to immortal goo houses, once they were built, it was hard to change their methods. The more outstanding the immortal goo house, the more this was the case. Why? For example, Demon Judgment Board was a top-tier rank 8 immortal goo house. Its performance reached a certain extreme, it was extremely hard to modify. Even if there were any good ideas, they might not be used on the entire immortal goo house. Demon Judgment Board was extremely complex, it was constructed from the coordination of countless goo worms. Changing a little would affect everything, it often meant a complete change. It would be better to build a new immortal goo house instead. Fairy Miao Yin was not stupid, she just could not react in time earlier. But now, she understood. Southern Borders Tai Clan's Demon Suppression Tower is most specialized in imprisonment, but Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board does not have such methods. Celestial Court must have given orders to Fang Jing to capture us alive. Thus, since the start of the battle, Fang Jing's attacks have been restrained. He only used his full strength against Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar earlier. As for why they were captured, the answer was obvious. It was for Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle had constructed a wisdom path formation in front of the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals and deduced Fang Yuan's location. How could Qin Dingling not know the value of these people? Fairy Miao Yin immediately guessed. It seems that Fang Yuan escaped successfully. Celestial Court wants to capture us and use us to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Even though they do not have a Wisdom Path Great Expert, Central Continent's 10 great sects are unharmed, they have a large number of Wisdom Path candidates. And Fairy Myrtle's Z-Wei True Inheritance has already been contributed to Celestial Court. The Wisdom Path formation is likely in this True Inheritance. Fairy Miao Yin thought of Bai Ningbing, she gritted her teeth. Bai Ningbing, you lunatic! But at the next moment, Fairy Miao Yin stared with wide eyes. Bai Ningbing's insanity was more serious than she had thought. Bai Ningbing had purposely cancelled her killer move by Xiang and restored her flesh body. Come, Fang Jing, attack! Bai Ningbing shouted. Her body turned into a white rainbow as she flew around Demon Judgment Board, shooting out countless icicles. The icicles could not pierce through Demon Judgment Board. They only left behind some snow-white ice marks. Ha! Black Tigress laughed loudly. She copied Bai Ningbing and cancelled her defense, joining the battle. This is also insane! Miao Yin sighed to herself with wide eyes. Black Tigress was ruthless and vicious. Her nature was completely different from White Rabbit. When she was ruthless, she did not even care about her own life. The three immortals attacked Demon Judgment Board, especially when Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress gave up on defense and focused all their energy on offense. Fang Jing could not focus on one thing and the other. He wanted to capture these three female immortals alive, he did not want to accidentally kill them. Qin Dingling had told him to deduce Fang Yuan's location, the more clues he had, the better. If he accidentally killed one of them, the deduction might fail in the future. Fan Jing knew that he had a huge responsibility on his shoulders. But the Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board's weakest point was that it lacked methods to capture them alive. Back when Demon Judgment Board was created, which of the ancestors of Celestial Court wanted to test this? Demon Judgment, as the name suggested, was to kill demonic path Gu cultivators. Why was there such a need to capture them alive? In this aspect, Qin Dingling sent Demon Judgment Board. It seemed like she had made a mistake, but she did not have a better choice. Among all the Immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court, Demon Judgment Board had the strongest investigative methods. Even though Fang Jing's cultivation level was low, Demon Judgment Board had a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence, as well as the wills of the past Demon Judgment Board lords. Demon Judgment Board could display its full battle strength. However, all Immortal Gu houses had a huge flaw: their methods were not flexible. Demon Judgment Board was no exception. It was a finished product. It was hard to modify. After it was built, the number of methods and what they were used were basically the same until now. They had never changed their appearance. Fan Jing fell into an awkward situation. He had the upper hand with Demon Judgment Board. Bai Ningbing and the other two were not his match. But with just Demon Judgment Board, Fan Jing could not capture them alive. In terms of flexibility, Gu Immortals far surpassed Immortal Gu houses. In the past Demon Judgment Board lords could solve the problem. But the current Demon Judgment Board lord, Fan Jing, only had rank 7 cultivation level. If they let Fan Jing leave the board, wouldn't they be giving Bai Ningbing and the rest a chance to turn the situation around? If only Fan Jing had a rank 8 Gu Immortal helper now. But what helper? From Qin Dingling's point of view, was one Demon Judgment Board not enough? Did he need helpers? Celestial Court was already lacking manpower. It was far from enough to deal with the current situation. No, Lady Qin Dingling's arrangements are reasonable, but I met 2 lunatics. It makes all reasonable troop deployments become illogical, thought Fan Jing. Who could be crazy enough to not defend and only attack when fighting a strong enemy? Wasn't that courting death? But Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress did it. What was even more amazing was that the results of the battle were extremely good. In the intense battle, Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. Guyue Fan Jing, don't you want revenge? Kill me, don't you want to kill me? Do it! Guyue Fan Jing was silent. Bai Ningbing continued to clamor. So look, you are just a lackey of Celestial Court. Your enemy is right in front of you, but you don't even have the courage to try and kill him. You are far inferior to your brother, Fan Yuan. Hearing these provocative words, not just Fairy Miaoyin, even Black Tigress was shocked. She thought, I completely gave up on defense, it is already crazy enough. But compared to Bai Ningbing, it pales in comparison. Fairy Miaoyin and Black Tigress were on tenterhooks, while Guyue Fan Jing fell into silence. Hearing Guyue Fan Yuan's name again, he raised his head and looked at the blood-colored words above his head. The blood-colored words formed a huge list. The names and positions on the list were changing from time to time. And not long ago, Spectral Soul, who was at the top of the list, had disappeared. He was replaced by the person at second place, Guyue Fan Yuan. Defeated Celestial Court, destroyed Fate, killed Spectral Soul. The number 1 demon in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fan Jing smiled bitterly. Regardless of when or where, even if he became the great Demon Judgment Board Lord, Fan Yuan's name was still engraved above his head. Fan Yuan's shadow was still shrouding his life. Eliminating all the names on Demon Judgment Board is the ambition of every Demon Judgment Board Lord. But I know that I am not Fan Yuan's match. In this life, I can only look up to his back and hear of his legends. But, Bai Ningbing, you are merely ranked 27th on this list. You really think I don't dare to kill you? Where do you get your confidence from? Fan Jing shouted. The moment he said that, Demon Judgment Board charged forward, arriving in front of Bai Ningbing in a breath's time. Intense winds blew. Bai Ningbing could not dodge in time. She would be smashed to pieces by Demon Judgment Board at the next moment. she would die. No! Fairy Meow-een shouted in her mind. Her 7 hands moved together and shot out a berserk profound sound. The profound sounds arrived first, but they could not stop Demon Judgment Board. Black Tigress spat out a mouthful of blood. Her obstructive methods were also destroyed by Demon Judgment Board. Chapter 2080. Earth Abyss Battlefield. Boom! After being hit by Celestial Court's attack, Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was grim. Legendary immemorial beast Mao Liqiu shouted, "Let Grandpa Mao go out and kill these people!" 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted, "Grandpa Mao, this place is too damaged, please help me repair it." Mao Liqiu snorted. It fixed Calamity Luck Altar while muttering unhappily, "It is so unbearable to take a beating." Bing Sai Chuan, Calamity Luck Altar is under your control, don't ruin Master's reputation. Bing Sai Chuan frowned, replying, "Mao Liqiu, take a look outside, someone is in a worse state than us." Demon Immortal Qi Ju was the person Bing Sai Chuan was talking about. He was in a terrible state indeed. Spectral Soul's self-detonation caused his Shilan to be heavily damaged. And Shilan was his greatest support since rebirth. Even though he obtained many top-quality true inheritances, he did not have enough time to modify killer moves. Thus, his Chi Path killer moves were almost always the same. Only killer moves that used Shilan as the core could be used in battles of this level. But now, Shilan was heavily damaged. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's battle strength fell sharply. "We cannot let this continue. Celestial Court might have strong reinforcements. Longevity Heaven, we need to work together again." Demon Immortal Qi Ju transmitted with much difficulty. "Celestial Court is currently at its weakest in history. What reinforcements can they have?" Mao Liqiu muttered. "We cannot be careless. Celestial Court's foundation is unfathomable." Bing Sai Chuan replied to Mao Liqiu before agreeing to Demon Immortal Qi Ju's request. He also felt something amiss. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar retaliated first to provide cover for Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju gritted his teeth, activating Shilan and drawing an endless Earth Qi. Calamity Luck Altar took over again, fiercely pushing up the gradually sagging Earth vein. "Humph, using the same trick again, you are really looking down on me." Qin Dingling suddenly left the Immortal Gu house and went outside, using a Luck Path killer move. The killer move's golden light burst out. Bing Sai Chuan's expression changed. It was like his finger was bitten by a poisonous hand. He quickly retracted his hand. "South close." This killer move faintly countered Calamity Luck Altar. Just one more step and Calamity Luck Altar would have to bear the pressure of the Earth vein. It would be suppressed in the Earth vein and unable to escape. It would become a target. Bing Sai Chuan thought to himself. Qin Dingling's methods had far surpassed his expectations. Without the guidance of Calamity Luck Altar, the vast Earth vein that had just risen fell back down again. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar's efforts were not in vain. Giant pillar-like Earth vein tributaries shot in all directions. An Earth vein tributary was like a yellow-brown river that passed through the battlefield of the Demon Judgment Board and the 3 Immortals. The 3 Immortals were struggling to maintain the situation and resist Demon Judgment Board. Bai Ningbing was still alive. Even though she was crushed by Demon Judgment Board earlier, at the crucial moment, she used Bai Xiang killer move again. Demon Judgment Board dodged, unwilling to fall into the Earth vein tributary. "The heavens are helping me!" Seeing this scene, Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up with joy. Her body grew rapidly. The small white ice giant that was only 5 meters tall immediately grew to 6 meters tall. "This is the chance to escape." Bai Ningbing stretched out her hands towards Meow-een and Black Tigress. The two hesitated for a moment before letting themselves be held by Bai Ningbing's hands. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate. She jumped into the Earth vein tributary. "Don't even think about leaving." Fang Jing gritted his teeth, quickly activating Demon Judgment Board to charge into the tributary. The Earth veins were extremely vast, and even the branch veins were incomparably huge. When the Demon Judgment Board entered, it was like a small fish and shrimp in the river. "No, we can't escape. Demon Judgment Board is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house after all." Fairy Miao Yin had a pale expression. In just this short while, Bai Ningbing could not hold on anymore. A vast number of earth path Dao marks invaded her body. Bai Xiang was already on the verge of collapse, even though Miao Yin and Black Tigress defended with their full strength. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly. She was not flustered. Of course we cannot compare to Demon Judgment Board. Now, it is up to Guyue Fangjing to make a decision. He he. At the moment of life and death, Bai Ningbing laughed out loud. She turned around and dispelled Bai Xiang, revealing her true body. Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress had already made up their minds. They followed Bai Ningbing and charged towards Demon Judgment Board. What are you doing? Guyue Fangjing looked at Bai Ningbing and the rest in shock as they dispelled their defensive methods. He had no choice but to use blood-red light to cover the three immortals. With Demon Judgment Board's help, the three immortals finally escaped the tragic fate of being crushed by the earth vein. Guyue Fangjing, however, felt a huge rock pressing on his heart. What was this? He had become Bai Ningbing's help instead. But Guyue Fangjing had no choice but to do this. He had to complete Qin Ding Ling's orders and capture these three immortals alive. Guyue Fangjing, what methods do you have to capture us alive? If Demon Judgment Board had them, you would have used them already. In this situation, unless you leave the immortal Gu house and use your own methods. Come, let's take a gamble. Bai Ningbing could not speak, she could only scheme in her mind. If they lost the gamble, they would become prisoners, they would not be able to do anything. When their value was squeezed dry, they would be beheaded, they would become sacrifices for the celestial court to regain its prestige. Guyue Fangjing stared with wide eyes, he gritted his teeth. Bai Ningbing won the gamble. Fangjing did not have any unique methods to capture them. Unless he took a risk and brought these three immortals into the immortal Gu house. If Fangjing did that, he would be a complete idiot. Because he would be inviting a wolf into the house. How could Fangjing alone be the match of these three immortals? So crafty and ruthless, but so what? Fangjing said through gritted teeth. If you were captured by me, you would still have lived for some time. But now you can only die. Congratulations to all of you. You have fought with all your might and obtained gratifying results. Fangjing left behind a mocking sentence. He gave up on the three immortals and controlled Demon Judgment Board to leave the earth vein. Even something as strong as Demon Judgment Board could not stay in the earth vein for long. In just this short period of time, most of the mortal Gu in Demon Judgment Board were destroyed. Without Demon Judgment Board's protection, Bai Ningbing and the rest felt immense pressure. Their lives were in danger, they struggled at the edge of the cliff. Maybe Fangjing is right. Fairy Miao Yin smiled bitterly. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. What is that? Black Tigress suddenly called out. The three immortals were as small as mosquitoes. They were washed away by the earth vein tributary. In the boundless yellowish-brown area, a pitch-black hole appeared. Go! The three immortals had no other choice. At the final moment, they jumped into the black hole. Almost at the same time. In the lush green forest on the surface, Fairy Myrtle, Ying Wuxie, and Old Man Jingyuan were secretly moving forward. This distance is not safe, continue. Fairy Myrtle saw that Ying Wuxie was moving slowly, she transmitted to remind him. Ying Wuxie gritted his teeth, he had a dazed expression as he said dejectedly, Now that our main body is gone we will. Fairy Myrtle looked at Ying Wuxie seriously. Even if our main body dies, we still have you. Ying Wuxie, you are a split soul. From today onwards, you will be our master. But Ying Wuxie did not feel proud, he was extremely dejected. Even our main body died in battle. In this vast world, it is no longer the era of specters. Fairy Myrtle frowned, she was about to console him when Old Man Jingyuan suddenly said, There's a situation, don't move, let me deal with it. At the next moment, he activated a killer move, his body shined with white light as he quickly covered the three immortals. After a few breaths of time, heaven and earth shook, countless birds and beasts flew around in the forest. Loud noises could be heard from afar, filling the world. The three immortals raised their heads and saw that the sky was dyed jade green, An extremely grand immortal goo house was flying in the sky, covering the sun and sky. It seemed slow but was actually extremely fast. This immortal goo house was so huge, it was definitely the number one immortal goo house in the world. And its rank 8 aura surged like the sea, intimidating all living beings. Inside the immortal goo house, there was a commotion. It was filled with vitality. This is Divine Emperor City? Ing Wuxia was shocked. Divine Emperor City was created from the combination of Divine Beam Palace and Emperor City. Isn't it the largest gathering point of Central Continent's surface human vein? It can actually be moved? Old man Jingyuan was shocked. Fairy Myrtle pondered. This house was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. There must be a reason for it to move. Strange, why did Qin Dingling not move this house to Celestial Court during the battle earlier? So that's it. Old man Jingyuan used human path methods to investigate and found some clues. Too strong. This immortal goo house is too strong. Old man Jingyuan's body shook. He was shocked by his discovery. This immortal goo house contains countless people. It is filled with the profundities of human path. It can actually move the human vein gathering point and move it anywhere. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's plan is too huge. He had planned for too long. He only revealed it now. Divine Emperor City can gather the strength of countless people in the city, be they goo immortals, goo masters, or mortals. They can all be used at will. In the current world, it is probably the number one immortal goo house. Old man Jingyuan praised, sighing deeply. So that's it. It is a pity that Genesis Lotus' plan was slightly off. This Divine Emperor City did not make it to the Fate War. Ing Wuxia said. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. How can a Venerable's plan fail so easily? There is a deep story behind this, don't judge it rashly. The three immortals stopped and hid in the forest. They held their breaths and waited until Divine Emperor City flew over their heads and entered Earth Abyss before they let out sighs of relief. Let's go. Fairy Myrtle was about to set off. But old man Jingyuan stopped on the spot and shook his head with a bitter smile. I cannot follow Master anymore. Ing Wuxia was curious. What's wrong? Old man Jingyuan sighed. That Divine Emperor City has already become the center of the world's human path. I cultivate human path and am restricted by it. Earlier, it might have sensed me, but it might have an important mission and did not pay attention to me. To be safe, it is better to part ways with Master and Lady Ziwei first. Ing Wuxia's expression was grim. He had suffered another blow. Before the pursued battle in Celestial Court, Shadow Sect was filled with talents and was flourishing. But now, only he and Fairy Myrtle were left. It was truly tragic. Chapter 2081. Divine Emperor City was filled with commotion and clamor. The hundreds of thousands of residents living in the city were all looking at the sky at this moment. Divine Emperor City's sky was completely covered by a dark green profound light. Not only that, but the city gates in all directions were also tightly shut and guarded by layers upon layers of soldiers. What in the world is going on? You don't know? There was a notice at the city gates saying that the city gates would be closed for a period of time. There will be a phenomenon during this period. Don't panic. I heard of this notice too, but I did not expect it to be such a grand phenomenon. The residents in the city discussed with calm expressions. There was no large-scale chaos. Northern City District. Where did Hongyi go? Chao Yu sighed as he walked out of the dark alley. Xia Lan was accompanying him. The two were disciples of Universal Life Academy. After Hongyi disappeared, they were ordered to search for him. Regretfully, they had been in Divine Emperor City for 2 to 3 months, but there was no progress. Xia Lan frowned. These days, we have searched almost the entire Divine Emperor City. We have contacted more than 10 intelligence goo masters, but there is no news of Hongyi. The situation is probably the worst. Chao Yu stared with wide-open eyes. You are saying Hongyi entered the painting world? How is this possible? Xia Lan quickly looked around and said in a low voice. Lower your voice, such secret news has been spreading in the city recently. The painting world was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It can take in the residents of this city and return safely after a period of time. Especially recently, many Gu masters have come to Divine Emperor City to try their luck at the immortal opportunity after hearing this news. Chao Yu was at a loss. If Hong Yi is really in the painting world, how are we going to find him? Xia Lan was silent for a while before sighing. If that is the case, we can only wait. Eastern City District. Master, please take care. A female Gu master sent him off respectfully. Most of the surrounding people were staring at the phenomenon in the sky. Only a small portion of them saw this scene and were stunned. The female Gu master was a famous refinement path master. She was ranked top 100 in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, but she was actually so polite to an unfamiliar Gu master. And this unfamiliar Gu master was wearing a long robe and a straw hat. His face was hidden in the shadows. The unfamiliar Gu master acted cautiously, maintaining his silence and quickly disappearing into the alley. What the hell is going on? Such a phenomenon, it must be the work of a Gu immortal. The unfamiliar Gu master raised his head slightly in the deserted alley, looking at the strange scene in the sky. Sigh, I did not expect to encounter such trouble when I came to the city to exchange for Gu materials. Hopefully, my identity won't be exposed. To be on the safe side, I'll choose a remote inn for the next few days and stay there until the city gates open. The unfamiliar Gu master was filled with worry. He was Ben Duoi. Under Gu immortal Yu Mu Chun's guidance, he had grasped the natural Gu refinement method. He cultivated day and night and improved greatly, but the cost of cultivating refinement path was very high. He was alone and had to sell the Gu he refined frequently in exchange for cultivation resources. He was a hairy man. He was only using a Gu worm to conceal his true appearance. In this human settlement, he had to be as cautious as he could be. There were all sorts of people in Divine Emperor City. There was no lack of rank 6 Gu immortals among them. But no one could have expected that Divine Emperor City was wrapped in profound green light. Not only did it leave its original location, it even flew towards Ancient Soul Sect and descended into Earth Abyss, fighting against Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Single Breath Cloud Explosion. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's killer move landed on Divine Emperor City, but it only caused ripples on the surface of the profound green light. This is probably the #1 Immortal Gu house in the current world. Even someone like Demon Immortal Chi Ju felt dejected at this moment. With his current battle strength, he could not shake Divine Emperor City. So Qin Ding Ling's trump card was this Divine Emperor City. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan had a grim expression. Calamity Luck Altar was left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, while Divine Emperor City was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. In the battle between the two, Divine Emperor City won against Calamity Luck Altar, and the gap was huge. Calamity Luck Altar itself was not huge. Compared to Divine Emperor City, it was even smaller. The largest immortal Gu house in history, Divine Emperor City, was like a huge and thick jade cloud. It had the power to cover heaven and earth, blocking Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar's escape route. And at the back, Qin Ding Ling was leading the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Demon Judgment Board was at the front of several immortal Gu houses. It was the vanguard. During the intense battle, Divine Emperor City suddenly became noisy, before profound green light surged and formed a huge whirlpool. Spiraling green winds blew out of the whirlpool, enveloping Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's expression changed. He could only barely maintain the damaged Shiland. But Shiland could not block this move. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju was sucked into Divine Emperor City. Divine Emperor City suppressed Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were shocked. Even though Demon Immortal Chi Ju only had a damaged Shiland, he had pseudo-venerable battle strength. But to think that after he was devoured, there was no commotion in the city. Divine Emperor City's power deeply shook the hearts of Longevity Heaven's immortals. No wonder Qin Ding Ling was so persistent and had such a huge appetite. This is urgent! Bing Sai Chuan exclaimed. He no longer hesitated, activating Calamity Luck Altar's strongest method. Calamity Luck Altar let out golden light that filled the sky. A damaged path was formed in the golden light. It extended far into the sky, passing through the ground without damaging a single rock. Longevity Heaven, where are you going? Qin Dingling knew that this was the crucial moment. She decisively interfered with Calamity Luck Altar. She cultivated Luck Path. Her life's goal was to deal with Giant Sun Immortal, and she was once Giant Sun's immortal concubine. She had a deep understanding of Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was disrupted by Qin Dingling. The newly formed golden path started to shake. It could not be stabilized. At this time, a huge whirlpool started to form in Divine Emperor City's profound green light again. Are we going to be captured by Celestial Court as well? Hei Lolun's heart sank to rock bottom. She had a bad feeling about this. At the crucial moment, Five Elements Grand Master hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Let me hold them back, you guys leave. No, little fellow, you cultivate Formation Path, you will be very useful in the future. Grandpa Mao is the most suitable. Mao Liqiu pushed Five Elements Grand Master away. Grandpa Mao. Five Elements Grand Master was stunned. Mao Liqiu's position in Longevity Heaven was much higher than his. He originally thought that sacrificing him was the most reasonable arrangement in this situation. He did not expect Mao Liqiu to stop him. One had to know, the Celestial Court would definitely not be lenient in this situation. Mao Liqiu would probably die if he left. Bing Sichuan looked deeply at Mao Liqiu. Mao Liqiu said casually, Bing Sichuan, I will leave Longevity Heaven to you. Don't embarrass me, you must escape. Don't disappoint Master, otherwise I will curse you even after I become a ghost. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Humph, so much nonsense. Even if you die, you have to die beautifully. He had fought side by side with Mao Liqiu many times. Even though the two were not courteous, they had deep feelings for each other. It was just that Northern Plains men only knew how to use tough words to express themselves. Mao Liqiu laughed loudly. Don't worry, I am the best at this. Bing Sichuan quickly opened the Immortal Goo House and closed it. At the crucial moment, Mao Liqiu had already charged out. Come, punks of the Celestial Court! Mao Liqiu charged forward bravely. At once, even Demon Judgment Board was sent flying by Mao Liqiu. Mao Liqiu fought so crazily, it was soon bathed in blood and had many fractures. Its laughter became louder and louder, its aura continued to rise. Divine Emperor City sent out spiraling green winds towards Calamity Luck Altar again. Mao Liqiu clicked its tongue and flew up, using its body to block the spiraling green winds. At the next moment, like Demon Immortal Qiju, it was locked by the green winds and sucked into the profound green light. Taking advantage of this crucial moment, Calamity Luck Altar turned into a stream of light and followed the golden path, quickly leaving the battlefield. Divine Beam Palace, Painting World. Boom! Boom! Two loud roars resounded throughout the world of the mural. The gap between them was not long. What's going on? Fairy Bai Xia and the rest were bewildered. They were cultivating diligently in the painting world. They did not know what was happening in Divine Emperor City. Something big happened, Fang Dichang. Xinshang had an excited expression as he arrived in front of Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang hid in a corner. His clothes were tattered and dirty. He had a bamboo cane in his hand and a broken bowl in front of him. He looked up at Xinshang and begged, Master, please give me something to eat. I have been starving for 3 days and 3 nights. Meanwhile, he secretly sent a voice transmission. Brother Xin, what exactly happened? Xinshang replied secretly. I am not sure about the specific situation. But at the edge of the painting world, 2 new paintings appeared. In one painting, chi currents were moving and wind was howling. In the other painting world, there were beast roars. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Fang Dichang heard this and his eyes shined with bright light. His interest surged. He was schemed against by Genesis Lotus Will and only managed to escape with a portion of his will. With Xinshang's secret help, the situation improved. Fang Dichang did not know what was happening outside the painting world. But this was the first time such a situation had occurred in the painting world. Maybe he could find out the deeper secrets of the painting world? Several days later. In a certain corner of southern border, the fog in the valley dissipated and two people walked out. One was handsome, he had a dragon horn on his forehead and intimidating dragon eyes. He was rank 8 enslavement path gu immortal wu shui. The other had deep eyes, he had black hair and white skin, he was Guyue Fang Yuan. We have finally refined over 3,000 heaven path Dao marks, what do we do next? Wu Shui asked. Are we going to meet Lu Weiyin first? Fang Yuan stared at his palm with a complex expression. He was a little dazed, a little curious, and a little excited. Chapter 2082. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. 3 yellow leopards suddenly charged out of the dense weeds. 1 male and 2 female leopards. They growled at Yi Fan, who was at the center. Their sharp teeth were still covered in blood and flesh. They looked very fierce. Yi Fan was surrounded, his heart shook. These 3 leopards have strong concealment abilities. I only found out about them when they attacked. As for their battle strength, I will have to fight them to know. Thinking of this, Yi Fan threw out several goo worms. Bam bam bam. White smoke rose into the air before dissipating. 3 valiant rangers appeared beside Yi Fan with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were human path goo worms, Ranger Goo. Go! Yi Fan gave the order, and the 3 rangers immediately moved out, each charging at a yellow leopard. Man and beast fought. After more than 10 rounds, the rangers won 2 and lost 1. Yi Fan nodded, making an evaluation. Ranger Goo is rank 3, it is specialized in moving and fighting. These 3 leopards are also very agile, they have rank 3 strength. Ever since the Refinement Path Convention, Yi Fan had been cultivating in the painting world. Not only did he have rank 5 Hero Goo and rank 3 Ranger Goo, he also had killer moves, chivalrous liver, righteous courage, and other cultivation methods. He had made huge progress. Even so, he was frowning slightly now. I have just entered this roaring beast painting world. The outermost ones already have rank 3 strength. It seems that this painting is of a high grade. I wonder what progress Hongi has made. Time is up, I should go back and meet up with him. Yi Fan was only here to investigate some things. He was in charge of Roaring Beast Painting World, while Hongi went to investigate Chi Howling Painting World. Yi Fan returned and met Hongi on the way. The 2 were heroes, they had already become sworn brothers. In the cultivation life of the painting world, the 2 relied on each other and competed with each other. Their brotherly relationship became deeper. After knowing each other's situation, the 2 brothers conversed as they walked. It seems that there is a lot of trouble this time. Why did 2 paintings suddenly appear? Don't tell me the painting world can continue to grow? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods are truly unfathomable. With just the 2 of us, we cannot explore these 2 new worlds. The best way is to rely on the residents of the painting world and borrow their strength. That makes sense. The city gate was guarded by soldiers. People continued to flow out of the city while a small portion of people returned. The 2 new paintings had a huge impact on the painting world. The space of the mural world was limited, but these 2 new paintings were vast, attracting the attention of the entire city. Therefore, a large wave of exploration was set off. Yi Fan and Hongi mixed in the crowd and returned to the city. They were inconspicuous. Yi Fan and Hongi mixed in the crowd and returned to the city inconspicuously. Xingshang sat on the 2nd floor of the tea house at the city gate, observing Yi and Hong without leaving a trace while transmitting his voice to Fang Dichang. Look at the 2 of them. They've made extraordinary progress recently. These 2 people's auras were dense and extraordinary. They would definitely accomplish great things in the future. Brother Fang Di, if you return to your main body one day, you can ask about these 2, maybe you can make use of them. Fang Dichang sat on the ground, still looking like a beggar. He secretly replied, In the painting world, there is not much difference between immortals and mortals. Fang Dichang sat on the ground, still looking like a beggar. He secretly replied, In the painting world, the difference between immortal and mortal is not big. Their exploration time this time was very short. Calculating their journey, they probably only explored the periphery of 2 murals. From this, we can deduce that these 2 painting worlds are of extremely high standards. Even Yi Fan and Hong Yi do not want to enter too much. Xinshang chuckled. Brother Fang is indeed worthy of being the wisdom immortal of Fang clan. You can see the general trend from just a small clue. Yi Fan and Hong Yi want to borrow external strength. We might as well save some effort this time. Look, the 10 children of human path are here. Actually, there was no need for Xinshang's reminder. There was already a commotion on the other side of the street. With Xiao Qixing in the lead, Fairy Bai Xia, Sun Yuanhua, Sun Yao, Ying Xingji, Chen Dijiang, and the others appeared together, causing a commotion. Passers-by looked around and praised these 10 people. Fan Dichang's gaze focused slightly. Xiao Qixing and the others were Xinshang's 10 children of human path. Xinshang had already commented that these 10 people were full of human qi. Even though they were inferior to Hong Yi and Yi Fan, they were far superior and would definitely shine in the future. This was only natural. These 10 people were chosen by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were Gu immortal seeds specially nurtured by the Celestial Court. They were people who were strongly supported to develop into human path Gu immortals. Even a pig could obtain the support of the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Their future achievements would not be low. The 10 children of human path started to display their talents in the battle of exterminating Fan Dichang. During this period of time, they showed off their abilities and improved rapidly, becoming famous people in the painting worlds. They obtained the recognition of the city's higher-ups and were almost entrusted with important tasks. Now that the painting worlds were shaken and 2 new paintings were added, the 10 children of human path received orders and became the main force in exploring them. Besides the culprit Genesis Lotus Will, the ones who destroyed my soul are these 10 people. Don't let me get any chance, otherwise I won't mind if some of you die. Fan Dichang snorted coldly in his heart. Even though he was only left with a will, his strength had recovered a lot and was no longer the same as before. This was all thanks to the mystical path of human path. Fan Dichang had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. He had a deep understanding of human path. The most prominent characteristic of human path was that Gu worms could transform into humans. For example, Han Yi's scholar Gu could transform into a scholar. Yi Fan's hero Gu could transform into a hero. These scholar and hero-type Gu worms had the intelligence of a normal person after transforming into humans, but their temperament, ideals, and behavior would be different depending on the type. The most crucial point was that these Gu worms could transform into humans and use other Gu worms. Moreover, the proficiency in using them depended entirely on the Gu cultivator themselves. This was very terrifying. After transforming a Gu worm into a human, a bunch of Gu worms could use it and instantly create a Gu cultivator. Mortal Gu worms could transform into humans and use other Gu worms to become Gu masters. Immortal Gu worms could transform into humans and become Gu immortals. This made Fan Dichang think of his main body's sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu's effect and power were naturally not something these human path Gu worms could compare to, but there were huge similarities between the two. The crowd surrounded the 10 children of human path and set off from the city gate. This would be the largest wave of exploration. Quietly looking at this scene, Fan Dichang hid in a secluded corner and waved his hand. Men! Immediately, a few beggars rushed to him from their respective corners. Their attitudes were incomparably respectful as they said in unison, "Chief, what orders do you have for us? Go and gather some gang brothers, follow the crowd and gather information," Fan Dichang instructed. Currently, although he was formed from a beggar Gu, he was already a rank 5 bag beggar. Not only that, he had also borrowed Xinshang's strength to purchase a large number of beggar Gu and used the sect token Gu to activate the killer move, creating beggar gang. Right now, more than half of the beggars in the city were already under his command. Immortal killer move, myriad thought sword waterfall. Rumble. With a loud sound, a waterfall appeared. The silver-white waterfall had a grand aura as it fell from the sky and smashed into the hill. Every drop of water in the waterfall was a thought. They had the appearance of a sword. In just a few breaths of time, the hill was flattened. Fan Yuan retracted the killer move, the hill vanished completely and a shallow pool appeared in its original location. The water was filled with flowing small sword thoughts. As expected, the killer move's power has increased by several times, and it is even smoother. Fan Yuan carefully experienced the use of the heaven path Dao marks. After quelling the myriad tribulation, Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to keep the appointment. He found a place to rest and reorganize in secret. The reason why he used Myriad Year Sword Waterfall was because it was not an ordinary killer move. Killer moves were mainly of a single path. Even if goo worms of other paths were mixed in, they were only supplementary. For example, Rule Path's 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi, or Time Path's Time Cutting Edge. And some killer moves were special. They were compound killer moves that were based on 2 or more paths. For example, this Myriad Year Sword Waterfall move was the fusion of Wisdom Path and Sword Path. Fan Yuan had many such killer moves. There were Myriad Dragon, Yama, Great Thief Ghost Hand, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, Jade Flow Pearl, and so on. More accurately speaking, Myriad Dragon was a compound killer move of Enslavement Path and Transformation Path. Great Thief Ghost Hand was a compound of Soul Path and Theft Path, and Jade Flow Pearl was a compound of Refinement Path and Space Path. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was even more complex. It was created by fusing Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Sun, Yama Emperor, and Familiar Face. Every time he used Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, it would expend 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks on Fan Yuan. This compound killer move was much stronger than a single path killer move. The enemy would need to consider 2 or more paths to deal with it. It was harder to defend against. Normally, Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths would use it. For example, Qin Baixing cultivated both Soul Path and Metal Path. He had a move called Burning Soul Supreme Gold. It was a compound killer move of Soul Path and Metal Path. All Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths would have such killer moves. Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch had one because she cultivated both Lightning Path and Soul Path. Duke Long naturally had one as well. Because of conflicting Dao marks, Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths were extremely rare. Compound killer moves were also very rare in the Gu immortal world. Fan Yuan cultivated many paths because of the sovereign immortal body. He accumulated many compound killer moves. Even so, these compound killer moves could not be used in top-tier battles. This was because even though Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Dao marks, the compound killer moves that he used would have a large amount of internal friction because of the conflicting Dao marks. But the existence of Heaven Path Dao marks helped me greatly improve this. Fan Yuan acutely sensed this. He had already verified his conjecture. Right now, when he used a compound killer move like Myriad Ghost Sword Waterfall, because the internal friction was greatly reduced, the killer move's power increased by several times. According to my deductions, if I use Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon now, the expenditure of 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks will definitely be reduced by a lot. Because the internal friction is reduced, I do not need to expend so many Soul Path Dao marks to balance out the strength of the various paths. Over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks are not enough to eliminate this internal friction, but what about more? In the future, will I be able to use the help of Heaven Path Dao marks to create killer moves that cover all paths? At this point, other than a few killer moves of a single path, Fan Yuan no longer cared about them. Chapter 2083. Fan Yuan held an information path Gu worm in his hand. The Gu worm recorded the battle report of the pursuit earlier. The content was, Celestial Court 1, Spectral Soul died, Fan Yuan escaped, Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Qiu were suppressed, Old Man Jing Yuan was captured, Shadow Sect Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie escaped, Qi Si Ancestor, Bai Ning Bing, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin went missing. They were most likely dead. It seems that in the current world, even if there is no Immortal Gu House ranking list, Divine Emperor City is the #1 Immortal Gu House. Fan Yuan sighed. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, information path great experts had created many ranking lists together. Every ranking had intense competition. The Immortal Gu House ranking list was the same. But in the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Divine Emperor City had never appeared. Fan Yuan's rebirth brought about all sorts of changes. Even before the immortal Gu House ranking list appeared, Divine Emperor City was already at the top. In this case, even if there is an immortal Gu House ranking list in the future, Divine Emperor City's #1 position will not change, Fan Yuan estimated. Fan Yuan did not find it strange that Divine Emperor City could suppress Mao Li Qiu and Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Divine Emperor City was created by Divine Being Palace and Emperor City, even though it did not have rank 9 Immortal Gu and was not a rank 9 Immortal Gu house, it had painting worlds inside. This was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's peaceful and contented lifestyle. It was a human path killer move with painting path effects that formed the painting of all living beings. Evidently, it was a rank 9 level killer move, a venerable method. Against venerable methods, Duke Long had lost and Di Zhangxing had knelt before. Even if Demon Immortal Qi Ju was not heavily injured in Xiland, he was only a pseudo-venerable, while Mao Li Qiu was still far from it. My myriad-year flying warship and dragon palace have been destroyed. Even if they still exist, they are only at the peak of rank 8. But Divine Emperor City can be considered half a rank 9 Immortal Gu house. If 88-point Jinyang Tower was not destroyed back then, we could compete with it for the #1 position. Back then, the 88-point Jinyang Tower was jointly refined by Long-Hair Ancestor and Giant Sun Immortal. It could split into countless small towers and collect wild Gu worms. After merging into one, the main building would be formed, and it could even help Imperial Court Blessed Land resolve disasters. Giant Sun Immortal had passed away, but he had left behind 88-point Jinyang Tower, allowing Giant Sun to control the whole of Northern Plains even after his death. Northern Plains had held countless Imperial Court contests. The Huangjin bloodline had established a supreme position in both the mortal and immortal worlds of Northern Plains, and the 88-point Jinyang Tower was the main reason for this. And now, the Divine Emperor City was Central Continent's largest gathering point of human connections. It was Central Continent's largest storage and training ground, a holy land of humanity. In terms of structure, it was comparable to the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Even Fan Yuan was wary of such an immortal Gu house. As for why the Celestial Court wanted to announce this battle to the world, Fan Yuan could completely understand. The Celestial Court needed to raise their morale. Ever since the defeat in the Fate War, Fan Yuan destroyed Fate Gu in front of the world. The Celestial Court seemed to have lost its backbone, it lost its spiritual banner, and was even trampled by Fan Yuan. This result had a huge impact. The whole of Central Continent was shrouded in a dark shadow. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals were furious, but they also felt fear deep in their hearts. Meanwhile, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had low morale, they were listless. Central Continent was a place of war. This situation was truly dangerous. Once they were seen as weak and easily bullied, when the 5 regions' chaotic war started, they would be attacked by all 4 regions. By then, no matter how strong Central Continent was, it would be like a tiger or a leopard, it would be devoured by a pack of wolves. On one hand, it could stabilize the internal situation, on the other hand, it could intimidate the external situation. Qin Dingling had to do this. Concealing the results of the battle might give her a tactical advantage, but Qin Dingling was the leader of the Celestial Court, she had to look at the world. Thus, she chose to give up on the tactical advantage. She was willing to salvage the situation based on the overall situation. The Celestial Court has many talents. Even after losing a great expert like Fairy Myrtle, Qin Dingling is still able to stabilize the situation. The foundation of the Celestial Court is solid, it is not an exaggeration. Fan Yuan sighed, he approved of Qin Dingling's decision. If it were Fan Yuan, he would do the same. At their level, the 5 regions and 2 heavens were like a chessboard. When they competed with each other, without a grand scheme and vision, even if they could show off their might for a while, they would eventually lose miserably. Looking back at this pursued battle against Fan Yuan, Zhang Xian's expression changed. Undeniably, the biggest loser was the Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul, who had pseudo-venerable battle strength, died. Shadow Sect's Gu immortals either died, went missing, escaped, or were captured. Next was Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's losses were severe. Right now, the entire sovereign immortal aperture was in a terrible state. Mini southern border, which had the most vitality, had turned into barren mountains and ruins. Only a few resource points were left. The other mini 4 regions and the mini 9 heavens were not in a good state either. Even though many variant humans and humans were protected by Fan Yuan, they suffered great losses. After the combat Beast King blocked the myriad tribulation, he was still unconscious, he had not woken up yet. The losses of Immortal Gu were the greatest in Fan Yuan's life. Firstly, 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses were lost. Dragon Palace's core Immortal Gu, Dream Token, and myriad year flying warships years flow like water were preserved. They were both damaged and needed to recuperate. Most of the other Immortal Gu were destroyed in the battle, including Precaution Gu and Fight Gu. He also lost many Earth Path Gu worms. Even though Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was still around, the power of Spectral Soul's self-detonation was terrifying. Just to block this attack, Fan Yuan lost 7 Earth Path Immortal Gu and countless Earth Path Mortal Gu. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was severely weakened as a result. During this period of time, Fan Yuan had gone through the Fate War, the Myriad Tribulation, and Fan Yuan's pursued battle. His rank 8 immortal essence was almost used up. It could be said that he had used up almost all of his hard work before the Fate War. The 12 Zodiac battle formation had just improved, but after the battle with Spectral Soul, it had to be replenished again. There was only a trace of reverse flow river left, it could not be used properly. Unlimited Qi-Ci's power had fallen to rock bottom, it was no longer a trump card. And from Spectral Soul's body, Fan Yuan did not obtain any battle spoils. Spectral Soul's self-detonation caused everything to disappear. Undeniably, Spectral Soul was extremely troublesome. Even in death, he did not leave any loot for Fan Yuan. After the pursued battle, Fan Yuan's greatest gain was that he survived. He had over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks and the Qi-Ci clone. But these were not what he had originally. They were his gains from the Fate War, or from plotting against the Celestial Court. They had nothing to do with Spectral Soul at all. Even though Spectral Soul died in battle, Fan Yuan felt terrible. Shadow Sect and Fan Yuan were losers. Longevity Heaven was the same. They lost a legendary immemorial expert like Mao Liqiu, they had no gains. It was just that compared to Shadow Sect and Fan Yuan, their losses were much lower. After that, it was Demon Immortal Qi Ju who lost more than he won. Demon Immortal Qi Ju extorted many inheritances from Spectral Soul and Fan Yuan. There was no lack of venerable true inheritances. But his Shilan suffered heavy losses, he lost his freedom, and was imprisoned by Divine Emperor City. Thus, the greatest victor of this battle was Celestial Court. Spectral Soul was destroyed, Fan Yuan escaped, they suffered heavy losses. Next, Celestial Court defeated Longevity Heaven, Calamity Luck Altar escaped Central Continent in a panic. Divine Beam Palace suppressed Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Liqiu, Qin Ding Ling and the rest captured Old Man Jing Yuan, and put out arrest warrants for Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wu Xie. Qi-Ci Ancestor, Bai Ningbing, White Rabbit, and Miao Yin died in battle. This kind of battle result was really not small. It was a huge boost to the morale of the whole of Central Continent. Celestial Court's battle report spread all over the world. Not only was Fan Yuan analyzing the results, all the Gu immortals in the world were analyzing the situation. Among them, one person was the happiest. Amazing! Amazing! At the main seat of the hall, this Gu immortal held the battle report as he praised. Joy appeared in his eyes. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had thin eyebrows and long eyes. He had a strong physique and a domineering aura that was 30% ruthless and 30% domineering. He was Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Wind Path Gu Immortal, a formidable character of the present era, Wu Yong. Sitting at the first seat on the left was Wu Clan's second Supreme Elder, Wu Bachong. He did not have outstanding battle strength in Wu Clan, but he had the most experience. He was a steady person and dared to take on responsibilities. Back when Wu Clan was facing difficulties from the alliance of various forces, he stood up and stabilized the situation. he was an important member of Wu clan. Wu Ba-chong respectfully asked Wu Yong, "What is so amazing about it? Please enlighten me, Lord." Wu Yong put down the information path gu worm in his hand. His gaze was bright as he said, "In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the strong are revered. The so-called major forces of the world are merely the fights between the strongest experts at the peak. Only when the strong are in a stalemate can the weak and super forces have a chance to shine. If the Venerable is born, he will be invincible, he will dominate the world, everyone will bow down to him. Right now, the major forces of the world are in the hands of 4 people. One is Spectral Soul, the second is Guyue and Fan Yuan, the third is Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and the fourth is Qi Si Ancestor. Other than them, super forces like Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have immortal Gu houses like Calamity Luck Altar and Divine Emperor City. They can participate in the battle and influence the overall situation." Wu Ba-chong heard this and felt puzzled, asking, "Divine Emperor City is now publicly recognized as the #1 immortal Gu house. It can suppress Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Calamity Luck Altar is only slightly inferior, but it is also an extremely powerful immortal Gu house that shone brilliantly during the Fate War. Lord, why do you rank Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven below those 4? Wu Yong smiled, replying calmly, "These 2 immortal Gu houses are strong indeed, but they can only be strong for a short period of time. The greatest flaw of immortal Gu houses is that their methods are fixed and singular. Once they are understood, they can be targeted. But immortal Gu houses are hard to modify, they are not as flexible as pseudo-venerables, they can adjust quickly. Divine Emperor City is very strong, it can suppress pseudo-venerable Demon Immortal Qi Ju. But when its methods are understood, its deterrence will fall by a level. Celestial Court lacks pseudo-venerables, that is their greatest weakness. If not for Qi Si Ancestor standing on Celestial Court's side, Qin Ding Ling would not have such an outcome. So that's it." Wu Ba-chong realized. "I understand Lord's joy now. In this pursued battle, Spectral Soul died, Fan Yuan escaped in a sorry state, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was suppressed, and Qi Si Ancestor went missing. The chances of him dying are very high. The 4 pseudo-venerables that decide the overall situation of the world are in an intense battle of attrition. It is a good opportunity for us to develop." Wu Yong nodded. "It is good that such experts are all dead. The most regretful thing is that Fan Yuan escaped. Sigh, this demon is unfathomable, he cannot be evaluated with common sense. Maybe when he reappears, he will be even stronger than before." Speaking of Fan Yuan, Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Wu Ba-chong was also very worried. Fan Yuan had deep conflicts with Wu clan. Now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fan Yuan was definitely the #1 demon in the world. If he was given time to recover and deal with Wu clan, it would be a terrifying calamity that could cause heaven and earth to collapse. Wu Yong continued, "We can't interfere with the pseudo-immortal venerables. So we need to use this chance to develop and strengthen ourselves. In the future, when Fan Yuan comes to find trouble with us, we will at least have the strength to fight back. If this situation does not happen in the future, the 5 regions chaotic war will definitely be the trend. Central Continent and Northern Plains are guarded by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. They have been operating for countless years. They are impenetrable. Let's not talk about them for now. As for the remaining 3 regions, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea, they are in a state of disunity. The tides of the new era have already risen. Wu clan is taking this opportunity to rise. Western Desert is filled with sand and oases. It is easy to defend and hard to attack. Meanwhile, Eastern Sea is rich in resources. It has never had a venerable. Its people are the most gentle. We should first unite Southern Border's Gu immortal world, then take over Eastern Sea, followed by Western Desert. We will use the resources of the 3 regions to pass tribulation and become a pseudo-venerable, then nurture rank 8 Gu immortals and construct a top-tier immortal Gu house. Finally, we will attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Lord! This was the first time Wu Ba-chong had heard of this. He could not help but stare with wide eyes. He was shocked and excited by Wu Yong's plan, but also felt uneasy. This was the ambition to conquer the world. Could Wu Clan be brought to the peak by Wu Yong? Or would it be destroyed by the tides of the new era? Wind Path has never had a venerable. If possible, I might be able to fill this gap. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Wu Yong did not say this out loud, he only thought about it in his mind. He sat on the main seat, his gaze seemed to pierce through the hall, looking at the sky. At the next moment, Wu Ba-chong heard Wu Yong reciting leisurely. Eternal life is ethereal, I do not seek it, I am ashamed to live a long life without achievements. Regional walls vanish, chaotic times arise, once fate is gone, freedom reigns. Eagles soar in the sky, whales dominate the sea, without trying, how can we know the difference? How can mortals understand me? I will not give up until the end. Chapter 2084. Wu Ba-chong, quickly get up. In Wu Clan's main hall, Wu Yong laughed loudly. Wu Ba-chong instantly felt an invisible gust of wind that gently and tenaciously lifted him up. With your help, I have no worries. Wu Yong had a gratified expression. I am ashamed. Wu Ba-chong lowered his head and cupped his fists. This subordinate's cultivation level is insufficient. I have failed Lord's expectations. But from now on, as long as Lord gives the order, this subordinate will do my utmost to serve you. Wu Ba-chong was not putting on a show, he was willing to submit. Wu Yong was a true leader. When he first took the position, he got rid of the spies planted in Wu Clan. Even though Fan Yuan pretended to be Wu Yihai and used Wu Clan to steal dream realms, Wu Yong turned the tide and quickly regained all of Wu Clan's lost territories. During the Battle of Southern Border's Dream Realm, Wu Yong and the Celestial Court reached an agreement, returning the immortal Gu of the super clans. His reputation was unparalleled. Next, he led the Southern Border Immortals to surround and kill Fan Yuan, forcing Fan Yuan to flee to Western Desert from Southern Border. During the Battle of 5 Regional Mountain Range, he suffered a slight setback due to Fan Yuan and Lu Wei-yin's schemes. But after that, Lu Wei-yin could not compete with him. Wu Yong became the leader of the Southern Alliance in the end. During the Fate War, Wu Yong led the elites of the Southern Alliance and took the initiative to attack, disregarding Fairy Myrtle's threat. During this battle, Wu Yong led the Immortals to attack the unceasing chain formation. He used unlimited wind killer move and expended his wind path Dao marks. Be it his heroism in battle or his contributions, they were deeply engraved in the hearts of Southern Border's Gu Immortals. After the Fate War, Wu Yong returned to his clan to rest and reorganize. He modified his killer moves and even modified Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. At the same time, he was in charge of Wu Clan's political affairs. He made sure that Wu Clan was in good order and flourished. Whether it was self-cultivation, personal talent, battle prowess, or leadership, Wu Yong was a rare hero that Wu Ba-chong had never seen before. Even his mother Wu Du-xiu was beneath Wu Yong in the hearts of Wu Ba-chong and many other Southern Border Gu Immortals. I'm getting old, and this is all I can do for my life. It is my good fortune to be able to follow a person like Wu Yong. I'm really looking forward to seeing how far the Wu Clan can go under his leadership. These were Wu Ba-chong's thoughts. Swoosh. With a soft sound, an information path Immortal Gu flew into the hall from outside. The information path Immortal Gu landed in Wu Yong's hands. Wu Yong's divine sense probed and instantly understood the contents. Wu Ba-chong saw this and guessed. Using information path Immortal Gu to transmit information, it must be an important matter. Is it good news or bad news? Then, he smiled at Wu Yong. This is double happiness. Take a look, Wu Yong said as he handed the information path Immortal Gu to Wu Ba-chong. Wu Ba-chong received the information path Immortal Gu and looked at it carefully, realizing that Wu Yong had set up a trap and successfully lured the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts into the formation. Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts, it really is the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts! Wu Ba-chong was excited. The Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts was a famous demonic path organization in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. It had 7 members. Every generation of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts would cause great trouble and losses to Southern Border's righteous path. The Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts were arrogant and had violated Wu Clan's benefits many times. At the same time, Wu Clan, as the leader of Southern Border's righteous path, naturally had to step forward. Thus, Wu Clan and the fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts clashed. Every generation of Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder worked hard to exterminate the fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts. Generations of the fierce Gorge's Seven Ghosts had always been dealing with the Wu Clan. Whenever the behemoth, the Wu Clan, was weak, they would be like vicious dogs hiding in the dark, suddenly pouncing out, biting off a piece of the Wu Clan's flesh, and then quickly escaping. Wu Clan was a superforce. It was the #1 force in Southern Border almost all year round. But the fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts were not simple either. There was a lot of evidence that their inheritance came from spectral soul demon Venerable. As long as one of the fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts survived in every generation, it meant that the inheritance would continue. If the survivor was given some time, another 6 demonic path Gu immortals would appear around him, or her. After generations of life and death struggles, Wu Clan and the fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts became irreconcilable enemies. Wu Clan became the strongest enemy of every generation of the fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts. While the fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts became a sore point in Wu Clan, they could not get rid of it. Every new member of the fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts was to take revenge on Wu Clan. Wu Du Xiu had 3 regrets in her last words. The first was the fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts. In Wu Du Xiu's life, she had commanded from behind the scenes and even personally killed more than 10 members of the fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts. But she had never had the chance to kill them all. As long as one of the fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts survived and hid for a period of time, they would be full again. But now, according to the information path Immortal Gu, the fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts had actually fallen into Wu Yong's trap. It was no wonder that Wu Ba Chong was so excited. Wu Yong put away the information path Immortal Gu and walked towards the door while instructing. The fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts are a threat that our Wu Clan must get rid of. If we ignore them, they will definitely make a mistake in the future and drag our clan down. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I will personally take action this time. Wu Ba Chong followed closely behind, requesting to fight. If they could kill the fierce Gorge Seven Ghosts in this battle, it would have a huge significance to Wu Clan. But Wu Yong rejected him. I am going to take away clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. It is like a lion using its full strength to capture a rabbit. Wu Clan's headquarters still need you to guard it. Yes. Wu Ba Chong had no choice but to accept the order. Under his expectant and respectful gaze, Wu Yong's figure soared into the sky like the wind, quickly vanishing. Wu Clan's headquarters was on Wuyi Mountain, and Wuyi Mountain was at the southwest end of Southern Border. If one looked at the whole of Southern Border, they would roughly see Yellow Dragon River and Red Dragon River formed a cross, and Wu Clan's territory was at the bottom of this cross. And Shang Clan was at the right side of this cross. Among all the Southern Border superforces, Wu Clan was at the southernmost end. Wu Yong was very satisfied with this geographical location, because Wu Clan was not like Central Continent, which was at war on all sides. The surroundings of Wu Clan's territory were almost isolated by Yellow Dragon River and Red Dragon River. The geographical location was very favorable for their rise. Right now, Wu Clan's greatest weakness is the lack of Gu immortals. Even if we annex the surrounding territories in the future, we will not have enough Gu immortals to defend them. Wu Yong pondered along the way. Thinking of this, he thought of Fang Yuan. It was Fang Yuan who stirred up the situation and brought disaster to Southern Border, causing Southern Border to experience many battles. Not just Wu Clan, the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world lost many members because of this. Wu Yong flew towards the northeast at an extremely fast speed. After a short period of time, the Corpse Mountain was already in sight. This Corpse Mountain was hundreds of feet tall. There were large numbers of zombies living on the mountain. It was close to the whirlpool at the center of the Red-Yellow River. More accurately speaking, this Corpse Mountain was called Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. A Southern Border Rank 8 Gu immortal turned into a zombie, and was attacked by the joint forces of superforces here. The Rank 8 immortal zombie died in battle. After a long time, the Rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse in the ruins of the battlefield, under the nourishment of the vast spiritual energy along with the water plants that were washed ashore by the river water, it gradually grew into a corpse mountain. The corpse mountain produced transformation path zombie goo, as well as chi path zombie chi goo. Before Southern Border Zombie Alliance's headquarters was exposed, they had their eyes on this treasure land and offered a high price to purchase it from Wu Clan for their headquarters, but Wu Clan rejected them. Later, Yao Clan took it away from Wu Clan. Wu Yong took out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and turned the tide. The corpse mountain returned to Wu Clan. Because this resource point not only produced a lot of resources, it was also located at a strategic location. Wu Yong sent Wu Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Wu Jin to guard it. After the Fate War, Chi tides appeared in the 5 regions. Chi tides swept through the world, not only forcing the 5 regions' Gu immortals to recuperate, many true inheritance secluded areas and even the 2 heavens grotto heavens were exposed. Demon immortal Chi Ju had once seized Blood Chi immortal Gu in Western Desert. It was one of the Blood Sea true inheritances, but its traces were exposed because of the Chi tides. A true inheritance also appeared in Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian. All the signs showed that this true inheritance was left behind by that rank 8 immortal zombie great expert from back then. A true inheritance of this level might not enter the eyes of demon immortal Chi Ju or Fan Yuan, but it was the inheritance of a rank 8 great expert after all. It was enough for any super force in the world to pay attention to it. It was also reasonable for the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts to be moved. Wu Yong thus made a plan and set up a trap. Now that he had finally lured the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts into his trap, it was time for him to catch them. At the peak of the Corpse Mountain, an intense battle had already been going on for some time. What a great 5-directional wind formation! Unfortunately, we fierce Gorge 7 ghosts have a deep understanding of your Wu Clan. This formation cannot trap us. Once the formation breaks, you, Wu Jin, will be killed. Wu Jin, a Corpse Emperor true inheritance appeared in Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian, but you did not report it. Even if Wu Clan's reinforcements arrive, you will not have a good time in the future. You might as well betray Wu Clan and join us. The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were wreaking havoc in the wind path formation. They had a deep understanding of the formation, because the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts had fought against the 5-directional wind formation many times. The wind path formation was already in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, Wu Jin, who was controlling the formation from the outside, was also covered in injuries, and his condition was not good. Suddenly, he received a transmission from Wu Yong, and his face instantly revealed a joyful expression as he quickly used his method. The 5-directional wind formation instantly changed, a clear breeze blew in, and it turned into Wu Yong's true body. What? This formation can actually change. Wu Yong actually came. Wu Clan's reinforcements are actually so fast? Damn, this is a trap. The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were extremely shocked, and after the shock, their ferocious nature was aroused. Kill! Even if we die, we must make Wu Clan suffer heavy losses. If we kill Wu Yong, Wu Clan will become a joke. The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts all charged at Wu Yong, but they were secretly discussing how to quickly break out of the encirclement. Since this was Wu Clan's trap, naturally, the longer they were entangled, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Moreover, Wu Yong was a current generation expert. Below pseudo-venerables, he was a character. In the current Gu immortal world, Wu Yong, Qin Dingling, Bing Sai Chuan, Thousand Transformations ancestor, and others belonged to the same level. They were all experts below pseudo-venerables. The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts knew they were not Wu Yong's match, but they still had hope. In order to lure these Gu immortals, Wu Yong used the 5-directional wind formation. Even though there were some changes, the foundation was still the original 5-directional wind formation. Precisely because this formation was not a battlefield killer move, the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts let down their guard and attacked together. Seeing the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts charging over, Wu Yong smiled coldly. Cowardly in appearance, not worth mentioning. At the next moment, strong winds blew, and cold air pressed down. At the next moment, the wind howled, and a blizzard poured down. Among the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, 3 were frozen, and in 2 breaths of time, 2 were frozen to death. What killer move is this? It is actually so cold. This was the killer move that Wu Yong had created in his recent closed cultivation, Snowy Wind Without Return. Seeing the fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts chaotic formation, Wu Yong's eyes flickered with a dark light. Cowards, you are not my match! At the next moment, the fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts' bodies were covered in green leaves, and branches grew out. The remaining 5 ghosts screamed miserably as their life force was completely plundered. Lush willow branches grew out of their corpses. This was another killer move that Wu Yong created called Willow Wind. The 7 ghosts died, but their souls flew out of their corpses and fused into one, turning into an immemorial soul beast. The soul beast was shaped like a bird, its body was pitch black, its feathers were like ink, and it had 7 bird heads. Wu Yong's expression became excited. So the 7 ghosts' true inheritance is the semi-finished legendary immemorial soul beast that spectral soul demon Venerable attempted to create back then. 7 profound soul bird. Come! Wu Yong waved his hand. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was like a dark green meteor, crashing towards the 7 profound soul bird. The 7 profound soul bird fought with its life on the line, using killer moves continuously. Unfortunately, its mind was sometimes clear and sometimes confused. It was eventually suppressed by clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Chapter 2085. Lord! Wu Jin put away the 5-directional wind formation. He was extremely excited. Earlier, he had personally witnessed Wu Yong defeating the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts. The methods he displayed were unheard of. They were sharp and unstoppable. Everyone knew the price Wu Yong had to pay for using unlimited wind in the Fate War. What Wu Jin didn't expect was that Wu Yong's strength actually rose instead of declining in this recent period of time. During the entire battle, the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts could not resist at all. Sensing Wu Jin's reverent gaze, Wu Yong smiled. The strongest of the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts is only rank 7. They are hard to deal with because they rarely move together. If we cannot capture them all, our previous efforts will be in vain. Saying so, Wu Yong's expression turned grim. You heard the words of the 7 profound soul bird earlier. What do you think? Wu Jin's expression turned grim as he analyzed. From what it said before it fainted, it seems that the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were not the only ones who attacked Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. Lu Weiyin was also the one who added fuel to the fire. Lu Weiyin, he can actually influence the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts. Maybe we can make use of this. Wu Yong laughed heartily. Not bad, Wu Jin, you are very good. Wu Jin had already guessed Wu Yong's next step. In Wu Yong's strategy, the first step was to unite southern border. And the biggest obstacle in this step was Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin was the current generation Paradise Earth inheritor of southern border. Because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence, and his contributions to southern border's righteous path, Wu Yong could not make a move on Lu Weiyin. To think that during the pursuit of Fan Yuan, Lu Weiyin actually helped Fan Yuan. This gave Wu Yong the best reason to attack. And this time, Lu Weiyin was also secretly colluding with the 7 profound soul birds. This could further facilitate Wu Yong to lead the Southern Alliance and exterminate the Mushroom Man Paradise. Recuperate well, the next step will be for us to deal with Lu Weiyin and eliminate the Mushroom Man Paradise. Wu Yong's eyes flickered with cold light as his battle intent surged. Wu Jin hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth and said, Sir, isn't the timing right now a little rushed? The Qi tide had just passed, and many inheritances appeared in southern border. My corpse monarch's true inheritance is only one of them. Currently, the various superpowers of the Southern Alliance were actively searching for and collecting these true inheritances. If we summon them hastily, won't there be very few who will respond? Won't the various superpowers turn against us? Wu Yong nodded with a smile. You're right. To deal with Lu Weiyin and eradicate the Mushroom Man Paradise, what you mentioned is one of the difficulties. Apart from that, there were several other difficulties. Firstly, Lu Weiyin is a shrewd and scheming person. He has unique methods and is not an ordinary opponent. Secondly, The Mushroom Man Paradise obtained Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help. It has deep foundation and is not inferior to our super forces. Thirdly, Lu Weiyin helped Fan Yuan escape. If we want to deal with him, we might have to fight Fan Yuan. Fight Fan Yuan? Wu Xin's expression turned pale. The current Fan Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. Just hearing the possibility of fighting him made even a rank 7 Gu immortal like Wu Xin feel uneasy. Wu Yong laughed heartily, raising his voice. But these difficulties are only difficulties. If we don't do them because we are afraid of them, there is almost nothing we can do in this world. Farmers need to farm. If they are afraid of drought or flood and do not farm, there will definitely be no harvest. Fishermen need to eat fish. If they are afraid of drowning and do not fish, their baskets will definitely be empty. How can our Wu clan cower because of these difficulties? Wu Xin's expression turned solemn. He quickly cupped his fists. Lord is right. Wu Yong's gaze was deep and eerie as he continued to give pointers. Now is the best time to deal with Lu Weiyin. For a person like Lu Weiyin, the more time he has, the more preparations he will make. Mushroom Man Paradise will not be easy to attack. Fan Yuan is escaping. He clearly does not have the strength to fight. If we miss this opportunity, when he recovers, there will be even less hope of destroying Mushroom Man Paradise. As for those Righteous Path super forces pretending to obey? Do they think the Southern Alliance is so easy to join? As the Alliance leader, I cannot find a chance to deal with the entire Southern Alliance. Wu Xin heard this and no longer had any doubts. He was completely convinced by Wu Yong's idea. This subordinate is willing to follow Lord to conquer the world. Wu Yong nodded and said before leaving, Rest well. Wu clan's path of conquering the world will depend on your contributions. At the same time, in Eastern Sea, Xia clan headquarters. The atmosphere in the ceremony hall was heavy. More than 10 variant human Gu immortals formed into 2 groups, facing each other. The left group was led by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, with Chaotic Rock Grotto Lord, Rotten Egg Grotto Lord, and Hair Monster Grotto Lord. The right group was led by Xiao Hejian, with Green Forest Great Sage and Great Wisdom Immortal Mother assisting him. There was also a third group of human Gu immortals, including Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, and Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine. During the pursued battle of Fan Yuan, these variant human Gu immortals were abandoned by Fan Yuan. After leaving the Celestial Court, they escaped and returned to Eastern Sea. Without Wu Shuai controlling the situation, these 2 Heavens Grotto Lords were anxious. They had been thinking about how to resolve the Qi harvest fruit calamity in their grotto heavens, but there was no progress. Xiao Hejian, are you prepared for Lord Wu Shuai's return? I want to see how you explain to Lord Alliance Leader why you promoted Lady Coldash so many times. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke first. Xiao Hejian's expression was grim. Back then, he promoted Lady Coldash to gather Gu immortals and strengthen his force to resist Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side. But to think that Lady Coldash was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. Not just that, Spectral Soul even made a move at the crucial moment, chasing after Wu Shuai and Fan Yuan, destroying Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul caused such huge losses to the 2 Heavens Alliance. Xiao Hejian's responsibility was huge. Xiao Hejian's expression was ashen as he faced the accusation. He stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. How much responsibility I have is not up to you. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, don't forget, we are both Vice Alliance leaders. We have equal statuses. I know how big of a mistake I made. I am willing to accept any punishment from Lord Alliance Leader Wu Shuai. However, I'm not the only one responsible for this. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, are you not at fault? Think about it. Who lured Lady Coldash into our alliance? Wasn't it you? Not only did you lure Spectral Soul here, you even lured Celestial Court's spy, Nightwolf Heavenly Lord, into the alliance. Your responsibility is much heavier than mine. You! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was furious. After his defeat, Xiao Hejian had already realized that he was in a dire situation. He had made ample preparations before coming to this conference. Speaking of which, isn't this all caused by humans? Be it Lady Cold Ash or Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, they are both humans. Human goo immortals cannot be trusted. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother said eerily. She was an Inkman goo immortal. Her Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven had been invaded by Celestial Court, suffering huge losses. Later, the Two Heavens Alliance organized a rescue, but back then, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was worried about his Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. He left Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven behind. Because of this, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch became enemies. Xiao Hejian found out and tried to recruit her. The weakened Great Wisdom Immortal Mother became Xiao Hejian's supporter. As for Green Forest Great Sage, he was also a mini-man. He was of the same race as Xiao Hejian. They had a natural relationship. With these two supporting Xiao Hejian could barely resist Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group. But it was barely enough. This time, Spectral Soul's sneak attack created a huge problem for Xiao Hejian. Thus, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother saw that the situation was bad. She turned her attention to the humans. Once she said that, the other variant human goo immortals agreed. That's right, humans are crafty. We cannot trust them easily. In my opinion, our Two Heavens Alliance should be a pure human alliance. These human goo immortals performed too poorly in the battle. The variant human goo immortals were resonated. They looked at the humans in the hall with malicious gazes. Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, and Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine had ashen expressions. They stood closer to each other. The Two Heavens Alliance had just been created. It had only been established for a short period of time. Now that they lost their strong leader, they were on the verge of breaking apart. Right at this time, a grand voice resounded throughout the Blessed Land headquarters. All right, stop arguing. Next, a golden light shone down like a heavenly pillar. The golden light pillar dissipated, revealing two immortals. One wore a white robe and had black hair. His eyes were deep and eerie. The other was tall and handsome. He had a heroic bearing. They were Gu Yue, Fan Yuan, and Wu Shuai. In the hall, the immortals were shaken. With Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian at the lead, the immortals half knelt on the ground, saying in unison, "Subordinates welcome Lord Alliance Leader." After hesitating for a moment, they said in unison, "We welcome Lord Fan Yuan." Wu Shuai raised his hand. "Rise." He stood beside Fan Yuan, while Fan Yuan sat on the Alliance Leader's seat. Wu Shuai was willing to be Fan Yuan's subordinate. The immortals had different expressions. Wu Shuai said directly, "No need to be suspicious. Even though I am a dragon man, I am actually Fan Yuan's clone." The immortals were dazed, but they soon reacted. Their expressions became more complex. They were not too surprised by this relationship. Ever since the Celestial Court reported the results of the battle, the relationship between Wu Shuai and Fan Yuan had been widely speculated. After all, during the battle, Wu Shuai and Fan Yuan had cooperated too closely. They trusted each other too much. This was not normal for demonic path goo immortals. The Two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals had already heard of these rumors. Even though they were loyal on the surface, they had many suspicions in their hearts. Thus, Wu Shuai's honesty was not hard for the immortals to accept. Wu Shuai continued, "The reason why I gathered all of you is to regroup and plan for the future, and also to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem in your grotto heavens." The immortals' eyes lit up. One of them blurted out, "Could it be that you already have a solution, Alliance Leader?" Wu Shuai smiled. "Of course I don't have a solution, but my main body does." The immortals looked at Fan Yuan cautiously. Fan Yuan was expressionless. His gaze was indifferent as he spoke for the first time. "Right now you have two choices in front of you. The first is to let me annex your grotto heavens. Only then can I help you get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem." The immortals' expressions changed. Some of them were angry but did not dare to say anything. At once, everyone fell into silence. Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine broke the silence and asked respectfully, "I wonder what the other choice is?" Fan Yuan leaned on his wide chair and narrowed his eyes. "The second choice is to kill all of you and annex all your grotto heavens." Chapter 2086. Facing the incomparably powerful Fan Yuan, the variant human goo immortals gritted their teeth as their gazes flickered. Many people looked around secretly, hoping that someone else would show up. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan was the #1 demon in the world now. Even Spectral Soul died under his ambush. When the demonic might was at its peak, none of the variant human alliance goo immortals dared to provoke Fan Yuan. No one dared to resist Fan Yuan, but no goo immortals surrendered and offered their headquarters to him. Everyone could see the unwillingness of these goo immortals. Their Grotto Heaven headquarters were where they lived day and night, they were their homes, they were pure sacred grounds in their hearts. If they really offered their homes to Fan Yuan, they would be ridiculed by their fellow countrymen, and the goo immortals themselves would not be able to live with their conscience. Back then, when Celestial Court invaded Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch risked his life and expended his lifespan to activate Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move. To save Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother even gave Wu Shuai the racial inheritance related to the Qianquan Crystal Wall. All of this proved that these Grotto Heavens in the two heavens had a special meaning to the variant human alliance members. They had extremely high positions in their hearts. But what could he do about it? The world knew of Fan Yuan's strength. He was now the #1 demon. Heavenly Court had been attacked by him. Fate Gu was destroyed by him. And now even Spectral Soul was killed by him. After the pursuit of Fan Yuan, even though Fan Yuan had only recuperated for 10 days, the time was short. The variant human goo immortals present had no doubt that Fan Yuan could exterminate them all. Maybe their only hope was external reinforcements. But what reinforcements could these variant human goo immortals have? Should he look for the Heavenly Court or the Longevity Heaven? What a joke! More importantly, almost all the Grotto Heavens in the two heavens were facing the calamity of the Qi harvest fruits. If they did not join Fan Yuan and allowed these Qi harvest fruits to grow, these Grotto Heavens would definitely die. But if they joined Fan Yuan, the lives of these variant human goo immortals would be given to Fan Yuan. Now that he had boarded the pirate ship, it was easier said than done to get off. Fan Yuan's mercilessness had long been known to the world. Previously, he had sent many subordinates to attack the Middle Continent. After the Fate War, Fan Yuan only cared about escaping, and those subordinates were still wandering around the 5 regions. During the pursued battle against Fan Yuan and Wu Shuai had directly moved Dragon Palace away from Celestial Court, leaving the variant human goo immortals behind in Celestial Court, ignoring them. Who could be at ease following such a leader? Have you thought it through? My patience is limited. Fan Yuan's face was indifferent as he issued an ultimatum. The immortals' hearts shook, many of them turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. Among them, the human goo immortals felt the most regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have turned to the Celestial Court. In today's world, the human race was the hegemon. They would not accept the allegiance of the mutant forces. But if they were all humans, it was a different matter. In fact, after the pursued battle against Fan Yuan, after they left Celestial Court, it was not that they did not want to imitate Night Wolf Heavenly Lord and turn to the Celestial Court. But the other variant human goo immortals were watching them closely. They had no chance at all. Thus, there was a reason why the variant human goo immortals were suspicious of these human goo immortals earlier. It was not without reason. The hall was still deathly silent. Fan Yuan's expression was calm, but the variant human alliance's members were feeling increasing pressure. Fan Yuan did not use any killer moves, but most of the goo immortals felt difficulty breathing. They felt immense pressure. Unable to endure this pressure, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, one of the alliance members, gritted his teeth. He was about to agree and offer his immortal aperture to Fan Yuan. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a hairy man goo immortal with rank 8 cultivation level. He had his own plans. He knew that Fan Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land. He rarely sent Langya sex hairy man goo immortals to fight. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch sided with Fan Yuan because he wanted the same treatment. Hairy men were skilled in goo refinement. They had great value in this aspect. They could preserve the lives of Golden Fur Grotto Heaven's members. They could even be put in important positions. It was far better than being slaughtered by Fan Yuan and forcefully annexed. Once Golden Fur Immortal Monarch spoke, With the first person, the rest would definitely feel immense pressure. The immortals would follow suit. It was as if a hole had been opened in a huge dam, and the flood would pour out through this hole. But at this time, an alarm sounded. A large number of Eastern Sea Goo immortals had moved out with several immortal Goo houses. They were approaching this place. Wu Shuai and Fan Yuan looked at each other. Fan Yuan nodded slightly. Wu Shuai turned to look at the immortals. The enemy is here, let's fight them first, we will talk after repelling them. The immortals let out a sigh of relief. Normally, when Eastern Sea's righteous path formed an alliance army to attack, these people would be anxious, as if they were facing a great enemy. But now, they felt a sense of relief, they felt a sense of gratitude. Immediately, Wu Shuai and Fan Yuan went into hiding, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian at the lead. The variant Human Alliance's immortals moved out, facing the Eastern Sea Alliance army on the sea. Eastern Sea's righteous path had many people: Shin Clan's first Supreme Elder Shin Songxing, Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder, and Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder were personally participating in the battle. There were many immortal Goo houses, there were more than 10. Eastern Sea was rich in resources. It was the number 1 region in the 5 regions, so it had the most immortal Goo houses, even surpassing Central Continent. Of course, there were few top-tier rank 8 immortal Goo houses like Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. Like now, among these immortal Goo houses, there was only one rank 8 immortal Goo house, Jade Cloud Fireworks Warship. It came from Eastern Sea's Hua clan. There were the most rank 6 immortal Goo houses, followed by rank 7. The two armies confronted each other in the sky. Eastern Sea Alliance Army's first Supreme Elder walked out. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 7 Goo Immortal Xia Reiji. Variant human remnant dares to disturb my Eastern Sea and invade my homeland. You have committed heinous crimes. Today will be the day you die. Xia Reiji shouted loudly with a righteous aura. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sneered. Cowardly scoundrel, you dared to come and die today. Xiao Hejian also mocked. Homeless dogs, how dare you speak arrogantly? Xia Reiji's face turned red from anger. He gritted his teeth. Variant humans, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. I will go out first. Who dares to fight me alone? Xia Clan's territory was taken by the Variant Human Alliance. As the victim, Xia Reiji naturally had to go out first. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately said. A mere rank 7 dares to fight first. Forget it, our Variant Human Alliance disdains bullying the weak. We will send someone with similar cultivation level to fight you. Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's instructions, a rank 7 Snowman Goo Immortal flew out and fought with Xia Reiji. After 3 rounds, Shin Songxing stood up. Who dares to fight me alone? Shin Songxing had rank 8 cultivation level. His battle strength was publicly recognized to be at the peak in Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal world. This time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian did not dare to be careless. Under Fan Yuan's secret orders, Xiao Hejian went out personally. After Shin Songxing and Xiao Hejian fought for a while, Eastern Sea Alliance sent out another rank 8 Goo Immortal, but he was not at Shin Songxing's level. Chapter 2087. The two armies confronted each other, and the 3 battle groups fought fiercely in front of the formation, attracting countless gazes. Xiao Hejian was an expert among rank 8s. In terms of strength, he was at the level of a Celestial Court member. As for Shin Songxing, ever since he returned from the Blue Dragon Whale, his strength had also improved greatly. The two of them were equally matched. But in the other 2 battles, the Mutated Race Alliance was at a disadvantage. Chaotic Rock Grotto Lord was defending more than attacking, while the rank 7 Snowman Goo Immortal on the other side was already losing. His opponent was Xia Reiji. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was still Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder. He had abundant resources and many methods. After a few more rounds, Xia Reiji suddenly shouted, using a fatal killer move towards the Snowman Goo Immortal. The Snowman Goo Immortal could not dodge. Despair appeared on his face. Right at this time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch attacked, using an Ice Path killer move to attack Xia Reiji. The Eastern Sea Alliance army was furious. They moved to protect Xiaoruiji, blocking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's sneak attack. Using this chance, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch pulled that rank 7 snowman subordinate back to his side. Variant human goo immortals truly have no sense of propriety and honor. They lost both in battle and in battle. It was clearly a one-on-one fight, but he actually saved her. Alright, since you don't want to follow the rules, then we'll attack together. Kill all these variant human goo immortals. The Righteous Alliance of Eastern Sea Alliance was infuriated. Like a raging tide, the whole army charged towards the alliance of the non-human races. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest had a change of expression. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's offense was quite fierce. With more than 10 immortal goo houses as the vanguard, they charged forward in a domineering manner. In comparison, even though the Variant Human Alliance had many rank 8 goo immortals, they lacked immortal goo houses. In this battle, they were at a huge disadvantage with only their physical bodies. At this critical moment, the Ant army suddenly appeared, forming a golden torrent that counterattacked the East Ocean Coalition army. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's offense suffered a setback. They were surrounded by billions of ants. Many immortal goo houses were infiltrated by them. They could only defend desperately. Their formation was in chaos. Wu Shuai appeared, even without Dragon Palace. He was an expert among rank 8s. Lord Alliance Leader! The Outsiders Alliance's morale was greatly boosted. In contrast, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals were shocked. Why is Marshal Wu here? Isn't he with that devil Fan Yuan? If he's here, where's Fan Yuan? As if answering the Eastern Sea Immortals' question, Fan Yuan's figure also appeared. You're quite courageous. Fan Yuan smiled and casually waved his hand, shooting out a 5-colored beam of light. A rank 7 immortal goo house was hit by the 5-colored light. It shook intensely. After a few breaths of time, it could not resist anymore and retreated rapidly. The goo immortals inside were extremely shocked. They shouted, "This is a compound killer move. It contains the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." Fan Yuan snapped his fingers and countless light butterflies flew out. Butterflies of light flew like a torrential rain, attacking all the immortal goo houses in the battlefield. The immortal goo houses unleashed their abilities and resisted with all their might. The light butterfly continued to change colors, avoiding the attacks and entering the immortal goo house. This is also a compound killer move. It contains transformation path and refinement path profundities. We cannot let these light butterflies get close to the immortal goo house. They can forcefully refine goo worms. The Eastern Sea Alliance army screamed in shock. The Variant Human Alliance's immortals were dumbfounded. Fan Yuan alone disrupted the entire Eastern Sea Alliance army. This was pseudo-venerable battle strength. The number 1 demon of the current 5 regions. Fan Yuan, how have you been? At the crucial moment, Qi currents surged like a tidal wave. Qi Sea Ancestor appeared. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's morale finally stabilized. Qi Sea Ancestor finally made a move. He has pseudo-venerable battle strength. Only he can fight against Fan Yuan. Qi Sea Ancestor also returned? Didn't he go missing? The Variant Human Goo Immortals were shocked. Many had grim expressions. The reason why the Eastern Sea Immortals could form an army to attack the Variant Human Alliance was because of Xia Clan's active diplomacy and resource points, and also because Qi Sea Ancestor had secretly returned and gathered the Immortals. Fan Yuan, please! Qi Sea Ancestor broke through the heavenly wind Qi wall and went to immemorial white heaven. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Qi Sea, since you have such an interest, I will accompany you. Saying so, he also charged into immemorial white heaven. Nobody dared to follow them. At this moment, the sky above Eastern Sea was in a chaotic battle. Fan Yuan and Qi Sea Ancestor fought in immemorial white heaven. Heaven and earth shook, the sun and moon lost their radiance. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's cold laughter resounded. Qi Sea, I am no longer the same as I was in the past. Let's see if you can block my sword feather blade wings. As soon as he said so, the immortals in the chaotic battle saw countless sword feathers penetrating the heavenly wind Qi wall and descending, enveloping the entire battlefield. Next, countless sword feathers formed snow-white blade wings that slashed rapidly. The immortal goo houses in the battlefield were extremely fragile against these bladewings. Only the rank 8 immortal goo house Jade Cloud fireworks warship could resist them. Xia Clan's immortal goo house whale fishing boat's final layer of defense was cut off. More than 10 bladewings flew in and created a huge wave of attacks. Ah! Xia Reiji let out a miserable cry. He was actually killed inside the immortal goo house. The immortals were shocked. Look at my move, crying heart blood. A moment later, Fan Yuan's voice resounded again. The Eastern Sigu immortals felt great pain in their hearts. Large amounts of blood flowed out of their mouths, eyes, and nostrils. This was a compound killer move of Blood Path and Wisdom Path. Another move, Lightning Rhythm Flow. A moment later, Fan Yuan's voice resounded in the battlefield again. Thus, formless chi currents flew in the sky. The chi currents weaved into a net, covering all the goo immortals and immortal goo houses. Lightning Path and Chi Path Dao marks were carved on their bodies. Too terrifying! This is a compound killer move of Refinement Path, Lightning Path, and Chi Path. As long as we are inside, we will continue to get injured. Retreat, retreat quickly. The armies of both sides could not fight anymore. They retreated rapidly, not daring to stay in the battlefield for even a second longer. Fan Yuan, after not seeing you for more than 10 days, you have actually improved so much? Qi ancestor's voice resounded. It was filled with shock. The Eastern Sigu immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Qi, you are still injured. How can you be my match? Today, you will die here. Fan Yuan spoke. His voice was loud and resounded in the world. The goo immortals on both sides felt a chill in their hearts. Boom, boom, boom! Next, there was a huge explosion. It was like countless claps of thunder were raging in their ears. The immortals on both sides looked up. They saw that chi waves were surging in the sky, surging everywhere. The color of the world changed. It was like the end of the world. That closed heavenly wind chi wall continued to change shape. The thick chi wall made people think of thin paper. There seemed to be countless wild beasts tearing and dancing on the other side. A large amount of powder fell down. This was heaven-splitting powder. Qi ancestor and Fan Yuan must have broken the sky. Next, the immortals heard Qi ancestor's weak voice. Fan Yuan, it is easy for you to defeat me, but it is wishful thinking to kill me. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Qi, where are you going? Next, the terrifying explosions above the immortals' heads showed signs of slowing down. Be it friend or foe, they all let out sighs of relief. The power of the fight between these two great pseudo-venerables was too terrifying. If the heavenly wind chi wall was really broken, the immortals would be exposed to the terrifying aftershocks of their battle. The consequences would be unimaginable. What are you waiting for? Kill! Wu Shuai suddenly shouted, waking up the frightened immortals. Qi has been defeated. We need to stall these people and wait for Fan Yuan to return victorious. He will be able to secure victory with a wave of his hand. Kill! The Variant Human Alliance was shaken. Their morale rose to an extreme level because of this. The immortals charged towards the immortal goo houses. Using their bodies to attack the immortal goo houses was not a wise tactic. But inside the immortal goo houses, the Eastern Sigu immortals all had ashen expressions. Their bodies and minds were cold. It would be a lie to say they were not afraid. Even the immortal goo houses could not give them any sense of security. Retreat! Retreat! Shin Tsongxing shouted. Without any hesitation, the Eastern Sea immortals turned around and fled. The Variant Human Goo immortals were most proficient in such battles where they had the upper hand. At once, they chased relentlessly with overwhelming momentum. After chasing for 100 li, Fan Yuan turned around and attacked. The Eastern Sea Alliance army was extremely weak in his hands. Most of the immortal goo houses were destroyed on the spot. Surrender obediently and contribute your immortal goo, you can still keep your lives. Fan Yuan shouted. Everyone in the Variant Human Alliance, listen up, no one is allowed to attack my captives. In this battle, the Variant Human Alliance won an overwhelming victory. The Eastern Sea Alliance army suffered many casualties, and even more were captured by Fan Yuan. Many Eastern Sigu immortals chose to believe Fan Yuan's words. They surrendered and gave up resisting. Chapter 2088. Undeniably, this was a huge victory. Eastern Sea's righteous path is nothing more than this. I wonder if Chi's ancestor died in battle? If he died, the whole of Eastern Sea will be ours. The variant human alliance's Gu immortals were all very excited and radiant. Fan Yuan kept the captives while commanding the variant human Gu immortals to clean up the battlefield. Lord Fan Yuan, I, Golden Fur, am willing to follow Lord to conquer the world. I will offer Golden Fur Grotto Heaven to Lord. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch suddenly knelt down towards Fan Yuan, shouting loudly. The group of immortals fell silent. Then, the voices of surrender gathered into waves of sound that continued endlessly. The entire variant human alliance was in awe. Wu Shuai saw this and was secretly happy, while Fan Yuan's expression was still indifferent. The scene in front of them was within their expectations. If Fan Yuan had forced these alliance members earlier, he could have suppressed them, but it would not have been like now, where they were all in high spirits. Fan Yuan and his two clones had made many gains in this plan. One aspect was that Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Alliance's attack brought huge external pressure. The variant human alliance's people were forced to unite. They could sense the vile external environment. The entire human Gu immortal world had deep hostility towards variant humans. On the other hand, Fan Yuan displayed incredible battle strength. He led the variant human alliance to a great victory. This left a deep impression on the alliance immortals that they could not resist Fan Yuan. They were also looking forward to the future of submitting to Fan Yuan. From the perspective of these variant human alliance members, first, each Grotto Heaven had the Qi harvest fruit calamity. If they did not submit to Fan Yuan, they would not be able to resolve it themselves. Second, the outcome of defying Fan Yuan was right in front of them. They could not do such a thing in order to survive. Third, although Fan Yuan was heartless, he was strong enough. Following such an expert would give them a much brighter future than fighting alone. Humans had dominated the 5 regions for a long time. These 2 heavens variant human Gu immortals had endured for so many years. They were already numb to their weak positions. Similar to the morale of the members of the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, they were rather lacking. This could be seen in many of the previous battles. The variant human alliance's Gu immortals had weak battle intent. They focused on protecting themselves. With all these reasons, it was almost certain that the entire alliance of the foreign races would side with Fan Yuan. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to calculate the spoils. Instead, he ordered the immortals. Next, we need to conquer soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. The immortals' hearts shook as they once again felt Fan Yuan's dominance. This battle was not enough to satisfy Fan Yuan's appetite. He wanted to continue fighting and take down the soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven and the Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was a soul-path Grotto Heaven that spectral souls secretly controlled when he was alive. Now that spectral soul was dead, Fan Yuan wanted to take advantage of this and capture them all. As for the previous owner of Night Wolf Grotto Heaven, Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch, he had secretly sided with the Celestial Court. Fan Yuan found out about it and made use of it. Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch was killed by Wu Shuai in Dragon Palace, but in order to conceal the information, they quickly attacked the Celestial Court. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven could only ignore them. Now that Fan Yuan had the time, he naturally wanted to take revenge and annex them. Thus, the Outsiders' Alliance once again charged into the primordial Onyx Heaven in a mighty manner. The army pressed forward, but before the battle started, Night Wolf Grotto Heaven's entrance suddenly opened. With Yi Ji as the leader, the Grotto Heaven Gu immortals came out and knelt before Fan Yuan, asking to surrender. Fan Yuan did not start a massacre. After taking in everyone, he led the army to soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was a scene of desolation. It turned out that after Spectral Soul took over Lady Cold Ash's body, he had left In Sun and soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven to manage the logistics. After Fan Yuan pursued them, only Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wu Xie escaped from Shadow Sect. After Fairy Myrtle escaped, she immediately contacted In Sun and ordered him to retreat. and Sun naturally would not retreat empty-handed. Other than emptying almost all of his storage, he even detonated the Chi harvest fruit before leaving, causing severe damage to soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. The remaining Gu immortals in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven finally repaired the hole, but after a few days of rest, they were attacked by Fan Yuan's army. Against Fan Yuan's army, soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven could not resist at all. It was conquered almost instantly. Inside soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, there were still several Gu immortals left, led by Inchong. These people had not been modified by spectral soul. Before Insun left, they had fought with him. They were all injured. Fan Yuan did not reject any of them. He also took these people in as his subordinates. Next, he created a new alliance agreement. Fan Yuan learned from his previous lesson. He no longer used his main body to contact his subordinates. He used Wu Shuai's clone instead. This way, even if a strong enemy captured these subordinates in the future, they could only deduce Wu Shuai's location through the alliance agreement. Fan Yuan's main body would be safe. At this point, Fan Yuan completely took over the variant human alliance. But it was not enough. In many grotto heavens of the immemorial two heavens, the Chi harvest fruits had already grown to a huge size. They were on the verge of self-detonation. Fan Yuan first went to Grand Swine Grotto Heaven. Under the immortals' gazes, Fan Yuan waved his hand, releasing a white light. The white light coiled around the huge Chi harvest fruit as it turned into mist. The mist surged, obstructing investigative methods. Fan Yuan was still not assured. He ordered the immortals. "Stay back, don't use any Gu worms, I don't want to disturb my method." The immortals obeyed. White mist spread, shrouding Fan Yuan's main body. Outsiders could not see the situation inside. Fan Yuan opened the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance. The Chi Si clone flew out. The Chi Si clone came to the Chi harvest fruit, his eyes shining like he was looking at a supreme delicacy. The Chi Si clone stabbed his hand deep into the Chi harvest fruit as he activated a Chi path method. Immortal killer move, Chi Ju revival. This Chi path method was modified by Fan Yuan using Demon Immortal Chi Ju's Chi harvest fruit revival method. When he created the Chi Si clone earlier, he relied on this move. Under the killer move Chi Ju revival, the Chi harvest fruit shrunk rapidly, turning into a large number of Chi path Dao marks that were added to the Chi Si clone's body. "If I devour this fruit completely, I will gain about 60,000 Chi path Dao marks," Chi Si ancestor estimated with a joyful tone. This was a huge amount. On average, an ordinary Grand Tribulation could give a Gu immortal about 7,000 Dao marks. An ordinary Myriad Tribulation could give a Gu immortal about 80,000 Dao marks. If they were undergoing tribulations, a Chi path Gu immortal would need to go through 8 or 9 Grand Tribulations to accumulate 60,000 Chi path Dao marks. The Dao marks gained from undergoing tribulations are not only the Dao marks of the Gu immortal's main cultivation path, but also some Dao marks of other paths. Looking at it from another perspective, as long as Chi Si ancestor completely absorbed this Chi harvest fruit, he would have passed most of the Chi path myriad tribulations without any risk. Thus, Chi Si ancestor's gains from absorbing the Chi harvest fruit were huge. Fan Yuan calculated. The Chi Si clone was created from the celestial court Chi harvest fruit. It had over 800,000 Chi path Dao marks when it was born. Absorbing 3 of these Chi harvest fruits would surpass 1 million. My own Chi path Dao marks are only at this level. When the Chi Si clone absorbs all the Chi harvest fruits in the two heavens grotto heavens, his Chi path Dao marks will far surpass mine. It will accumulate to an unprecedented and terrifying level. Fan Yuan's 1 million Chi path Dao marks were obtained from annexing Chi Si grotto heaven. The Chi Si clone had to start from scratch and accumulate independently. But by relying on Chi Ju's survival and the Chi harvest fruit, his accumulation efficiency was truly shocking. Evidently, for a long time from now on, the Chi Si clone would become Fan Yuan's main clone. In terms of battle strength, it would be on par with the main body. It might even surpass him. There were many factors that influenced the Gu Immortal's battle strength, for example, the Gu Immortal's personal battle attainment, the battle environment, the Gu Immortal's Gu Worm ranks, the killer moves, Gu formations, immortal Gu houses, and whether the Gu immortal had a mature and outstanding combat system. But among these factors, the most important one was the Gu immortal's cultivation level. 1,000 Dao marks could double the amplification. Excluding freaks like Fan Yuan, Feng Jioge, and the past venerables, on average, rank 6 Gu immortals had 0 to 9,000 Dao marks. Rank 7 Gu immortals had 10,000 to 30,000 Dao marks. Rank 8 Gu immortals had 100,000 to 300,000. Thus, the difference in battle strength between rank 7 and rank 8 far surpassed the difference between rank 6 and rank 7. In the Gu cultivation system, the higher the level, the greater the difference between each rank. Until rank 9 Gu venerables, they were invincible in the world, they could sweep through everything. Why was Northern Plains' old ancestor Shui Hu the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world? He was from the demonic path, he lacked suitable immortal Gu. The main reason was that he had an extraordinary number of ice and snow Dao marks. According to your estimation, how many Qi Path Dao marks does Demon Immortal Qi Ju have? Within the white fog, Fan Yuan's main body asked the Qi Si clone. The Qi Si clone swallowed the Qi harvest fruit as he said, "About 500,000. Fan Yuan nodded in agreement. From the battle, all the signs showed that Demon Immortal Qi Ju's Dao marks were inferior to Duke Long's. It was likely that his rebirth was disturbed by Fan Yuan and the Southern Alliance. He was too hasty and impatient. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju had Shiland. Shiland was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. A complete secluded domain of heaven and earth was a rank 9 immortal material. Thus, any Qi Path killer move that used Shiland as the core had terrifying power, even Spectral Soul could not face it head-on. This was like the reverse flow protection seal that Fan Yuan had once used, it also made everyone feel helpless. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's killer move was outdated and he lacked Immortal Gu, the two things that allowed him to have pseudo-venerable battle strength were Dao marks and Shiland. After Shiland was heavily damaged, his battle strength fell by a lot. He was eventually suppressed and imprisoned by Divine Emperor City. The Qi Si clone devoured the Qi harvest fruit and sent it into the sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan collected the Qi harvest fruit. The Alliance immortals saw that the original Qi harvest fruit was gone. There was nothing left at the original location. They cheered. "We are saved! Our homeland is saved!" As expected of Lord Fan Yuan, he is unfathomable and omnipotent. "Lord Fan Yuan, our headquarters are in danger, please lend us a helping hand." The immortals cheered. All sorts of flattering words surged towards Fan Yuan like a tidal wave. Even though none of these Gu immortals could fight, their flattery skills were very profound, and they were improving by the day. Fan Yuan then annexed this Grand Swine Grotto Heaven and fused it into his sovereign Grotto Heaven. Grand Swine Grotto Heaven was a rank 8 transformation path Grotto Heaven. It produced pig-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Fan Yuan's transformation path attainment level was Great Grandmaster, he could naturally annex it. Why did he not annex it before? It was naturally because this Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had fused with a 9 Heavens fragment. It contained Heaven Path Dao marks, causing the heavenly spirit to be corroded by providence. It became very stupid and useless. Chapter 2089. Fan Yuan started to create compound killer moves in secret again. His divine sense moved around the sovereign immortal aperture. Under the divine sense's gaze, there were all sorts of mortal Gu. He casually took out 2 Wind Path Gu worms. The rank 1 was called Clear Wind Wheel Gu, while the rank 2 was called Jade Wind Wheel Gu. The former, when activated, allowed the Gu Master's 2 calves to have a ring of light green whirlwinds coiling around them, increasing their movement speed. The latter was one of the results of Clear Wind Wheel Gu's refinement. It could form a pair of jade green whirlwinds, like 2 bracelets on the Gu Master's arm, increasing their movement speed. "I currently lack movement methods in battle, why don't I use this as a foundation and create one?" Fan Yuan had an inspiration, he fell into deep thought. Ever since he fought with the Qi Si clone in the immemorial 2 heavens, he had a need for this. Although he was plotting with the Qi Si clone to harm Eastern Sea's righteous path and the variant human alliance, Fan Yuan and the Chi Si clone had fought for real. If not for that, how could such a terrifying scene be created? After all, the main body in the clone's fight had split the sky, causing heaven-splitting powder to fall. In this friendly fight, Fan Yuan displayed all sorts of killer moves. He had excellent performance. Even the worst was average. His performance was average. Although there were no surprises, there were no disappointments either. This fight made Fan Yuan feel his own inadequacies. Although he had already created many compound killer moves, most of them were offensive and defensive, he was still lacking in terms of movement. The two wind path goo worms gave Fan Yuan an inspiration. In his imagination, when he activated a wind path goo worm, 2 rings of wind would condense under his feet. The rings of wind would revolve continuously like 2 wheels of wheels. As long as he activated them for a period of time, the rings would rotate faster, and Fan Yuan's body would also move faster. Let me see, how many wind path immortal goo do I have? Fan Yuan had few wind path immortal goo, but in the battle not long ago, Fan Yuan had obtained many wind path immortal goo. The members of the Alien Race Alliance also had some. In the worst case, Fan Yuan could extort the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path to get wind path immortal goo. Fan Yuan's choices were too wide. Soon, Fan Yuan obtained many wind path immortal goo from his subordinates. They were all rank 7. After thinking about it, and referring to many wind path immortal goo recipes and wind path killer moves, Fan Yuan successfully created his wind path killer move. After the initial activation, 2 rings of wind formed under the Goo Immortal's feet and could move the Goo Immortal's body. After testing the killer move for a while, Fan Yuan frowned slightly. He noticed the biggest flaw. Although this killer move would become faster and faster, the starting speed was too slow, and it needed to be sustained for a period of time before the speed increase would show some improvement. How to improve it? This was actually a common problem with wind path killer moves. Regardless of whether it was a gentle breeze or a violent gale, they all needed a process to grow to their maximum power. Of course, there were many ways to maximize the power of the attack right from the start. If one's wind path attainment level was high, they could modify the killer move's structure to an extremely exquisite level. Or they could sacrifice a lot of time to prepare and erupt in one go. Or they could expend more immortal essence to increase the power of the killer move. However, Fan Yuan tossed all of these methods to the back of his mind, because they were all common methods. Fan Yuan was interested in Fire Path. Fire Path's explosive performance far surpassed Wind Path's. In terms of explosive power, Fire Path was one of the best among all the paths. After choosing a few suitable Fire Path immortal goo, this compound killer move was successfully modified. Let's call it Windfire Wheel. Fan Yuan casually used the name. Windfire Wheel killer move had explosive power. It could accelerate rapidly and become faster and faster, and most importantly, it did not expend much immortal essence and did not require much mental effort. Fan Yuan tried it again and was quite satisfied. All in all, Windfire Wheel was already outstanding among rank 7 killer moves. It could trample on 70% of the current killer moves. However, if this killer move landed in the hands of other Goo Immortals, it would be different. Basically, no Goo Immortal would be stupid enough to use it. Because just the internal friction of Wind Path and Fire Path would cause this killer move's effect to fall to rank 6. Using the immortal essence of a rank 7 killer move, it would only have rank 6 power. In the eyes of other Goo Immortals, this killer move would be the lowest of the lowest. This was the advantage of having over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. The internal friction of different Dao marks was greatly reduced. Many killer moves were reborn in Fan Yuan's hands. And most importantly, the difficulty of Fan Yuan's derivation of the compound killer move was greatly reduced. If it were an ordinary Goo Immortal who cultivated Wind Path, they would not be stupid enough to use Fire Path Immortal Goo as the 2 cores to create a killer move like Windfire Wheel. At most, they would use some low-rank immortal goo of other paths as support, and they could not use a lot of them. The most common method was to use a vast number of Fire Path mortal goo to reduce the internal friction. But this way, the number of goo worms in the killer move would increase, the difficulty of activating it would increase, the mental burden would increase, the overall evaluation of the killer move would also fall. Killer moves needed to be practical, the number of goo worms could not be too high, the immortal essence burden could not be too high, the effect had to be good, and there could not be any obvious flaws. Thus, creating killer moves was an extremely difficult and huge project. But in Fan Yuan's hands, compound killer moves could not only use 2 cores, they could also use 3 cores, 4 cores, and many other cores. Wind Path was not good at eruption, he could use Fire Path and choose freely. The space for creating and modifying killer moves of a single path was limited. Compound killer moves were even more so, because of the internal friction. In the history of goo cultivation, compound killer moves were far fewer than the killer moves of a single path. Killer moves of a single path had always been the orthodox path. But Fan Yuan's situation was completely different now. Because of the low internal friction in his derivation of compound killer moves, the space for him to create and modify killer moves was much larger than ordinary goo immortals. The number of paths in the world reduced the difficulty of his derivation of killer moves by several times. Precisely because of this, Fan Yuan was able to rapidly devise a large number of compound killer moves in a short period of time. Don't forget that he had a vast number of goo recipes and killer moves, so even though his wind path and fire path attainment levels were not high, he could refer to them and easily devise a killer move like Wind-Fire Wheel. When sparring with the Qi-Si clone earlier, Fan Yuan had used Sword Feather Blade Wings, Heart Crying Blood, Thunder Charm Thread Flow, 5 Technique Rainbow Light, Refinement Butterfly killer moves. They were just a small portion of the outstanding killer moves in his inventory. Over 3,000 Heaven Path Down marks, even though it was a small number, it truly opened up a whole new world for Fan Yuan. Since ancient times until now, countless heroes and experts in history had only dabbled in this new world. After exploring a few steps, they were powerless and unable to continue. But with the support of Heaven Path Dao marks, Fan Yuan could take a dozen steps, or even 100 steps. He could easily obtain unprecedented achievements. The Heavenly Dao is inclusive and pays attention to the balance of all living beings. It is truly wondrous. In the next few days, Fan Yuan secretly created and modified compound killer moves while leading Qi-Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai to sweep through the grotto heavens. Most of the Qi harvest fruits in the variant human alliance were devoured by Qi-Si Ancestor, some were left in the grotto heavens. Fan Yuan annexed a total of 3 rank 8 grotto heavens, Transformation Paths Grand Swine Grotto Heaven, Time Paths Time Difference Grotto Heaven, and Rule Paths Freshness Grotto Heaven. These 3 grotto heavens had abundant resources and deep foundations. They were located on heaven vein nodes and were taken care of by Providence for many years. Fan Yuan had made ample preparations. He cleverly split these 3 grotto heavens and placed them in different areas of the sovereign immortal aperture. For example, Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had 2 super resource points. One was the Rolling Waterfall Cliff, the other was the Needle Forest Snowfield. In the Rolling Waterfall Cliff, there were large numbers of desolate beast jumping pigs. These jumping pigs could not walk, they only knew how to jump. When they grew to a certain stage, their bodies would become fat, they would come to the highest cliff and jump down. There was a huge waterfall hanging on the cliff. The water in the waterfall was boiling hot, it contained a vast number of fire path and water path Dao marks, it was steaming hot all year round. When the jumping pigs jumped into the waterfall, 10% of them would die from the corrosion of fire path and water path Dao marks. The remaining 90% would have their skin and flesh split open, they would have their bones broken and blood splattered, they barely survived. But after that, as long as the jumping pigs survived, they would break through their bottleneck and grow into dead fat pigs. Dead fat pigs would no longer be desolate beasts, their life forms would break through to another level, they would become ancient desolate beasts. The number of dead fat pigs and jumping pigs in the rolling waterfall cliff was quite sizable. The number of dead fat pigs produced every year was basically the largest in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. And in the Needle Forest Snowfield, there were bold swine that lived and reproduced. Bold swine were immemorial black pigs, even their bones were black, They were as large as mountains and moved slowly. The Needle Forest snowfield was huge. Fan Yuan naturally placed it in Kokidahara, causing Kokidahara's area to increase by 20%. And there were more than 500 bold swine of all sizes. Fan Yuan became the world's largest pig farm owner in one leap. As for time difference Grotto Heaven and freshness Grotto Heaven, they each had a super resource point. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had suffered heavy losses from the myriad tribulation. But after annexing these 3 Grotto Heavens, there was an immediate improvement. The development rate rose to 25%. This development rate was slightly higher than before the myriad tribulation. Previously, the sovereign immortal aperture only had one super resource point. It was Danghun Mountain, which produced Guts Gu. After that was the Dragonfish business. Fan Yuan invested in it many times before it became a giant resource point. Fan Yuan developed the sovereign immortal aperture by forcefully taking Heifan Grotto Heaven and Qixi Grotto Heaven. But how could these 2 Grotto Heavens be as stable as the variant human alliance's Grotto Heaven? Providence took great care of the latter. On the other hand, it was Fan Yuan's development, like the Eerie Fire Dragon Python Pit, Seagull Soil Beach, and 5 Light Mountain. They were all newly established. There was little investment. Their development time could not compare to the variant human Grotto Heavens. Finally, Fan Yuan focused on raising humans and variant humans later on. He did not put his energy into proper resources. After annexing them, the sovereign immortal aperture's subsequent arrangements were very complicated. Fan Yuan handed them to the humans and variant humans in the immortal aperture. He himself started to refine the heaven path down marks inside. As for Qixi Ancestor, he returned to Qixi. Xia Clan's surviving Gu immortals were in Qixi. They cried tears of joy when they saw Qixi Ancestor. Qixi Ancestor was still alive. This was the best news. Eastern Sea's super forces sent their representatives to Qixi. After getting this news, they let out sighs of relief. Without Qixi Ancestor, they could not deal with Fan Yuan. This defeat is all because of me. Qixi Ancestor took the initiative to take responsibility. Cough, cough. Don't say that, Ancestor. The one who wanted to attack the variant human alliance was my Xia clan. Sigh, I have let down my friends who died in battle. Qixi Ancestor raised his head and sighed. His eyes were slightly red. Qixi Ancestor, you should focus on recuperating now. Whatever resources you need, the whole of Eastern Sea will support you fully. Eastern Sea's Shin Clan Gu Immortal spoke. The other super forces representatives also nodded without any objections. Under everyone's gazes, Qixi Ancestor coughed out another mouthful of blood. He sighed. The most important thing now is to recover from my injuries. Most of the immortal friends of the 2 heavens who have attached themselves to me still have the scourge of the energy harvest fruit in their homes. Let me get rid of these chi harvest fruits first. The immortals were extremely moved. Many of the 2 heavens Gu immortals had tears in their eyes. Qixi Ancestor, you are truly the role model of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Chapter 2090. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. A brand new time path immortal formation was set up. It was at the crucial moment. Go. Fan Yuan's divine sense moved. A large lump of epiphyllum nectar was sprinkled over. This was a rank 8 time path immortal material. At the next moment, profound light flashed, turning into countless light specks that spread rapidly. Boom! It was like the explosion of silver-white fireworks. The light specks quickly dissipated without a trace. It was as if the formation that Fan Yuan had spent a lot of effort to set up had completely failed. However, when Fan Yuan activated his investigative killer move, he saw a phantom pool floating in the air. This pool resembled the Year Essence pool, but it was not big. It was only 10% of the Year Essence pool's size. Fan Yuan observed for a while before nodding in satisfaction. The formation was quite successful this time. He willed. The rank 8 Year Essence pool in the mini 9 heavens opened its floodgates. A tributary of the River of Time flowed down, merging into the newly constructed pool. When the water of the River of Time in the pool reached a certain level, it started to move on its own. The water flowed out of the pool and poured into the ground below. At the bottom of the year essence pool was a thick white fog. In the shallow pool covered by the fog, there was a large number of desolate plants, extreme marsh flowers. Some of these flowers were like flower buds, they were as big as houses. Some were in full bloom, their petals connected into one, shaped like a trumpet. From the center of the flower, traces of white fog spread out continuously. This was the flower mist extreme marsh shoal that Fang Yuan had meticulously created. The food of rank 8 immortal Gu Regret was fresh extreme marsh flower mist. The tributary of the river of time flowed down, causing the entire extreme marsh flower mist shoal's time to accelerate. The water of the tributary of the river of time continued to spread, but a light blue translucent wall of light appeared around the flower mist shoal. Thus, the effect of time acceleration was limited to the area covered by the wall of light. Success, it is perfect. Fan Yuan inspected it several times. He was very satisfied that there were no problems. The light blue translucent wall of light was a method that Fan Yuan had obtained from Time Difference Grotto Heaven. All of the resource points in Time Difference Grotto Heaven were like this. They were surrounded by the wall of light. The flow of time inside was many times faster than other places. As a result, Time Difference Grotto Heaven's production of time path resources was extraordinary. Fan Yuan added years subpools on top of the original foundation. Each subpool was responsible for regulating a time path area. The rank 8 year essence pool was like the main dam, while these year essence pools were like the auxiliary dam. The tributaries of the river of time that were drawn in from the river of time first entered the year essence pool, then the largest one spread throughout the immortal aperture, while many other tributaries entered the auxiliary dam to speed up the production of resources. In this way, Fan Yuan's resource output would increase by more than 10 times. Of course, this method was not only used to speed up the production of resources, it could also be used on Gu worms. In the time path zone where time slowed down, Gu worms' food requirements fell by a lot. This method had little effect on other Gu immortals. The reason was simple: conflicting Dao marks. Time path partitioning was essentially a time path method. If the Gu worms affected were of other paths and had higher ranks, the effect would be smaller. Fan Yuan had the unrestrained heavenly scar, which could reduce internal friction. After trying it out, he found that the effect of this method was gratifying. On one hand, it reduced the food requirements of Gu worms, on the other hand, it increased the production of resources. Fan Yuan's Gu worm food crisis was over before it flared up. Qixi ancestor left, but these few days, Fan Yuan was not idle. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals died in battle. The immortal apertures and blessed lands that were left at the bottom of the sea were almost all devoured by him. As for the grotto heavens and the immemorial 2 heavens, Fan Yuan intended to keep them for now. On one hand, the sovereign immortal aperture needed food. By annexing a grotto heaven every once in a while, the calamities and tribulations would start anew, allowing Fan Yuan to make arrangements more flexibly. On the other hand, the grotto heavens were like potted plants that grew qi harvest fruits. Even though there was little hope, if the qi harvest fruits continued to grow, not only would they suppress the variant human alliance, they could also nourish the qi-si clone. As for the 3 grotto heavens that Fan Yuan devoured earlier, they were necessary. Fan Yuan had too little immortal essence. He needed to replenish it in large amounts. Rank 8 Gu immortals relied on immortal Yuan stones to replenish immortal essence. The best way was to produce it themselves. But immortal apertures relied on the immortal aperture origin core to produce immortal essence. And the strength of the immortal aperture origin core depended on the immortal aperture's development. To raise its development, Fan Yuan had to devour 3 grotto heavens. The Fate War had expended a large amount of Fan Yuan's immortal essence reserves. After that, Fan Yuan could not rest. He moved around the qi tides, searching for a way to deal with the heaven path Dao marks. After finding a way, Fan Yuan entered the celestial court and was immediately pursued. During this period of time, Fan Yuan fought too frequently. Almost all of his battles were against peak experts of the immortal world. They were too intense. By now, Fan Yuan's immortal essence reserves had fallen below the warning line. He needed to rest and recuperate for the time being. He could not fight anymore. Thanks to the year essence pool that I snatched, I have no lack of time path methods to speed up the immortal aperture's time. Otherwise, my immortal essence would have been used up already. It is a pity that I do not have the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, otherwise, I would not have to worry about this. Heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus Immortal Goo could produce immortal essence. In history, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable who possessed it had the most immortal essence reserves among venerables. Ever since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable started cultivating, he had never been worried about the burden of primeval essence and immortal essence. In contrast, his enemies often fell into a predicament of running out of primeval essence and immortal essence when fighting against Genesis Lotus. Fan Yuan lacked immortal essence now, it was delaying his recovery. He explored dream realms, he needed immortal essence. He cultivated soul path, he needed immortal essence. He had lost many immortal goo, he needed to refine them quickly. He had a large number of low-rank immortal goo, he needed to refine them. Injured immortal goo needed refinement path methods to recover, he also needed immortal essence. Because of his lack of immortal essence, he needed to save some for emergencies. Fan Yuan's cultivation could only be put aside for now. Only the compound killer moves concept, because the difficulty was too low, he could barely continue with it. Experimenting with new killer moves also needed immortal essence. But just this alone was within the range of what Fan Yuan could bear. Other than accumulating immortal essence and deducing compound killer moves, Fan Yuan was also relocating resource points and gathering immortal materials. The resource points in the 2 heavens grotto heavens that could be moved, Fan Yuan tried his best to relocate them. After all, these grotto heavens were left in the immemorial 2 heavens, their defensive range was too wide, if someone attacked, it would be hard to defend against them in time. A vast number of immortal materials were organized and stored in several warehouses in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan imitated Celestial Court, he built several large open warehouses and also several expensive hidden warehouses. The variant human goo immortals received the care of Providence, they were truly rich. Among them, woodpath immortal materials were the most abundant. Because Xiao Hejian and Green Forest Great Sage were mini-man, other than them, there were 2 other woodpath grotto heavens. There were also many other paths immortal materials, but what made Fan Yuan pleasantly surprised was that the number of luck path immortal materials he collected was also astonishing. For example, the luck path ancient desolate beast rolling cat, after collecting them in small batches, Fan Yuan found dozens of them in the end. This kind of cat was very exquisite, an adult could make it roll on it with just a stretch of their hand. Rolling cat was very adorable, it had snow-white fur, pink paws, large black eyes, and its meow was very tender, meow meow meow, it made people's hearts itch. There was also Lucky Jade, this was in rank 8 luck path immortal material, it emitted a dazzling light at all times and contained dense luck path Dao marks. Tooth water was also a type, it looked no different from ordinary spring water on the surface. But if one drank it, it would get stuck in the gaps between the teeth. Not only would it be extremely uncomfortable, it could even cause the goo immortal's luck to plummet and fall into a trough. The Variant Human Alliance does not have luck path cultivators. But these people were able to create a paradise under the influence of humanity. Living in seclusion and reproducing, they naturally have great luck. Not to mention that they are also under the care of Providence. Fan Yuan thought about it, these luck path immortal materials could be explained. These luck path immortal materials were very valuable to Fan Yuan, they came at the right time. Because he needed to refine a large number of luck path immortal goo to raise cooking luck pots level. Cooking luck pots level was still too low for the current Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan predicted that there would be a large number of immortal materials and even immortal goo in the future. Because those Eastern Sea goo immortal captives were still imprisoned in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan's extortion letters had already been sent to all of Eastern Sea's forces. After Eastern Sea's righteous path leaders received the letters, they sent them to Qi Ancestor, hoping to hear his opinion and ask for his help. Qi Ancestor had just visited the 2 heavens grotto heavens and devoured all the Qi harvest fruits. Right now, his Qi path Dao marks had broken through 2 million. In less than half a month, the Chi-Si clone's strength had increased explosively. The Chi-Si clone did not react. He would hide this card for now, for as long as he could. If those Chi harvest fruits can grow again, that would be great. Chi-Si ancestor was looking forward to it, but he knew that the possibility was not high. Because Chi harvest fruits were produced because of the impact of the Chi tides. Almost all of the grotto heavens were located on heaven veins. That was why there was a huge problem. During the pursued battle with Fan Yuan, the 5 regions' Chi tides had already stopped moving. The fusion of the 5 regions' Chi was almost complete. Chi-Si ancestor was also pondering over his own cultivation. He did not lack down marks or immortal essence, he lacked killer moves. Chi-Si ancestor only had a few killer moves that he could use. Even though he obtained Primordial Origin's true inheritance, the Chi Path killer move Celestial Court was too familiar, he needed to modify it. Chi-Si ancestor's ambition was not just this. He wanted to create a combat system that was suitable for himself. Killer moves were scattered and could be used to bully some rank 8 experts, or some pseudo-venerables. But against people like Spectral Soul and Duke Long, he needed an outstanding combat system. The main factor that influenced the Gu Immortal's battle strength was cultivation level. But killer moves, Immortal Gu, Immortal Essence, timing, geography, and people were also influential factors. For example, special killer moves like Reverse Flow Protection Seal could allow Gu Immortals to fight above their ranks. Combat systems were also part of this. For most Gu Immortals, combat systems were not necessary. Because just these factors were enough to create a difference in battle strength, Gu Immortals would be able to determine the victor. But to Fan Yuan and Chi-Si, it was something they could not lack. Because cultivation level, killer moves, immortal Gu, and other normal factors could not determine the victor, everyone was about the same. At this time, whoever had a mature and outstanding combat system was very important. Fan Yuan's extortion letters were passed around for a while before they all landed on Chi-Si ancestor's table. Chi-Si ancestor did not even look at them, because he knew the contents of these letters. My injuries are not light. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Chi-Si ancestor's words made Eastern Sea's righteous path lose the will to resist Fan Yuan. If Chi-Si ancestor did not take action, who could resist Fan Yuan directly? They had to hand over the immortal materials and redeem their clan's Gu Immortals. Chi-Si ancestor added, I have already contacted the Celestial Court, maybe they will send reinforcements. Eastern Sea's righteous path Gu Immortals had complex emotions, they could not say anything. After all, Chi-Si ancestor was heavily injured, he even contacted the Celestial Court for Eastern Sea's righteous path members, he did not ignore them. As a lone cultivator who was close to the righteous path, Chi-Si ancestor had already done a good job. As for Xia clan's Gu Immortals, they were obediently resting in Chi-Si's formation. Their first Supreme Elder had already been killed by Fan Yuan, the remaining Gu Immortals were very obedient. They were not obedient earlier, especially when the variant human Gu Immortals escaped from Central Continent. These Xia clan Gu Immortals were very excited at that time, they thought that the chance to reclaim their homeland was here. In the end. Chapter 2091. Eastern Sea, Hot Spring Blessed Land. Ever since Fan Yuan subdued the variant human alliance, he had been in closed cultivation in Xia clan's headquarters. The Dragon Man clone, Wu Shuai, represented him, managing the alliance's daily affairs. I have seen your contributions, you may leave. Wu Shuai's voice could be vaguely heard in the hall. This subordinate takes his leave. At the next moment, the door opened as 2 Miniman Gu Immortals flew out. They were Xiao Hejian and Green Forest Great Sage. After leaving the hall, the respectful expressions on their faces faded, replaced by expressions of regret and helplessness. The reason the 2 immortals were summoned was because Fan Yuan wanted their woodpath immortal Gu. Under Wu Shuai's persuasion, the 2 immortals had to offer their woodpath immortal Gu. Green Forest Great Sage transmitted, complaining. Lord Xiao, what do we do? My forest Gu is the core of many killer moves, without it, I can barely fight. Xiao Hejian's expression was ugly. You only lost rank 7 forest Gu. but I offered up rank 8. The two immortals were not willing to contribute, but the situation was pressing. What could they do? In fact, this situation had been happening frequently recently. The Alliance members were furious, but they did not dare to go against their superior's will. "The announcement is here! The announcement is here!" An excited voice entered the ears of the two Mini-Man-Goo immortals. The two immortals moved and arrived in front of an information path Mortal Goo house. On this information path Mortal Goo house, there was a board with 3 words at the top: Contribution Board. Looking down, Xiao Hejian was ranked first. His contribution points were in 4 digits. As for Green Forest Great Sage, even though he was not in the top 3, he was in the top 10. Green Forest Great Sage was overjoyed. "Lord Xiao, look, you are first! Alliance leader did not lie to us, he really recorded our contributions to the Alliance." He was depressed earlier, but his mood was much better now. Xiao Hejian snorted coldly, feeling disdainful. "This is just the method of the higher-ups to exploit us. To think that this demon Fan Yuan has such political skills. Sigh, it is a pity that I do not have his peak battle strength. There are still Qi harvest fruits left in my own headquarters. Given the current situation, what else can I do besides following behind Fan Yuan?" Xiao Hejian's strength was extraordinary, and he was not inferior to the experts of the Celestial Court. Unfortunately, with his strength, he could only bow his head in front of Fan Yuan. He was unwilling, but what could he do? The situation was stronger than the people. Contribution Board? Soon Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest learned of this important news. During this period of time, Alliance members have often been summoned and given Immortal Goo. Even Xiao Hejian was not spared. What should I do? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch showed worry on his face. My name is not on the contribution board yet. As the Vice Alliance leader, this is not a good thing. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was slightly anxious. But he was reluctant to hand over the Ice and Snow Immortal Goo. How about this? I'll gather a batch of immortal materials and offer them up. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly made up his mind. Fan Yuan could force his subordinates to hand over their immortal goo. But if he did that, it would be too unsightly. The hearts of the people that were gathered after much difficulty would disperse. If that was the case, Fan Yuan's earlier ploy would be a waste of effort. Even though Fan Yuan was a demonic path overlord, he was also well-versed in the righteous path. Setting up a contribution board could resolve many conflicts. It could also motivate others. Of course, the essence was still the same: the strong plundered the weak. On the same day that Fan Yuan set up the contribution board, a huge matter happened in Qi. All of the Eastern Sea Righteous Path Goo Immortals gathered together and elected Qi Ancestor as the alliance leader of the Eastern Sea Righteous Qi Alliance. The Variant Human Alliance led by Fan Yuan had become a huge threat to Eastern Sea's super forces. Especially after the recent defeat, Eastern Sea's super clans were even more wary and worried about Fan Yuan's forces. Facing the bullying of the strong, the weak naturally had to band together. Under Fan Yuan's coercion, all of the super forces wanted to band together. As for the alliance leader position, there was no way to fight for it. All of the super clans supported Qi Ancestor. Only pseudo-venerable battle strength Qi Ancestor could contend against Fan Yuan. The Qi clone was not modest. The current situation was already within his calculations. Since I am the alliance leader of the Righteous Qi Alliance, I will act for the big picture. I hope you will not disobey my orders. Qi Ancestor said solemnly. We don't dare. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Immortals replied. There are 3 important matters now. Qi Ancestor said in detail. The first is to create the Alliance's treasury. Each clan needs to hand over a certain amount of resources, not just immortal materials, but also immortal goo recipes, immortal killer moves, and so on. The second is to set up the Alliance Contribution Board and Mission Board. They must be fair and just. Everyone who contributes to the Righteous Qi Alliance will know about it. The affairs of the Righteous Qi Alliance should also be handled by competent people. The third is that the members of the Righteous Qi Alliance should help each other. If there is a betrayal, the other members must work together to eliminate the traitor. There must not be any leniency or tolerance. That's right. The immortals agreed. They knew that only by doing this could they truly create the foundation of the alliance. Otherwise, the Righteous Chi Alliance would only exist in name. It would be better not to create it. Chi Ancestor organized the first group meeting. The first was the exchange of true inheritances. The clans would exchange their talents. Some clans had many refinement path Gu immortals, some clans were strong in wisdom path. Such cooperation could indeed rapidly increase the strength of the entire Righteous Chi Alliance. The second was to discuss how to negotiate with Fan Yuan to redeem the Gu immortals of the various clans. All the clans hoped that Fan Yuan could return the Gu immortals in one piece and keep their immortal apertures. For this, they were willing to make concessions in terms of ransom. The third was to use the Righteous Chi Alliance's name to publicly contact the Celestial Court, hoping to cooperate with the Celestial Court to form an even stronger alliance to eliminate Fan Yuan and the Variant Human Alliance. After receiving this information, Wu Yong sat in his study room for an entire afternoon. During this period of time, Wu Yong first eliminated the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, raising his reputation to a whole new level. But soon, news of the battle between Fan Yuan and Qi Si, as well as the defeat of Eastern Sea's righteous path, spread all over the world. The subsequent development of the situation made Wu Yong feel like it was too much for him to take in. Eastern Sea formed 2 alliances and entered a standoff. Lord! Wu Bachong asked for an audience. Seeing Wu Yong's grim expression, Wu Bachong knew what was going on. His tone became gentler. The change in Eastern Sea's situation was a heavy blow to Wu Yong's ambitions. Wu Yong had originally planned to invade Eastern Sea after unifying southern border. But now, Eastern Sea's situation had undergone a complete change. Not only were there 2 alliances, Fan Yuan was also occupying a corner of Eastern Sea. His might was overwhelming. Wu Yong's grand strategy was about to be implemented, but it was already showing signs of failure. Lord, are we still going to attack Mushroom Man Paradise? Wu Bachong asked. Wu Yong's gaze flickered. He was too familiar with Wu Bachong. He asked directly. What happened now? Wu Bachong handed over an information path Mortal Gu. Wu Yong took a look. He crushed the information path Mortal Gu in his hand as his fist slammed on the table. With a loud sound, the paper and brush were scattered. These cowards, scoundrels! Wu Yong gritted his teeth. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes. The information showed that a large number of southern border clans had secretly contacted Lu Weiyin. The reason for this was obvious. Fan Yuan displayed the might of the number 1 demon in the world. These superforces were afraid. They might not want to collude with Fan Yuan, but Lu Weiyin had cooperated with Fan Yuan not long ago to kill Spectral Soul. Thus, these superforces secretly contacted and colluded with Lu Weiyin. This was the way of survival for superforces. On the surface, they were irreconcilable enemies with the demon Fan Yuan, but in the dark, they communicated with each other. If something unexpected happened in the future, there would be a trace of friendship and a way out. Lord, the demonic forces are rampant now. Since Lord has the ambition to conquer the world, why not endure for a while and wait for a good opportunity? Wu Bachong urged. Wu Yong fell into silence. He was clear about his plan. He knew the pros and cons of it. The Gu cultivation world had always respected the strong, primordial origin immortal venerable, who single-handedly led humanity to overthrow the rule of the variant humans in the 5 regions. Looking at the current situation, Fan Yuan, Qi Si Ancestor, and several other pseudo-venerables were leading the world. The result of their conflict would influence the politics of the 5 regions. Using the alliance of the weak to defeat the strong? History had already proven that this was a dead end. Conflicting Dao marks made them lose their advantage in numbers. Since ancient times, there were many wise people who worked hard in this area. Ancient battle formations and immortal Gu houses were created because of this. But what happened? Looking at the Fate War, the main characters were always Duke Long, Fan Yuan, Feng Zhoge, and others. They were all Gu immortals. Even Demon Judgment Board, Dragon Palace, Di Zangxing, and others were just supporting characters. Wu Yong's plan was not to ally with the weak to resist the strong. He wanted to gather enough resources through the alliance so that he could cultivate on his own. He wanted to raise his cultivation base and battle strength to the pseudo-venerable realm, or even the venerable realm. Developing a force was only one way to become stronger. Gathering resources and suppressing enemies was ultimately still based on the individual. Looking at the history of the 5 regions, superforces were just vassals of the strong. The rise and fall of a superforce was decided by the state of the strong. After a long while, Wu Yong broke the silence, saying, "Wu Bachong, your suggestion is very reasonable. All right, let's put aside the plan of attacking Mushroom Man Paradise for now. There are a few things we need to do now," Wu Yong said as he tapped the table with his fingers. "First, actively search for all kinds of inheritances and try to find venerable methods from them, so that we can resist existences like Fan Yuan in the future. Second, spread rumors about Fan Yuan's strength, emphasize the conflict between Fan Yuan and the Celestial Court, and try to lure them into fighting each other." Chapter 2092. Central Continent. Flowing silver-blessed land. Spare my life. Leave, the enemy is Demon Immortal Ziwei. She is not someone we can fight. We were so unlucky, we had just attacked and Demon Immortal Ziwei came. The Central Continent Gu Immortals sighed as they escaped in panic. "Did I say you could leave?" Fairy Myrtle smiled coldly. Purple light shone from her body. The light illuminated half the sky. Most of the Central Continent Gu Immortals died. Only one escaped alive. Fairy Myrtle was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, a Wisdom Path Great Expert. Against these rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals, she displayed battle strength that left them in despair. After easily slaughtering the Gu Immortals, Fairy Myrtle hooked her finger. The souls of the Gu Immortals were brought to Yingwu Xia. After devouring them, Master Soul Foundation will rise greatly again. Fairy Myrtle smiled. Yingwu Xia was depressed, his morale was low. "Sigh, even if my foundation is strong, so what? My main body is dead. Only this split soul of mine is left. Master, don't be discouraged." And Sun quickly persuaded. "I brought almost all the soul path resources and soul pacifying grotto heaven. They are your cultivation resources." During this period of time, and Sun had already met up with Fairy Myrtle and Yingwu Xia. After persuading Yingwu Xia, and Sun said to Fairy Myrtle, "Lady Ziwei, did you let that transformation path Gu Immortal go on purpose? Why did you do that? Did you want him to attract more Gu Immortal enemies?" And Sun's soul was modified by Spectral Soul. He was extremely loyal to Yingwu Xia. He would object to anything that went against Yingwu Xia's interests. Right now, he was looking at Fairy Myrtle with a questioning gaze. Fairy Myrtle smiled coldly, ignoring him. Yingwu Xia quickly eased the atmosphere. "If I am not wrong, that transformation path Gu Immortal should be Warrior Steel Rush. He is Fan Yuan's subordinate. He was originally a Gu Immortal and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. After the Fate War, he has been roaming outside." And Sun frowned, feeling indignant. "Fan Yuan killed Master's main body. He is our mortal enemy. We should not let him go." Yingwu Xia sighed. "Fan Yuan's demonic might is overwhelming. He has completely subdued the variant human alliance and occupied Eastern Sea. During the battle with Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Alliance, he displayed pseudo-venerable battle strength. He has completely broken free from the Heaven Path down mark restriction. Now, he is summoning his subordinates back, which superforces would dare to stop him. Even the 10 great ancient sects of the Central Continent turn a blind eye to it." Fairy Ziwei continued. "Fan Yuan is crafty and despicable. He is ruthless and ruthless. He slaughtered his entire clan when he was young to raise his aptitude. He is Dragon King, Clan Dragon Army. Whether at battle or not, or Dragon King Gu, he wore King Chinchin. Even if we kill this Warrior Steel Rush, how much damage can we cause to Fan Yuan? Damn it!" And Sun clenched his fists, realizing. "This demon has already gained momentum, we cannot shake him. Not only that, even getting rid of his subordinates was a huge risk. They were worried that Fan Yuan would take the opportunity to investigate. Since this demon has recovered his battle strength, why is he not fighting to the death with Celestial Court? Fairy Myrtle analyzed as she plundered flowing silver-blessed land. I am suspicious of Fog Yuan's immortal essence reserves. It is likely that he lacks immortal essence now. Earlier, when he fought Qi Ancestor, he was bluffing. So now, he is recuperating. Are you sure? And Sun heard this and his eyes shined. Maybe we can make use of this. Fairy Myrtle fell silent again. Wuxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. Do you know what our greatest gain from fighting with Fang Yuan is? What is it? It is Fang Yuan. We cannot use common sense to judge him. According to the intensity of the previous battles, it is reasonable for him to lack immortal essence now. But no one knows how many methods he has, how much venerables helped him in the dark, or what methods he has in his rebirth memories. Even his main body died. Now that we managed to escape, we should not provoke him. Wuxia persuaded. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Wuxia's words did not hurt her, but she was worried about Wuxia's morale. Fang Yuan was always out of the ordinary. He displayed shocking performances time and time again. Right now, Wuxia was filled with fear. This was not the demeanor of the great spectral soul demon Venerable. Wuxia was not only a split soul of spectral soul, he was also the master that Fairy Myrtle and Sun were loyal to. They were looking forward to his rise. To boost Wuxia's morale, Fairy Myrtle thought for a while before saying, Fang Yuan is a terrifying person. After all along, he has been pressured by various forces. Be it the Venerable's forceful suppression or the pursuit of the Celestial Court led by me, he has been living a miserable life for a long time. He has been in a precarious situation. The way I see it, Fang Yuan is only a pawn. The Venerables who supported him had already given up on him the moment Fate Gu was destroyed. Not only did they give up on him, they even destroyed him. Be it the restriction of Fang Yuan's heaven path Dao marks, or the pursuit of spectral soul, they are all evidence. But now, Fang Yuan broke free and killed spectral soul. He got rid of the Venerable's arrangements and obtained freedom. He never had time to develop his business properly, but now he does. Right now, he is growing stronger every minute and second. He is growing stronger at an unfathomable speed. Even though I am a wisdom path great expert and have fought with Fang Yuan many times, I cannot estimate how strong he will be the next time he attacks. But no matter how strong he is, as long as he does not become venerable, he is not invincible. Fairy Myrtle changed the topic. Wuxia smiled bitterly. Maybe the next time Fang Yuan attacks, he will already be a venerable. No. Fairy Myrtle smiled. It is not so easy to become a venerable. Since ancient times, there have only been 10. How to become a venerable is a huge secret. All sorts of clues show that the venerables who helped Fang Yuan did not tell him this secret. Is that so? Sun clapped, saying happily, This is great. If Fang Yuan does not become venerable, he will only be a pseudo-venerable. Even though his battle strength is strong, there is a limit. Be it Qi Ancestor or Divine Emperor City, they can deal with him. Wuxia let out a breath of turbid air. This means that as long as Fang Yuan does not become venerable, we will still have hope? Fairy Myrtle nodded. Even though Fang Yuan is strong, there are many things restricting him. Once Fate Gu is destroyed, the universe will be in chaos. Demon Immortal Qi Ju can revive. Can't the past venerables do the same? That doesn't make sense. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is only a pseudo-venerable. Sun's heart shook. Lady Ziwei, you were once in charge of Celestial Court. Do you have some clues? What venerable revival? Fairy Myrtle shook her head. This is only my deduction, there is no proof. But one thing is clear. When a Gu Immortal revives, the stronger they are, the harder it is. Demon Immortal Qi Ju used up a grotto heaven to revive. He also used the Qi harvest fruit. Even so, because of the severe interference during the revival, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's strength fell after reviving. It is different from the records of Celestial Court. The revival of a venerable is thousands of times more difficult than Qi Ju's revival. As Fairy Myrtle said this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's image appeared in her mind. She had many suspicions. These last days, even though she, Ing Wu Xie, and the rest were wanted, Celestial Court did not pursue them much. Thinking about it, even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements appeared during the Fate War, they were not focused on protecting Celestial Court. Under the control of Genesis Lotus Will, Divine Beam Palace and Emperor City combined to form Divine Emperor City, but before and after the Fate War, it had remained in Central Continent, not moving at all. Not long ago, the battle proved that Divine Emperor City could fly. As for the bamboo forest image that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable set up at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, after devouring many Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts, it flew out of Celestial Court, vanishing without a trace. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had left behind all sorts of methods, but Fairy Myrtle felt that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's focus was not on defending Celestial Court or protecting Fate Gu, but on other areas. Fan Yuan must have sensed this. That's why he did not attack Divine Emperor City. Fairy Myrtle looked at Eastern Sea. Someone first leaked the news in Jewel Yellow Skies, after which, rumors of a battle between Fan Yuan and Celestial Court spread like wildfire. Right now, the entire 5 regions Gu Immortal World had a saying. The battle between Fan Yuan and Celestial Court in Divine Emperor City would decide who the ruler of the world would be. Wuyon was only the beginning. Western Deserts Gu Immortal World, Eastern Seas Gu Immortal World, Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, and even the Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens had strong motives. They were secretly adding fuel to the fire. This plan isn't bad. But what kind of person is Fan Yuan? Why would he fall for it? Fairy Myrtle sneered. In the chess game of the world, there were countless living beings, but only a few people competed. Even though Fairy Myrtle did not have the strength to participate, as a Wisdom Path great expert, she had such foresight. After plundering Liquid Silver Blessed Land, the Liquid Silver inheritance was also obtained by Fairy Myrtle. This was a Metal Path inheritance. It was created by Central Continent's Rank 7 Gu Immortal, Silverhorn Immortal. To Fairy Myrtle, it did not have much value. In Wu Xie and in Sun cultivated Soul Path, true inheritances did not have much value as a reference. What was truly useful to them were some immortal materials in the Blessed Land. After confirming that they did not leave anything behind, Fairy Myrtle and the other 2 immortals left. Immemorial Black Heaven. Under Bing Sichuan's lead, He Lulan arrived at Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Longevity Heaven actually had such a trump card. He Lulan was inwardly shocked. This rank 8 immortal Gu house in front of her was far larger than Calamity Luck Altar. The grand dark golden palace gave off an unwavering aura that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. I brought you here to meet someone. Bing Sichuan brought He Lulan deep into Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. You are? He Lulan stared with wide eyes at immortal zombie giant Sun who was sitting on a cushion. The strong reaction from her bloodline and immortal zombie giant Sun's appearance allowed He Lulan to quickly confirm the identity of the person in front of her. She immediately knelt on the ground and paid her respects. Unfilial descendant pays respect to ancestor giant Sun. Good child, get up. Immortal zombie giant Sun smiled kindly. He Lulan, who was in a turbulent mood, was immediately supported up by a formless and gentle force. She had just stood up when she heard immortal zombie giant Sun say, "You are my outstanding descendant. If you want to talk about unfilial, He tribe's Gu immortals are truly unfilial. They are afraid of death. They actually sided with an outsider, that 100 Legs Jr." Chapter 2093. When Bai Ningbing barely managed to open her eyes, the first thing she saw was a gentle yellow light. "You're awake too." A familiar voice resounded in her ears, but she could not hear it clearly. After a few breaths of time, Bai Ningbing's vision became clear. She saw Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress beside her. Bai Ningbing felt weak all over, she barely supported her upper body with her hands. "Where is this?" She looked around and found that she was in a cave. The cave was very peculiar. It was shaped like a ball. Bai Ningbing and the other immortals were at the bottom of the ball. The inner wall of the spherical cave was made up of sparse yellow soil. From time to time, there would be waves of red light that condensed into a bloodline-like red flowing light in the yellow soil. Wait, these are… Bai Ningbing's expression became bewildered. She found that in the walls of the spherical cave, there was an immortal material embedded at regular intervals. The first thing she found was a piece of copper material in front of her. The copper material was tough and domineering. It was inserted into the soil and flickered with a cold metallic luster. Isn't this the rank 7 immortal material domination copper? Bai Ningbing recognized it. Then, she noticed that there was a piece of iron that was as white as snow not far from Batong. This metal had a higher aura than domination copper. It was a rank 8 immortal material, white snow iron. How can this be? Where domination copper is produced, there should not be any other rank 7 copper materials. But I only took a rough look. There are at least 5 pieces of rank 7 copper materials here. Moreover, white snow iron has always been produced from rooster iron ores. Why is there only 1 piece of white snow iron here? It seems that even Bai Ningbing cannot recognize the peculiarity of this place. Black Tigress said in disappointment. Fairy Miaoyin smiled. We only woke up a little earlier than you. We are also very curious about this place. This place is too mystical. It seems to be a storage room for immortal materials. Not just metal path immortal materials, there are also other paths. Look over there. Fairy Miaoyin pointed to the left of Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked over and saw that in a small piece of soil on the left, there were more than 10 big round radishes. I know, these are white wine radishes. White wine is produced from radishes. Even though they are rank 6, food path immortal materials are very rare. Bai Ningbing said. Look over here. Fairy Miaoyin pointed again. Bai Ningbing discovered a gust of wind. The wind condensed into a ball the size of a string ball. It was dark green in color, and the sound of the wind was very low. Bai Ningbing had once obtained the Baixiang Grotto Heaven and had followed by Fang Yuan's side for a long time. When she saw this ball of wind, she narrowed her eyes and recalled its records. This is heavy eerie wind, a rank 8 wind path immortal material. It can only be found deep underground. Even celestial quartz goo immortals desire it. Metal path immortal materials domination copper, white snow iron and others. Food path immortal material white wine radish. Wind path immortal material serene heavy wind. Other than these, Bai Ningbing and the rest also found red snake iron, orchid life chi, sleeping dream soil and others. What is this? Bai Ningbing and the rest noticed a little fox above their heads. Its furry foxtail and hind legs were trapped in the soil. When it saw that Bai Ningbing and the others had discovered it, it curled up into a ball in fear and let out a soft whimper. The 3 female immortals widened their eyes. They were stunned for a while, then they said in unison. Jade Fox Mist Infant. This was a rank 8 transformation Dao transformation immortal material. It was recorded in the legends of Renzu. What is this place? Jade Fox Mist Infant is already extinct. To think that there would be one here. The 3 immortals soon found purple manor soil. This was a rank 8 immortal material. The soil was in the form of purple granules. Purple smoke was rising from the surface. The purple smoke was only half an inch tall. At the top of the purple smoke, the smoke condensed into even smaller granules and scattered on the purple manor soil below. This purple manor soil is absolutely extinct. Because its effect is too powerful, it has only appeared once in history. Fairy Miaoyin said with certainty. Purple manor soil had extraordinary effects. Putting a trace of purple smoke into an aperture could raise one's cultivation level. And if purple manor soil was put into an immortal aperture, as long as there was enough of it, it could also raise a goo immortal's cultivation level. After the 3 immortals searched for a while, they found that there were many types of immortal materials here. Even though the amount of each was small, the total value was still huge. The most abundant immortal material here is crystal essence. Earth path crystal essence, water path crystal essence, lightning path crystal essence, and so on. Could this be the legendary secluded domain of heaven and earth? Huland? Black Tigress guessed. Fairy Miaoyin shook her head. Even though the legends of Renzu did not record it clearly, since Huland is on par with Shiland, it should be similar to demon immortal Qi Ju's Shi land. Bai Ningbing smiled. This is truly amazing and mysterious. There are actually heavenly crystals here. Aren't heavenly crystals a product of the 9 heavens? We should be deep underground right now. The 3 immortals continued to research and soon overturned their previous conclusion. So the most abundant immortal material is not crystal essence, but the large amount of earth blood meridians buried in the soil. Every once in a while, the earth blood meridians would shine with flowing light, like blood vessels growing and spreading in the ground. Because of it, Bai Ningbing found the red flowing light earlier. Following the earth blood meridians, the 3 immortals found the source. They also saw their greatest discovery. A small and exquisite black-yellow heart. With it as the source, there was a large amount of earth blood meridians in the shape of a net. The 3 immortals looked at each other and shook their heads. They could not recognize the origin of this black-yellow heart. But clearly, this is a luck path immortal material. It is rank 9, it is the most valuable immortal material here. There are no traces of human activity here. Nature's uncanny craftsmanship can leave people speechless at times. The world is vast, it is truly mysterious and interesting, it is truly marvelous. If we Gu immortals do not live marvelously, it would be like living in vain. What is the point? Bai Ningbing praised endlessly. Fairy Miao Yin saw Bai Ningbing's expression and sighed helplessly in her heart. Bai Ningbing's nature was to focus on herself and pursue excitement. She did not care about life and death, not to mention morals and ethics. Fairy Miao Yin originally disliked Bai Ningbing, but in the previous battle, if not for Bai Ningbing's desperate battle, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit would have already become the Celestial Court's prisoners. Black Daughter said, "This is great. With these immortal materials, they will definitely be of great help to Master." The Master she was referring to was naturally Fang Yuan. Fairy Miao Yin looked at her and sighed helplessly in her heart again. She knew Lady White Rabbit was about the same as Bai Ningbing. They were both normal people. Lady White Rabbit's true inheritance was extremely strange. It was a top-quality dual-path cultivation method. Lady White Rabbit cultivated light and dark paths. She used the concept of extreme light as darkness and extreme darkness as light. When Lady White Rabbit's cultivation level was rank 6, once it changed, Lady Black Tigress would have rank 7 cultivation level. When Lady White Rabbit had rank 7 cultivation level, Black Tigress would have rank 8 cultivation level. But this inheritance had a huge influence on a cultivator's mental state and emotions. Lady White Rabbit was pure and kind, while Black Tigress was ruthless and ruthless. They were two extremes. Not just that, once they acknowledged and worshipped someone, it would accumulate deep in White Rabbit and Black Tigress hearts. It would be engraved in them and could not be changed. After the pursued battle against Fan Yuan, Lady Black Tigress' worship towards Fan Yuan increased even more. Because even Spectral Soul was ambushed and killed by Fan Yuan. Hearing that Black Tigress wanted to offer the immortal material to Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing's expression turned grim. A dangerous light shined in her eyes as she took a step forward. "You actually have such a foolish thought? You are calling me foolish?" Black Tigress raised her eyebrows, retorting angrily. "You think I am afraid of you? You too!" Fairy Miao Yin quickly stood between the two. "It was not easy for us to escape here. We risked our lives to obtain freedom. We cannot use it for internal strife. What we need to consider is what to do next." Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress were persuaded. They snorted coldly. The three immortals continued to explore. They dug through a small part of the wall. Through the small hole, they could see the violent earth chi outside. It was still rumbling intensely. "We are still inside the earth vein. What do we do? With just our strength, even if we work together, the risk is too high." This discovery caused the three immortals to sink into worry. Thankfully, this place did not restrict communication with the outside world. The three immortals successfully communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. They quickly learned about the aftermath of the pursued battle against Fan Yuan, as well as the turbulent situation in Eastern Sea during this period of time. Black Tigress was overjoyed. "Master is finally out of danger. He has become the #1 demon lord in the world." Fairy Miaoyin was a little worried. To think that Celestial Court still had a trump card like Divine Emperor City. Even someone as strong as Demon Immortal Qi Ju was defeated. Sigh, Celestial Court's foundation is truly too deep. Black Tigress snorted coldly. What is a mere immortal goo house? The methods are fixed, it is hard to modify them. As long as Master can probe all of Divine Emperor City's methods, it will be easy to destroy this immortal goo house. Black Tigress's eyes shined, she said with a firm tone. I want to return, Master has already sent word to recall his subordinates. I want to return immediately and continue to follow Master. Fairy Miaoyin nodded, agreeing with Black Tigress's idea. She knew that the 5 regional walls were gone, Fate Goo was destroyed, the future would be a chaotic world. To survive in this chaotic world, it was best to rely on experts. Fairy Miaoyin naturally knew of Fan Yuan's ruthlessness and cruelty, but she had no other place to go now. Compared to Black Tigress, Fairy Miaoyin's loyalty towards Fan Yuan was very limited. She was more concerned about herself. Thus, when Fairy Myrtle captured Fairy Miaoyin cooperated with her. But the situation was different now. Fan Yuan was publicly recognized as the #1 demon immortal in the world. Even the Celestial Court was suppressed by him. Even if Fairy Miaoyin joined another force, who would dare to take her in? Were they not afraid of Fan Yuan finding out and taking revenge? Bai Ningbing sneered at the 2 girls. It seems that you still want to follow Fan Yuan? Hee, do you have any brains? Who caused you to end up in this situation? Wasn't it Fan Yuan who abandoned you? If he could abandon you once, he can abandon you a second time, or even a third time. Why do we always need to rely on others? This is the best chance for us to regain our freedom. Even though our alliance with Fan Yuan still exists, Fairy Myrtle has already suppressed us. Everyone thinks that we died in battle, even the Celestial Court is kept in the dark. You still want to go back? Fairy Miaoyin sighed. Bai Ningbing, don't forget our identities. We are wanted demonic path Goo immortals on the Demon Judgment Board. The righteous path of the 5 regions want to capture us. Everyone wants to kill us. If we don't join Fan Yuan, what else can we do? If we fight alone, we will be discovered one day. Goo immortal experts will come to hunt us down. Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. If we escape, it will be very exciting. Don't you look forward to it? Fairy Miaoyin rolled her eyes. Black Tigress snorted coldly, saying, Even if Master Fan Yuan abandons me again, I will do it willingly. Chapter 2094. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fan Yuan's months of preparations, Immortal Aperture time, had reached the crucial moment. At the center of a square pond, there was a small pavilion. Following Fan Yuan's thoughts, a goo worm slowly flew towards the pavilion. This immortal goo was round like a pearl. It was the size of a goose egg. There were countless markings on the pearl, constantly changing, like a myriad of blooming lotuses, or moving clouds. It was blood acid immortal goo. This goo was created by Land Spirit of Langa by combining some of the blood path goo recipes in jewel yellow skies. Blood acid immortal goo could protect a portion of the immortal materials or goo worms during the goo refinement process. If the goo refinement failed, these immortal materials or goo worms could be restored using blood acid immortal goo afterwards. Blood acid immortal goo was originally rank 6, but not long ago, under Fan Yuan's hard work, he had used the long hair refinement path formation to advance it to rank 7. Blood acid immortal goo slowly flew to the top of the pavilion. There was a golden throne there. Thoughts surged in Fan Yuan's mind like tidal waves. This step might seem simple from the outside, but in fact, in order to reach this final step, Fan Yuan was spending 100,000 thoughts every second. Plop! With a soft sound, blood acid immortal goo finally landed on the golden throne. Shortly after, Fan Yuan expended his immortal essence. The golden throne produced an attractive force that firmly fixed blood acid immortal goo in place. Blood acid immortal goo burst out with a dense blood light. The bloody light was like flowing water, quickly flowing down from the roof of the pavilion, soaking the original white jade pavilion in a vermilion color. After it dyed the entire pavilion, The blood-red light continued to spread, covering the calm pond water. The pool water turned bright red, like blood. The surface of the pool water started to have slight ripples. Splash, splash, splash. The ripples collided with the 4 stone walls at the outermost area, but they immediately vanished, becoming calm again. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was finally constructed. Fan Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had been tense for a month. He finally relaxed. He immediately felt a strong sense of exhaustion seeping out from his bones. My mental energy consumption is too great, and my immortal elemental energy consumption is not small either. Fan Yuan was well aware of this. He was dispirited, and he just wanted to ignore everything else and fall asleep. He did the same. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights straight. His spirit had finally recovered. Fan Yuan immediately probed the 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refining Pool with his spiritual force. After checking for a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Everything was flawless. For the sake of constructing this refinement pool, he'd exhausted tremendous effort and racked his brains. After paying such a price, the 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refining Pool was definitely the pinnacle masterpiece of the refining path. Fan Yuan combined Regret Pool, Refinement Cauldron, Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, and other refinement path-related immortal goo houses and immortal formations, ingeniously creating the design of 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. The Regret Pool was one of the 3 pools in the world. Along with the Heaven Pool and the Wine Pool, they were famous in the 5 regions and left their names in history. When goo immortals refined immortal goo here, if they succeeded, the success mark would be preserved here. When the immortal goo was destroyed, Regret Pool could be activated, using the power of the tributary of the River of Time and the preserved success mark to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate was often as high as 50 to 60%. Sun Ming Lu, one of the 7 extremities of Northern Plains Longevity Heaven, imitated Regret Pool and constructed the Super Goo Formation Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation to refine Rank 8 Fortune rivaling Heaven Goo for Old Ancestors Shui Hu. Refinement Cauldron was Long Hair Ancestors' proudest masterpiece. It had the power to forcefully refine immortal goo. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Langya Blessed Land relied on it to defend against 7 waves of attacks. It forcefully refined the immortal goo of the goo immortals who invaded the Blessed Land and captured countless people. And the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation was Langya Sect's strongest foundation, the essence of its trump card. The formation was extremely outstanding, only hairy man goo immortals could control it. In history, Long Hair Ancestor had used this formation many times to refine immortal goo for Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Before the Fate Formation, Fan Yuan also relied on this formation to advance his immortal goo on a large scale. If not for Fan Yuan's refinement path and time path attainment levels reaching Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, he would not have been able to think of such a design plan. Just this 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool's design plan was absolutely unprecedented, and it was very likely that no one would be able to replicate it in the future. And the price that Fan Yuan paid to construct this immortal goo house was even more shocking. Firstly, Fan Yuan completely dismantled the unique Long Hair Refinement Path formation that had a long history. The core Rank 8 Immortal Goo Advanced Refinement was still used as the core, becoming a part of the foundation of 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. Secondly, Fan Yuan used Rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret to take the essence of Regret Pool and construct the small pavilion in the pool. Next, Fan Yuan specially constructed a Year Essence sub-pool outside, drawing a tributary of the River of Time into the square pool. To achieve this step, Fan Yuan arranged 3 Rank 8 Time Path Immortal Goo, Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn, and Late Autumn, from 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Finally, Fan Yuan directly placed the incomplete form of Refinement C into the pool. Refinement C was an important investment of the land spirit of Langya. It wanted to create a future refinement path secluded domain of heaven and earth. To successfully place the incomplete form of Refinement C, Fan Yuan also placed the Rank 8 Immortal Goo Water Refinement inside. The entire 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had 4 cores. They were the Rank 8 Immortal Goo Advanced Refinement, water refinement, regret, and the rank 7 immortal goo blood asset. Thus, it was called 4 elements. The number of supplementary immortal goo directly broke through 20. Early autumn, mid-autumn, and late autumn were the 3 rank 8 immortal goo at the forefront. As for the other mortal goo, there were over 100 million of them. Their types were as diverse as the sea of stars. It was simply unimaginable. Fan Yuan placed almost all of his refinement path immortal goo into it. There were also many time path immortal goo, wisdom path immortal goo, and so on. Fortunately, he controlled the variant human alliance and extorted Eastern Sea's righteous Qi alliance. He had an abundance of suitable immortal goo. With such a shocking investment, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had the long hair refinement path formation, regret pool, refinement cauldron, refinement sea, and other abilities. It fused the flesh body blood refinement method, 7 kill blood path goo refinement method, Bei Luo ice refinement method, and so on. It could unleash refinement path killer moves like slumbering lightning python, wind grind, reflecting snow, muffled thunderstone drum, dragon-shaped ice and snow, heavenly light rotation, refinement snake lifespan flower, omnipresent 4 seas, and even take a step back to broaden the sea and sky. Once 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool appeared, it became the number 1 refinement path immortal goo house in the history of goo cultivation. It was indisputable, it had no rivals. If news of this spreads, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool will definitely be able to compete with Divine Emperor City and 88-point Xinyang Tower for the number 1 position in the ranking of immortal goo houses. Divine Emperor City was the sacred land of human path, while 88-point Xinyang Tower controlled northern plains, achieving the golden rule of the Huangjin bloodline. And 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was not inferior. It fused the essence of human path and hairy man nature goo refinement path. With it, not only would the cost of refining immortal goo fall sharply, the success rate of goo refinement would also be unimaginably high. Whoever controlled this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would have an endless supply of immortal goo. However, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool is not complete. It only focuses on goo refinement and has almost no offensive, defensive, movement, or other abilities. Moreover, in this world, only I, Fan Yuan, can construct it. Other goo immortals are powerless even if they get the blueprint. If a goo immortal saw Fan Yuan's blueprint, they would praise it profusely and gasp in amazement at first. But once they looked deeper, they would curse and feel disdain in their hearts, feeling that this idea was fake and almost nonsensical. That was because the design of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool did not consider the situation of conflicting Dao marks in most aspects. Only in the sovereign immortal aperture, because of the negative impact of conflicting Dao marks, could 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool go from an ideal to a reality. In fact, as long as Fan Yuan brought 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool outside the immortal aperture, this immortal goo house would collapse on its own because of the severe internal friction and the intense conflicting Dao marks. Even before Fan Yuan had 3,000 heaven path Dao marks, it was not enough to construct this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Fortunately, Fan Yuan had devoured grand swine, fresh heavens, and time difference grotto heavens, these 3 rank 8 grotto heavens, and after refining their heaven path Dao marks, he was able to reach the minimum standard of constructing 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. These 3 grotto heavens had fused with 9 heavens fragments, and the 9 heavens fragments contained heaven path Dao marks. Time difference grotto heaven had over 700,000 time path Dao marks, and over 800 heaven path Dao marks. Fresh grotto heaven had over 1,600,000 rule path Dao marks, and over 1,900 heaven path Dao marks. Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had the most Dao marks, over 3,200,000 transformation path Dao marks, and over 3,300 heaven path Dao marks. Chapter 2095. These grotto heavens in the 2 heavens had a vast number of Dao marks. These Dao marks did not come from tribulations, but from the contributions of generations of goo immortals. For example, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven had more than 7 million Dao marks. With so many soul path Tao marks, the Grotto Heaven had a large number of super resource points. The original soul pacifying Grotto Heaven only had 100,000 soul path Tao marks. After it annexed a large 9 heavens fragment, it had no tribulations or tribulations. With the support of Providence, soul pacifying Grotto Heaven produced Gu immortals generation after generation. These Gu immortals were all humans. Even though they could choose any path they wanted to cultivate, most of them chose soul path. Because the Grotto Heaven had many types of soul path resources, it could be said to be blessed by heaven. Even if Gu immortals chose other paths, they were few in number. It was much harder for them to obtain cultivation resources of other paths than soul path. In fact, the immemorial 2 heavens were not a place that ordinary rank 6 or 7 Gu immortals could explore. Normally speaking, only a few rank 7 experts and ordinary rank 8s could explore the immemorial 2 heavens, taking risks and collecting a certain amount of resources in the wild. And when these soul path Gu immortals died, their immortal apertures would fuse into soul pacifying Grotto Heaven. These Gu immortals did not have sovereign immortal apertures. When they fused their immortal apertures, there would be a lot of internal friction and losses. But because the main Tao marks were soul path Tao marks, the gains from the fusion were greater than the losses most of the time. Over the years, the accumulation of generations had resulted in the astonishing accumulation of more than 7 million gold coins today. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was the largest investment that Fan Yuan had made since he started cultivating, from the 500 years of his previous life until now. He invested his entire refinement path into it. He even involved time path, rule path, wisdom path, blood path, and others. With 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, Fan Yuan's refinement path strength rose sharply. He became the #1 person in the world. Adding on his quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, even in the long river of history, Fan Yuan was definitely among the top 3 in refinement path. But time path, rule path, and other aspects, because he invested a lot of immortal Gu, his foundation fell. During this period of recuperation, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had not been repaired yet, its immortal essence storage was already out of danger. Many immortal Gu had been sacrificed, but because of the increase in the Tao marks of the main paths, Fan Yuan's overall battle strength rose instead of falling. Fan Yuan's life became better. In the past, Fan Yuan was in a precarious situation. He was schemed against by the Venerable One and forced to move forward, and the Celestial Court chased after him everywhere. But now, Spectral Soul was dead, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were also recuperating. Fan Yuan no longer had any external pressure. He could formulate his cultivation plan more easily. Looking at it from a long-term perspective, creating the 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refining Pool was absolutely profitable. Next is to refine a luck path Immortal Gu and reach rank 8. Fan Yuan looked at 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool with a smug expression. He already had a plan. When Fate Gu was still around, the world had 9 lives and 1 luck. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, luck path's influence had increased sharply. Especially when the 5 regions' chaotic war was inevitable, the more chaotic the situation, the more effective luck path would be. I have an unprecedented amount of immortal materials now. I already have the strength to refine rank 8 luck path Immortal Gu. But it is still too early to create a complete refinement. See, I have the strength to refine rank 8 luck path Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan was pondering when he suddenly obtained Black Tigress information from Jewel Yellow Skies. They are still alive, they are still trapped in the earth vein. Interesting, they are hiding in treasure ground. Very good, treasure ground is one of the 10 earths. Each treasure ground is filled with immortal materials, especially a rank 9 luck path immortal material, Pet Heart. It is suitable for my current situation. Fan Yuan could not help but feel joy. A rank 9 luck path immortal material could naturally refine a rank 9 luck path immortal Gu. But just 1 treasure ground Pet Heart was far from enough. Most of the luck path immortal materials in Fan Yuan's hands were rank 7. Only a few were rank 8. They clearly did not have the foundation to attempt to refine rank 9 luck path immortal Gu. but using rank 9 immortal materials to refine rank 8 immortal goo could slightly increase the success rate of the goo refinement. With Pet Heart, Fan Yuan was like a tiger that had grown wings. Southern Border, Qi Clan Headquarters. Bam! The current First Supreme Elder of Qi Clan slammed the table, gritting his teeth. Outrageous! This rank 7 goo immortal looked quite young, his skin was pale, he had a pair of dark circles around his eyes due to excessive drinking, his face was filled with anger. It was Qi Bang. He was Qi Chuyu's son, Qi Chuyu had supported him greatly, he was the next First Supreme Elder of Qi Clan. Even though Qi Chuyu died in the Fate War, because he had made sufficient arrangements, Qi Bang succeeded in ascending to the position. After Qi Bang ascended to the position, he felt very different from before. Previously, he was under his father's protection, Qi Chuyu was there to protect him. But now, he had to face the pressure directly. This time, Southern Border's superforce, Yang Clan, gave him a difficult problem. The cause of this matter was a sound path inheritance. This sound path inheritance was called Qijia, it had a long history and was famous, it had been passed down since ancient times. The previous Qijia inheritor only had rank 7 cultivation level, but 2 generations ago, he was a rank 8 goo immortal. That was to say, this Qijia sound path inheritance could allow someone to cultivate to rank 8, it contained huge benefits. Most importantly, this Qijia inheritance was in Qi Clan's territory, but it was very close to Yang Clan. Qi Chuyu died in battle, Qi Clan lost their only rank 8 goo immortal, Qi Clan was now weak internally. Yang Clan attacked decisively, invading Qi Clan's territory and surrounding the inheritance ground. They were currently actively exploring that sound path blessed land. Qi Clan had to respond to Yang Clan's actions. Their territory was invaded, this concerned Qi Clan's reputation. If they did not deal with it properly, Qi Clan's reputation would be ruined, it would be extremely embarrassing. However, what could the Qi family do to protect their face? Could Qi Clan repel Yang Clan's invading forces? Could they fight? How could they fight? If they could not fight, what could they do? This was Qi Bang's problem. What do you three think about this? Qi Bang asked the 3 rank 7 goo immortals in front of him. Qi Depai raised his voice and said, "Of course we are going to counterattack and kill all these Yang family dogs." Softer, softer. Qi Bang quickly waved his hand, looking at Qi Gui who was beside him. Qi Gui frowned. "First Supreme Elder, we need to consider this. What are you afraid of?" Qi Depai stared with wide eyes. "Yang Clan does not have any rank 8 goo immortals, only 2 rank 7s came this time. If our Qi Clan does not retaliate, we will be the laughing stock of the entire Southern Border righteous path." Qi Gui sighed. "Don't think that they are just 2 people, they are indeed famous experts. One is Yang Yin Guang, he specializes in soul freezing profound light, he is hard to defend against. The other is Yang Wenkui, he cultivates wisdom path and information path, he is the brains of Yang Clan. According to our investigations, Yang Clan's other goo immortals are guarding Yang Clan's territory, but it is hard to say if Yang Clan secretly mobilizes them. Even if Yang Clan is not in disguise, we need to consider Yang Clan's immortal goo house. Since Yang Clan invaded our territory, they might have already mobilized their immortal goo house, they are just hiding in the immortal apertures of the 2 Yang Clan immortals, waiting for action." Qi Bang nodded, looking at Qi Shang. "What do you think of this?" Qi Shang was dressed in a white robe, he had a handsome face but his gaze was somewhat dazed. "Qi Shang? Qi Shang?" Qi Bang called out softly. But Qi Shang acted like he did not hear him, he looked ahead with a dazed expression. The 3 immortals in the room looked at each other, sighing together. Evidently, Qi Shang's mind was wandering again. He was the genius with the highest chance of becoming a formation path great grandmaster in Qi Clan, he was known as the formation fanatic, he often became absent-minded. In order to think about a formation path problem, he even forgot to eat. If not for the clan's care, he might have forgotten to eat and starved to death while immersed in his thoughts. Qi Shang ignored Qi Bang. Qi Bang was furious inwardly, but on the surface, he had to treat him kindly. Before participating in the Fate War, Qi Chuyu had specially called Qi Bang into the study room and secretly instructed him. Qi Shang was the best helper his father had left for Qi Bang. In fact, the 3 Qi clan rank 7 Gu immortals in the study room were Qi Bang's trusted aides. But these aides could not help Qi Bang solve his problem. Qi Bang asked around, but in the end, he still had to make the decision. Right at this time, an information path Gu worm was transmitted from jewel yellow skies. Qi Bang's divine sense entered. After quickly reading it, his eyes shined with joy. Great! Wu clan's Wu Yong has heard of this and is willing to cooperate with our Qi clan. After expelling Yang clan, we will tell the clan that we do not want anything, and Wu clan will even send an immortal Gu house to assist us. But we need to form an alliance agreement with our clan. We need to build many immortal formations for Wu clan's resource points. There is such a good deal? Qi Gui was greatly surprised. Wu Yong's conditions were very generous. He was secretly moved. What do the two of you think? This time, Qi Bang ignored Qi Shang. He only asked Qi Depai and Qi Gui. Qi Depai cupped his fists. We will follow First Elder's decision. Qi Gui hesitated. Our clan relied on Wu clan to defeat Yang clan. It looks like we have a huge advantage now. But Wu Yong is a formidable character of the current generation. Why would he make a losing deal? Qi Depai said. Have you forgotten? Back then, Wu clan was weak. Yang clan seized Wu clan's poisonous waterfall and attacked Wu clan's fake corpse mountain. In the end, our clan's Lord Qi Chuyu used an immortal Gu house to force them to retreat, before Wu clan seized back the poisonous waterfall. Wu clan and Yang clan have enmity. Qi Bang slapped his forehead. Right, Qi Depai is right. Speaking of which, Wu clan has been trying to rope in our clan. Back then, when the dream realm of Etian Mountain was still around, every time Wu clan did an immortal opportunity business, they would drag our Qi clan along. Wu Yong is a formidable character. Even though my father has passed away, our Qi clan still has value in roping him in. This time, we might as well let Wu clan bleed for us, haha. Our Qi clan will enjoy the fruits of their labor. Qi Gui saw that Qi Bang had already made his decision. He could only suppress the uneasiness in his heart. He thought about it and added, this time, if we form an alliance with Wu clan, we will need to consider Ba clan's feelings and opinions. That's right, Ba clan. Qi Bang sighed, feeling a huge headache. Super forces had been around for a long time. Their relationships were complicated. It was very complicated to deal with them. There were many restrictions. Ba clan had always wanted to become the overlord of southern border. They wanted to replace Wu clan. Ba clan and Wu clan were not on good terms. Chapter 2096. My Qi clan encountered difficulties this time, but Ba clan did not say anything. Even at the crucial moment of my ascension, Ba clan interfered in the dark, wanting to support Qi Su Ji. But ever since this Qi Su Ji married Ba clan's female immortal, his ambitions have grown by the day. Qi Bang recalled. His tone was filled with hatred. Saying so, he slammed the table. I have decided, I will agree to Wu clan's alliance. As for Ba clan, I will write a letter and explain. I hope they can understand. The news of Qi Bang agreeing to the alliance reached Wu Yong. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Qi Bang is nothing to worry about. Evidently, Wu Yong's plan was progressing smoothly. Qi Chuyu died. Qi clan was weak internally. As for Ba clan's dynasty change, the original first supreme elder Ba Shi Ba was captured by Fang Yuan. His immortal aperture was taken away and he had to recultivate. Ba Da's ascension caused a huge commotion in Ba clan. Wu Yong acutely sensed the flaws of these two clans. The matter of the dominant inheritance was a chance that heaven sent to Wu Yong. How could Wu Yong not grab it? Great news, great news! At this time, Wu Bachong suddenly asked for an audience at the door. Come in. Wu Yong spoke. What's the good news? He had rarely seen the steady Wu Bachong so happy. Wu Bachong said, when Wu Bei was exploring Wukong Pit, he unexpectedly found a large amount of dry clear qi. Wu Yong was slightly dazed before cheering. This is indeed good news. Before Wu Duxiu died, she had 3 regrets. First was the fierce gorge 7 ghosts. Wu Yong had already killed them all. Second was that she did not refine 8-faced prestige wind immortal goo. Wu clan had already prepared for many years to refine 8-faced prestige wind immortal goo. They only lacked one main material, dry clear qi. Wu Bei unexpectedly obtained dry clear qi. It was enough for Wu clan to refine 8-faced prestige wind goo. Wu Bei is indeed my clan's lucky star. He deserves it. Wu Yong thought about it before speaking. 8-faced prestige wind goo is a rank 8 immortal goo. If we want to refine it, it is a huge matter. We need to take it seriously and make many plans. Wu clan is putting in all their effort to refine goo. Wu Yong said this and sighed. Refining a rank 8 immortal goo is difficult. Even Fan Yuan, with Langya Blessed Land's help, would find it hard to refine rank 8. This is a serious matter. Even though we have prepared all the immortal materials, we still have to consider it carefully. Wu Ba Chang's heart gradually calmed down. My lord is right. This subordinate was too rash. Wu Yong remained calm and rational, which made Wu Ba Chong admire him even more. Finally, Wu Yong said to Wu Ba Chong, let's put aside the matter of refining 8-faced prestige wind goo. Qi Bang has already agreed to form an alliance with my clan. What I need to do now is to pressure the Ba clan so that they can't even fend for themselves and interfere with this matter. Wu Yong had planned ahead and had already begun to eliminate the obstacles ahead of time. It was another round of planning and arrangements. Wu Ba Chong left the study room, inwardly praising. Lord Wu Yong is so astute. Why would my Wu clan need to worry about not being able to succeed? Several days later, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fan Yuan's Time Path clone was sitting in 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. Rise! The Time Path clone suddenly shouted as rank 8 Immortal Essence poured in crazily. Rumble. In the square pool, the blood-red pool water suddenly rushed towards the sky like an upside-down waterfall. The whole of 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool let out a buzzing sound as it was pushed to the limit. The blood waterfall rushed to the sky and formed a whirlpool at the top. The whirlpool rotated rapidly, emitting a bright radiance. After the whirlpool absorbed a large amount of blood water, it gradually calmed down. Eventually, an immortal goo flew out of the whirlpool. The whirlpool dissipated. The blood waterfall also fell into the square pool. Only a thin layer of blood water was left at the bottom of the pool. The blood light faded like a tired bird returning to the forest, returning to the top of the pavilion in the pool. That was the location of blood asset immortal goo. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone regulated his breathing for a while. With a thought, the immortal goo floating in the air descended and flew into his palm. This immortal goo had the appearance of a dung beetle, commonly known as a dung beetle. Its entire body was golden in color. Its body was divided into 3 parts: head, chest, abdomen, and tail. Its head was like a crescent shovel, and there were paddle-like tentacles on both sides. Its chest and abdomen had horizontal ridges, and its tail was oval. There were 2 pairs of legs on its chest and abdomen, and 1 pair on its tail. Each tentacle was very thick, and there were hard black spikes at the ends of the tentacles. It was dog shit luck immortal goo. After Fan Yuan's refinement, it had already risen to rank 8. Dog shit luck immortal goo was the core immortal goo of cooking luck pot. Giant Sun immortal created luck path and left behind 3 great true inheritances: self luck, all living beings luck, and heaven and earth luck. Cooking luck pot was the peak creation of the self luck true inheritance's essence. Before the Fate War, Fan Yuan had invested almost all of his luck path immortal goo into cooking luck pot immortal goo house. This time, he completely dismantled cooking luck pot and started to refine the luck path immortal goo inside. Dog shit luck immortal goo was his first choice. Fan Yuan had only tried to refine it for the first time and succeeded. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had a 50 to 60% success rate when refining rank 8 immortal goo. This probability was extremely terrifying. If news of this spread, the whole goo immortal world would be shaken. Longevity Heaven and the Celestial Court might even launch a frenzied attack. With rank 8 dog shit luck, cooking luck pot's rank had already risen to rank 8. If it were an ordinary goo immortal, they would have stopped while they were ahead. But Fan Yuan was far from satisfied. He still had to refine Shi Luck Immortal Gu, Connect Luck Immortal Gu, Luck Planning Immortal Gu, Luck Inspection Immortal Gu, and others. The Time Path clone continued to activate 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. As rank 8 immortal essence was rapidly expended, the nearly dried up pool water started to rise again. This pool water was the refinement water of incomplete refinement C, combined with the water of the tributary of the River of Time. Using water refinement Immortal Gu as the core refinement path method, it formed a mystical creation. The Time Path clone opened the hidden door of the Immortal Gu house's storage, throwing the Luck Path immortal materials into the pool one by one. Among them was Favor Heart. Fan Yuan had already brought Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin back. He used the killer move Fixed Immortal Travel. The current Fan Yuan had too many down marks in his body. Jade Flow Pearl was no longer useful. But it did not matter. Fan Yuan had created compound killer moves with great success. He had already modified heaven and earth travel. With the help of over 9,000 heaven path Dao marks, heaven and earth travel directly transported Fan Yuan to the vicinity of Treasure Ground. At the center of the vast earth vein, Fan Yuan leisurely endured the pressure of the earth vein as he stored the entire treasure ground into his immortal aperture. Bai Ningbing had already left. Fan Yuan did not care about her. There was no need to waste time on her now. After refining Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu, the rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Material Favor Heart shrunk a little. This time, the pool water washed away a layer of its surface and fused it into the pool water. Using the immortal material like this was already an extremely ingenious method. Blood red light spread from Blood Acid Immortal Gu again, covering the whole pool. The pool water rippled as the immortal materials inside completely melted, mixing with the blood red pool water. After a while, everything was ready. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's efficiency in processing immortal materials was extremely shocking. The Time Path clone lightly tossed Luck Inspection Immortal Gu into the pool water. The second round of refinement had begun. Immemorial Black Heaven, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. In He Lulan's blessed land, a tribulation had just ended. He Lulan showed joy on her face. The gains from this tribulation were considerable. She could not have survived it by herself, but with Giant Sun Immortal's guidance and Bing Sai Chuan's personal protection, He Lulan easily passed the tribulation. I have not been in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace for long, but these last days I have already passed several tribulations. My strength has been rising rapidly. This is simply a rapid progress. My premonition was not wrong. It seems that Longevity Heaven is really trying to nurture me. He Lulan observed her immortal aperture. After her first meeting with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Bing Sai Chuan used the Time Path method to increase the flow of time in her immortal aperture to an astonishing degree. At the same time, Longevity Heaven provided He Lulan with a vast amount of Strength Path immortal materials. There was no danger of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. With such an abundance of Strength Path immortal materials, they naturally triggered Strength Path tribulations. Meanwhile, Longevity Heaven had the strongest Luck Path method in the world. It was of great help in passing tribulations. He Lulan could win without doing anything. With the second largest super force in the world behind her, He Lulan was highly regarded by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. She deeply felt the advantage of relying on a force. She did not need to worry about nurturing Gu or refining Gu. She also did not need to pay attention to collecting Gu recipes, killer moves, and so on. Someone would send them to her directly. Even the management of the immortal aperture and the arrangement of resource points were planned by specialized Wisdom Path Gu immortals. He Lulan only needed to ponder on using Gu and train her killer moves. Although she was the second generation of an immortal, her life was full of difficulties and obstacles. After encountering Fan Yuan, she wandered from place to place, facing many life and death situations. Thus, after being nurtured, besides being extremely grateful, she cherished this opportunity even more. She deeply understood how rare and precious such an opportunity was. She cherished every minute and second of her time. Excluding the necessary rest, she diligently trained every day. Every once in a while, immortal zombie giant's son would summon her to evaluate and give pointers. This time, immortal zombie giant's son could not bear to watch Hei Lulun's masochistic cultivation method, he consoled. Hei Lulun, my descendant. Don't be too hard-working, everything in the world needs to be balanced. Gu immortal cultivation is the same. If you continue like this, your heart will be tense, it will not be beautiful. Facing immortal zombie giant's son, Hei Lulun still persisted in her thoughts. Lord Ancestor, what is this bit of hard work? In the past period of time, I have been cultivating beside Fan Yuan and personally witnessed his hard work. Everyone thinks that he obtained his current achievements because of the Venerable's help. But in my opinion, even without anyone's help, just this character of his is enough for him to stand out and cause trouble. Immortal zombie giant's son was slightly stunned before nodding with a smile, feeling even more admiration towards Hei Lulun. It seems that you treat Fan Yuan as your enemy, your goal, and someone to surpass. Very good, to have such spirit, as expected of my, giant son's, descendant. But if you want to surpass Fan Yuan, the difficulty is as high as a mortal ascending to heaven. I won't hide it from you, in this period of time, Fan Yuan's strength has been rising rapidly, the degree is extremely shocking. Hei Lulun looked at immortal zombie giant's son in confusion. Immortal zombie giant's son explained. Although luck inspection immortal Gu is not with me, this space suppression heavenly palace of mine contains a killer move similar to luck inspection. Moreover, because I have been here for so long, I can see the luck of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. In this period of time, I have repeatedly seen that in the direction of Eastern Sea, in the direction of Xia Clan's headquarters, luck is rising continuously. The momentum is so fierce that even I have rarely seen it. Spectral Soul, the Celestial Court, and my Calamity Luck Altar failed to kill Fan Yuan. He finally got a chance to recover. He has the help of several venerables, he has excellent character, and has been reborn many times with rich experience. The more time he has, the higher he will grow. If you want to catch up to him, you will need to work hard to have a trace of hope. Hei Lulun had a solemn expression as she asked with a firm tone. Ancestor, please enlighten me, what method is it? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.